This is my state, this is my team. You know what that means. This is for the black and blue that I bleed. This is for the chance to bring home that ring. But everybody gonna doubt this. So far there ain't been another way around it. We bring heat to the game each week. They just say we ain't got what it takes, we ain't bout it. Well, y'all can just keep saying that we ain't gonna make it, but at the end of the day, this'll be the Panthers nation. You know, this ain't a game to us major players at every angle that you can think of. That's why you hate us. Get out the way of greatness. You can look in our faces and see the blood, sweat, and tears that it took to create this. Yeah, I know what you're thinking, but you can save it. Cause even on the darkest of days, you know we're always gonna find a way to tell them what we gonna do, we gotta
All right. What's going on, ladies and gentlemen? We're going to get this thing started in just a second and join up with Blitzball. Before we do that, hit that like button, hit that sub button, hit that bell, select all, leave a comment down below if you feel like doing so. And don't forget to check out the Keep Pounding page for Facebook group page for in-game posts, polls, opinions, and reactions to NFL news. And scheduling for the channel and the Yahoo Sports Fantasy Football League. Let's jump in there with Blitzball. He's already started his stream.
Confident throws. And I just truly believe we saw a whole different Bryce Young this past game. So that's my take. And Corey is here.
Hey, what's going on, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing great. Feeling good.
Good. Only a couple of days away from Christmas, and we have a Christmas Eve game coming up.
Yeah, that's interesting.
So we got a chance to hopefully, I guess, go on a 2-game win streak. As the Packers are actually on a 2-game losing streak. And I don't know about you. I'm not too sure what Packers team is going to show up for this game because they've been kind of up and down.
Yeah, that's true. It's been a very interesting year for the Packers.
Jordan, welcome to the stream. What we playing today? We're playing, previewing the Carolina Panthers Green Bay Packers game for this Sunday. That's what we're playing today.
He's used to you playing video games on this channel.
No, he's a good guy. He's a really good guy. I know him personally. Mr. Carolina.
Hey.
Welcome.
What's going on, gentlemen? What's going on?
It's going good. How we feeling tonight?
I'm feeling good. That's why I pop in here. I'm still at work, so if y'all see me jump off, it's because I'm not trying to get in trouble with the boss. But I am feeling fantastic.
Good.
Feeling good after a win, and feeling optimistic about Sunday, especially after hearing that Green Bay has the third worst rush defense in the entire NFL. So feeling good about Chuba Hubbard going for, I can see him going for 100 next game.
Yeah.
Fun fact, if y'all didn't know that, third worst run defense in the league.
Ooh. Oh, we better eat that up then. We gotta eat that up. And it's interesting, Mr. Carolina, because Green Bay is on a 2-game losing streak, and they've been kind of up and down. Like they were riding a 3-game winning streak, even getting wins over the Lions and the Chiefs, and then they just fell apart to the Giants and the Bucks. So I'm not too sure what Packers team is going to show up this Sunday. You know what I mean?
I don't know. I feel you, my brother. And that's why they say any given Sunday. Any given Sunday, you can win or you can lose. But that's why I say you don't play the games on paper.
Right.
You never play a game on paper. So I could have an awesome game one Sunday and then come out and look like somebody's JV team cowboy the next Sunday. So it's the highs and lows of a football season. Imagine us as fans, we get all through our highs and lows, but even as players, you're getting banged up. You get nicks and bruises here, and then you're switching out personnel. So, as they say, that's why you play the game. You play the game for a reason. You can't just feel good about it on paper. You gotta put it out on the field. But I feel good about our chances come Sunday. I feel real good.
So with that being said, and yeah, Jordan, we're live podcasting now. That is correct. So this matchup, it's been a hot minute since we last played Green Bay, especially at home. Which, of course, the last time we played Green Bay at home was when we had Cam, and of course, we beat them. The Thomas Davis game-winning, game-saving interception. Looking at this matchup, of course, Carolina's the underdog. Now, the NFL.com rankings have the Packers overall offense at ranked 18th, defense at ranked 23rd, passing at 17th, rushing at 21st. So, I mean, I don't even think that's considered, barely considered mid, I guess.
They play better than a mid.
Okay, fair enough. Carolina offense ranked 30th, passing 31st, rushing 17th, defense 3rd.
I read that.
That's something they were given. We have the 3rd rank, only behind Baltimore and Cleveland is our defense rank. And then somebody put it, I was reading it earlier. They said if Ezra is not considered a candidate for this head coaching job, we're making the same mistake we did with Steve Wilkes. The exact same mistake. Like I said last time, with everything going on, that man has held that defense to a standard that, look, I don't give a damn what the offense does. We are not going to look bad on a consistent basis. And he's come in, he's put a stamp on his defense. And for that alone, that man should get the first crack at the head coaching interview.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree. I am definitely not against that idea with how well he's been doing. Especially being able to come from Denver, where he was successful with the defense there, to Carolina and really keep that trend going.
He reminds me of a young Mike Tomlin.
I agree with that. Yeah, I could see it.
He has respect. Like I keep saying, if for a football player, especially with grown men, it's about respect. I have to respect you as a man.
Right.
I have to respect you as a leader. If I don't respect you, I'm not going to play for you. Y'all know I've been saying that for a hot minute. If I have no respect for you, I'm not playing for you. I don't care how much you're paying me. I don't like you. I don't want to see you succeed. Y'all think it might sound selfish and petty, but look, if I don't rock with you as a leader and as a man, I'm going to give you half-assed effort on this field, flat out. That's what it is. We saw that with Rule. We've seen that with Wright.
Yeah.
We saw how hard they played for Wilkes. We see how hard that defense is playing for Ezra. there's a respect factor amongst men in that locker room, in that organization, that the defense is showing you again. We'll play for this guy because he's earned our respect.
Mm-hmm.
So, Mr. Tepper, please take this into consideration. Look how well your defense is playing. All you have to do is, if you're not keeping Thomas Brown, bring in a damn offensive coordinator that complements what your hopefully new head coach is already doing. Because the defense is set. I said this last time we talked. Do not touch that defense.
Mm-hmm.
Add a few pieces, but bring in an offensive coordinator that is one chef, not sous chefs. Bring in that one chef to talk in Bryce Young's ear.
Right.
That's all we need. That's
and
all
fits
we need.
his system too.
That's it. That's it. That's all we need.
So it's this is really good that you mentioned this, because I was gonna bring this up. Which, first off, Coach Avero is a young guy himself, only 42 years old, so definitely has a lot of years left in his tank. Only 42, so that's good. Secondly, I was listening to I watched a clip on YouTube from 99.9 The Fans YouTube channel, and I believe I sent Corey this as well. But
Yep.
I have to bring this up because honestly, I think it's a weird point. I don't agree with it, but it's kind of a weird point.
All right.
And it's in regards to the idea of the coach and the coordinators being like super duper, like buddy best friend like. And what I mean by that is, okay, it's safe to say that we're definitely gonna get a different coach for the next season, and I agree. Coach Avero, great candidate. Put his name in there. Sure thing.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's say that that doesn't happen, but at the same time, we still want to be able to keep him as defensive coordinator for obvious reasons.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever coach we get, the idea that he's going to want to bring his own staff, which could potentially mean like no to Avero because they're not buddy or tight, and then the idea that
Or compatible.
you should be like compatible and like very close with your coordinators. And honestly, I feel like it's a weird point, but at the same time, I'm like, look, if that man is doing his job, who am I to disrupt that?
Yeah. Don't mess with what's working.
Yeah.
That's what the Panthers' problem: consistency.
Mm-hmm.
Why mess up something that's consistent? That makes no. I don't have to be your friend. I don't have to go to your house for dinner. I don't have to text you after work. Right. As long as when we step in this building, it's business. Cool. Come in this building and be about your business. Or as kids say, stand on business. Ezra comes in here and he stands on business. He's not afraid to hold players accountable. He's not afraid to get in their face. Look, this is how we're going to play because this is my name that you guys are messing up. Or that you guys, this is my system. It works. You guys just have to buy in. Players have bought in. And I saw that clip that you're talking about. I don't agree with that. If you're a head coach,
so you do know what clip I'm talking about. Gotcha.
I know exactly what you're talking about. I was watching that one earlier. If I'm a head coach, and if Ezra doesn't get it, the head coach that comes in here, if I'm looking at that from the outside looking in, I'm salivating at the mouth because I say, you know what? I don't have to mess the defense side of the ball because he's got it.
Exactly.
He's cool. I can focus all my attention on developing my young franchise quarterback and getting my offense in order. I don't worry about my defense because that man has that respect. He knows what he's doing. Cool. Offense, my full attention is on you. And that's the kind of person we need. It comes in here and says, if Ezra's not the guy, you keep him. If I'm the head coach, I say, you know what, Mr. Tepper, you can overpay him if you have to. I don't want him leaving this building because that man deserves to be here. He deserves his respect. He deserves to get paid because he's done nothing but be consistent with this defense. And again, we're third ranked, fellas. We are third ranked. And as bad as the season is, when has the last time you seen a 2-win team have the third ranked defense? In the entire, like, that's how good our defense is. With all the injuries, he's kept that team, that defense together. Don't touch him. He's untouchable. Don't let him out the building. I'll throw in my little salary. Don't let him out the building. Please, God. I'm just saying. He shouldn't leave. That's just my 2 cents. He should not get out of that building. If he's not the head coach, he shouldn't leave as a defensive coordinator. He shouldn't get out of the building.
And if Tepper gets tempted to mess around and stick his hand in the cookie jar, put it in writing, keep Evero here, and every time that Tepper interferes, he gets fined. That money goes to Evero to elevate his trust fund to keep him here in Carolina. Period. Yeah. Point blank.
I know for me, if I were, say, the head coach, the only thing that I would do is I would come to Coach Evero and be like, look, whatever players that you have that might be on, last year contracts or whatnot, if there's any in particular that you really, really believe should stay, let me know so I can, make that a priority. Because I want you to be able to have exactly what you need. Being that you've already been successful with that, with the staff that you have, okay, if there's players you can keep, great. If there's players that you can't, let's figure out how we can replace those particular players so that the train doesn't stop.
We need to know that info ASAP so we can start preparing. The sooner the better.
Stay. Brown extension.
Yes.
Flat out.
Agreed.
Figure out Burns most likely tagged.
Yep.
Then we need to figure out opposite. Gross Matos has shown growth, but you need that consistent pass rush opposite Brian Burns like we had with Hassan Reddick. You need that. Burns needs somebody to push him on the other side. That's when he does better, when they have to focus on somebody on the other side as well.
Right.
Him as
take the heat off of him.
It's just, as much as I like Brian Burns, he doesn't thrive as being the sole person that tackles and offense can focus on. To be like, okay, he's going to take the ball game over. I love Brian Burns. That's not him.
Right.
That's not him. He needs that other dog on the other side to be like, okay, now y'all gotta pick your poison. Because if you focus on, like I said, we focus on Reddick, I'm gonna get off. You focus on me, Reddick's gonna get off. So that Derek Brown is awesome up the middle, but without that, you need that. I just see what happens to us sometimes. You need those two defensive ends that can make your quarterback step up, because we have the defensive tackle that is going to demolish any quarterback that steps forward. Derek Brown is going to eat anybody alive, but again, you need a consistent outside pass rush to make that quarterback very uncomfortable, to make him step up into the pressure.
Do you think we should go out and get a defensive end this offseason, or draft one, or both?
Get one. Get one.
I would not be opposed to adding a linebacker.
I agree.
I know we'll be getting Shaq back.
Let's give Frankie some help out there, man.
To that point, and I'm glad you just said it, not to cut y'all off, to that point. Now remember, when Shaq comes back, who thrived on that outside pass rusher? Luvu.
Right.
That's really what he did.
Uh-oh, I think we lost him.
And Shaq's a run stopper.
He went on mute.
So, that's what he does.
Yeah.
He's a pass rush specialist. Like that's his thing. But now he's showing his versatility that, hey, I can play inside and I can play outside.
He's working on his pass coverage ability.
He is. Pay the man.
Oh yeah. We have
I
to
think
keep
him
Luvu.
around.
We have
pay
to
the
keep
man.
Luvu.
Mm-hmm.
Pay the man. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
he deserves
I'm
his
on
pay.
board with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And to be honest, like, I mean, with the exception of Jeremy Chin, because I believe he's in his contract year, so I think we definitely need to take a look at that. Aside from that, I don't think we barely even touched the secondary.
Agreed. Unless we get an extra corner, to seal up the corner room.
I would find out what Troy Hill's contract status is. I think he's a keeper.
Keep Troy Hill. We're looking to replace CJ. Upgrade on him. Upgrade on him, not replace him. Upgrade on him.
Fair. And then, looks like J.C. Horn will be able to finish strong, so that's good. D-Jack as well. Yeah, so, I mean, honestly...
We get one more good corner, I think we'll be set.
Yeah, I know we did pick up Shaquille Griffin. I don't know if
that much about him, though.
He did pretty well with the Texans, but I just don't know if that's a long term. A little bit.
Okay. How did he do?
I mean, nothing like highlight wise that stood out, but I mean,
okay. You don't always have to be a highlight man, to get the job done.
Right.
You just got to be consistent. Be consistent.
Captain Munro was never a highlight man, but he got the job done. You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh, he was consistent as hell.
Exactly. But you never noticed it because if you don't look at the stats and you just watch the eye test, it's just like, okay, well, he's not spectacular, but he gets the job done.
Which is fair. I felt like Captain Munnerlyn, he started to kind of evolve into, the type of player that would be able to make those highlight plays. Because I remember some of the picks he made. He had some explosiveness.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
I miss Cap. He was a perfect nickel corner. He was a perfect nickel corner.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I really feel like, and like I said, these are some great points, guys. Definitely the defense really should be the least of our issues with how well they've done this season.
Mm-hmm.
But I definitely agree. If Coach Avero is not in the hat for this team, something's wrong.
Agreed.
Something's wrong.
Extremely.
And with Ben Johnson, what I read was supposedly, according to a lot of rumors out there, he wants $15 million. I'm like,
like $15 million.
And you've never been a head coach? Are we about to screw up a third time?
And
Tepper's been gung ho for this dude, man.
Wait, he wants $15 million a year?
That's the supposed rumor going around.
I hope that's not true, because Jesus Christ, you've done nothing, good buddy. You have no Super Bowl rings to stand on.
You're not even a head coach yet. You have no head coaching experience. What are you doing asking for $15 million? That's ridiculous.
Because that's what happens when you're being hyped up as the next best thing, and you have nothing to fall back on, because I can come to the table and say, hey, I'm a hot commodity.
And Tepper is falling for it again.
It's like he doesn't learn.
He doesn't learn a doggone thing.
You don't get it. You don't overpay for a first-year head coach. Do not overpay.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
he's about to do what?
Yeah, I know he's a South Carolina native. I know he played at UNC and all that.
That's a great story. And guess what? Tepper goes for great stories when he hires head coaches.
Yeah,
why do you think he's going after him?
Except for the coach he let get out the door.
Yeah. If this ends up being true,
He's gonna pay him more than 15. Watch Tepper just dive into his bank account and pay him more than 15. He's already paid for facial recognition software, which we'll never use. I mean, this is stupid.
Oh yeah,
You're using the money on the wrong things. Just because you could buy 15 Ferraris doesn't mean you should.
You can't drive them all.
And
You're an
you
idiot.
remember how much he sold into Rule.
When it comes to
that Rule
managing
giving him
football, you're an idiot, Mr. Tepper.
I mean, gave him a 7-year deal, which
You're still paying him.
Yeah, we're still paying Matt Rule. We're still paying Frank.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot.
I mean, I'm okay with Ben Johnson as a candidate, but not to that end.
No. Not for that much money. No way. No.
No.
Your resume doesn't speak to $15 million. It doesn't.
No, not even close.
It doesn't.
I mean,
would I mind you as a head coach? No, but not for that price.
I mean, his resume is growing, but that's pretty much all I can say about that. I mean, he's got something good going at Detroit. I will give credit where credit's due.
Mm-hmm.
He was a part. He was a part of that. But
I'll give you that. If you're gonna call for that though, you need to have a Super Bowl behind your name.
Yeah.
At this point, I want him as an offensive coordinator. I don't want him as a head coach. He'll never go for that.
No, he's not leaving Detroit to come here to do that.
No.
Yeah,
no.
That's the thing. So.
And I'm not paying him $15 million. That's not happening. So, we've reached an impasse here with Ben Johnson. Next. Harbaugh's not leaving Michigan.
You already know my favorite.
Yeah. I mean, Eric Bellamy is the obvious choice.
Jaro's my he's my 1B. My 1A is Bieniemy.
Gotcha.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right.
I'll take either one.
Because he has the resume to stand on.
Mm-hmm.
I did it in Kansas City. I'm doing it with the Commanders. I'm taking a fourth round quarterback and making him damn near look like Brett Favre.
Right.
Yeah, and if we do get Eric Bieniemy, your playbook, not anybody else's playbook, your playbook.
Exactly. I knew Sam had it in him. You know, I felt like he could break that glass ceiling and get to that next level with the right coach or coordinator.
Oh, Super Trebo says, welcome to the stream, Super Trebo. He says, sup, guys. Do y'all think Scott Fitt may stay or be fired?
He's fired. He's fired.
I know there's been a lot of rumbling saying that his position at the end of the year is not guaranteed. So
you got to be careful about when you fire him. I'm on board with firing him, but you got to be careful when you fire him. Because you don't want to end up with a terrible GM and a terrible head coach at the same time. And what
about Dan Morgan? I mean, Dan Morgan's in the building.
With no president. With no president, mind you.
Like, you mean elevating Dan Morgan to GM?
Yeah, what about Dan Morgan as a GM? I mean...
Well, he's going to follow a lot of the same traits as Scott because he was following him for, 3 years?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just throwing a name out there because it's like he's in the building. Mm-hmm. You know, it worked for John Lynch out in San Francisco. You know, he's a former player. He knows the game. You know, maybe it could work. I'm not saying he's going to be the best one, but it's just a name that I would say maybe he may do something different. Wasn't he here when we had was he here when we had Gettleman? I don't think he was here when we had Gettleman.
I don't know. I don't believe so.
Let me actually find out.
I think he was here.
That's a good question.
So, since 2021. So no.
No, okay. I was just wondering.
But it raises the question: should we continue elevating from within? Like, since we haven't had success with that, should we keep doing it?
No, you're right. No.
Right. So
With,
it's
Yeah, I
a
guess that's
major
fair.
question.
That's fair.
no.
Jaro might have been different. Wilkes might have been different. Those are the two
Right.
exceptions, but otherwise, I don't know. Mm-mm. It's not
No,
working.
that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
No, I mean,
But
if you want to move somebody up from like quarterback coach to offensive coordinator, like say Ken Dorsey back in those days, then yes, I can approve of that. But not from a coordinator job to head coach. When it's not working.
mhm.
Now, if you got
Clearly.
something that's working like Ajaro's working, then yeah, put his name in the hat. And I want Chris Tapor's name in the hat too, because that man clearly understands what he's doing. He's doing three people's jobs at once
That is
just
a
to do
good
his
point.
own.
And
Facts.
that's a load too. That
The
is
special
quite a
teams head
load.
coordinator job is very, very underrated. Because you got to be prepared for any situation to pop up at any time. That means you got to do other people's jobs.
Mm-hmm.
So so looking and like I said, that's definitely
He's
a
in
good
tune with
point.
this team better than anybody right now.
Yeah, especially better than what Frank Reich has done. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Wah, wah, wah.
But yeah. So looking at this matchup, so I wanna dive into this injury report. I mean,
yeah.
they got Ian Thomas practice for a second straight day on limited basis. So looks like
Let me
he
pull it
might
up.
be on his way back. Tremble was limited. Stephen Sullivan was a full participant, which I gotta say, I'm right there with you, Corey. He has stepped up and has made some plays.
Yes.
Yeah. I want to experiment with this dude. I want to find out what he can do.
Yeah. Um, Brian Burns, YGM, Marquise Haynes, out with illnesses, so little bit of a
Mm,
sickness going on.
now, they've
But
been sick,
those
though.
were the only three players that did not practice at all today. Everybody else did practice.
That's good.
Xavier Woods, illness. David Sharp, illness. Taylor Moton, knee. Sam Franklin Jr., quad. And Claudine Cherilus just got designated to return from IR. He hasn't been he hasn't been back on the 53-man roster yet. Claudine Cherilus, linebacker.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, he's definitely not a name that has done much. So
right.
Oh, before you keep going, not to get off the topic here.
what you
Shout
got?
out to the offensive line for last week. We
Mm-hmm.
give the
Yes.
offensive line all types of crap. They stepped up in a big, especially the staples. We give Icky his crap when he needs it. Played a phenomenal game.
Yep.
Yes.
Bozeman played a good game. Moulton played a good game.
Yep.
The two guards filling in played a decent game, but shout out to the offensive line. Y'all actually played a good game in terrible weather. So, like I said, shout out to the offensive line. Gotta give them credit where credit is due. We get on them so much. I just want to throw that little tidbit in there.
I actually saw the PFF grades for them. And I believe I sent them to you, Blitz.
Yeah, you did.
I did?
Yeah, you did. You messaged them to me.
Let me
But
see
yeah,
if I can find them.
they definitely did great. They did a great job, especially
it's
pass
on my
protection
page.
and also opening up holes for the run game. I mean, definitely Miles Sanders and Chuba Hubbard. Chuba continuing to lead the charge in the run game.
That's why he should be RB1. He keeps showing it week after week.
Yeah, and not only that,
There we go.
Chuba's starting to make some noise in like pregame and postgame as well. I see Chuba making a little bit of noise.
Yeah, shout out to the game Game changer and game manager. See where I'm going?
I was like,
Shout out to
shoot.
Cade Mays too with the 81.9 pass block.
Oh yeah, Cade Mays played.
That
He had
dude,
a good
I've
game.
been screaming for him to be put in all year long, and Frank would not do it because of his lack of intelligence with the depth chart.
Yeah.
He was a beast. He was a beast at Tennessee. Wasn't it Tennessee? He was a beast at Tennessee.
Yeah, Tennessee.
Mhm.
Yep.
He was my draft pick, by the way.
And the
Gabe
the rookie,
Jackson. Gabe Jackson
Nash
with
Jensen.
a 71.9.
Nice.
Yep. For pass blocking. That's what we're looking for.
That's what I said, guys. The offensive line played good.
Yeah.
Give them the credit, man. Kudos to those boys.
So we
Taylor
definitely
comes in with
need-
a 83.9. And Icky comes in with a whopping 76.7.
Oh,
I mean, we
nice,
haven't
nice.
had that all year out of these boys.
So
Shout
boys
out
play
to
good,
you.
man.
Much love.
Hell yeah, boys play good, man.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Yeah, we need more of that for this Christmas Eve game.
Now, Gabe did
Please.
give up a sack. But I do believe that this dude could be the answer here at right guard for a while. Till we get Corbett
But,
back. He could be a good
Cade?
depth man once we get Corbett.
So that was our injury report. For Green Bay, I mean,
Oh, it's a long list.
it's
Whew.
a pretty long list for Green Bay.
Good
actually.
grief.
Oof. So
Let's see. Devontae Campbell's one of them that stands out to me.
Oh, yeah.
Jaden
They're,
Reed.
David Bakhtari, their one of their main offensive tackles, is still on IR and won't return this season. So,
Oh wow.
They've got
they
like
got kind
3
of a-
wide receivers on here.
oh yeah, Christian Watson. Oh, Christian Watson.
Yep.
Ooh, uh-oh. Okay.
Luke Musgrave just got
Luke
added with the
Musgrave.
kidney.
Oh yeah.
Oof.
Okay, so they got some holes.
Interesting stuff here.
They do have some folks that were limited practice wise. Quay Walker at linebacker, Jonathan Owens at safety, Aaron Jones at running back, AJ Dillon. Well, a lot of limited participants. So, you know, Dontavion Wicks at wide receiver, limited as well. So, I mean, I guess some of them will probably be good to go come Sunday, but
You probably won't see Devondre Campbell. You probably won't see Jaden Reed or Savage at this point. Christian Watson will probably be a game time decision with the hamstring.
okay.
But, you know, you're looking at a toe and chest injury with Jaden Reed, neck injury with Campbell, and a shoulder injury with Savage. Yeah, those don't heal quickly.
Yeah. Fair point.
I'm betting they won't practice tomorrow either.
Jaden Reed is actually their top receiver, which he's got 592 yards receiving, 6 touchdowns. Although Romeo Dobbs, 567 yards receiving and 7 touchdowns. So I mean,
Right.
they've been pretty active. AJ Dillon, their leading rusher, 574 yards rushing, just 1 touchdown though.
See
But
what we got here.
I have to say, Jordan Love has been playing pretty well. 3,368 yards passing, a 62.6 completion percentage, 25 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. I mean,
He's been killing it.
he's been doing a little something, gentlemen.
Mm-hmm. From Utah State. You don't always have to be from one of those big schools to do something big, man.
Yeah.
Just gotta put in the work and have some heart.
Mm-hmm. Have some passion
He's-
for the game.
I mean, he's the man up now. So Jordan Love is making the the best of it. I mean, I know the Packers are 6-8, and I think they're still in it. Yeah, they're still technically
they're
in
still
it.
technically in it. They haven't been eliminated yet.
Yeah. So, I mean, Jordan Love. I mean, he's going to be somebody to really. We need to cause pressure. We really. This is a game we got to get some pressure on Jordan Love,
which we still have not been able to do.
Yeah. I mean, we didn't even get a single sack on Ritter, so that really says something.
I don't think we've got the talent to be able to do it.
That's what I said. That's what I said. In my opinion, I don't feel like bringing it unless he's. And again, we don't have a first round pick unless he's this otherworldly pass rusher. Go get a vet that has a proven track record, not an old. No disrespect to Justin Houston, but that man was washed up. I don't just. And then now you want to go play for a contender. You didn't do nothing for us. What do you think you're going to do for a contender, sir? You did nothing here. Some contenders are going to want you to do what? Take up a roster spot? No. Go get a young, experienced pass rusher or a pass rusher. Hell, go goddamn Chicago, trade it for Sweat. San Francisco, trade it for Young. Young, athletic pass rushers that make a difference. Go get somebody that is young and upcoming and shows the prowess to get to the damn quarterback. That's it. He don't got to be the flashiest name, but you might find a diamond in the rough. But again, I'm not going to say it's his first year, but we traded up to get DJ Johnson, and I don't see nothing in his skill set that makes him stand out as a pass rusher. No, I don't see it.
Fair point.
We barely even used him.
And that's the thing. Like, why trade up for somebody and you're barely going to use him, and he shows no qualities as being a difference maker in the pass rushing scheme? Nothing. He has no one move that I can be like, all right, DJ Johnson does this. He doesn't have that. He doesn't have a move. And again, I know he's a young man, but looking at his tapes, not just his highlight tapes, but breaking down his tapes when he was at Oregon, I did not see nothing that made him stand out as a defensive end. Nothing at all. Like nothing. I mean, that's why he went where he did. We could have got him in the 5th or 6th round. He still would have been there.
Yeah.
He's not a difference maker on the defensive side. Gross Matos, Gross Matos, at least for me, shows flashes.
Yeah.
You can play him inside, you can play him outside. He at least shows flashes of being a contributor on the defensive line. Marquise Haynes is a speed rush guy. I still hold out slim hope for Barno, but he's a one-trick pony as well. If he doesn't get past you with his speed rush, that's it. There's no counter, and that's the problem with our defensive ends. They have one move. Now, Burns has a couple of them, but his are not working right now. But nobody else has a counter move past the first one, and that's what concerns me about our defensive ends. We don't have that lead dog, and that's why I missed Hassan Reddick. Hassan Reddick was a lead dog. He's come hella high water. I'm getting to your quarterback.
Right.
Yeah, and even for that point, he could play the run well. So Hassan Reddick was somebody that, again, we should have not let get out the building, but stupidly we did. We don't have that guy in the building, so I don't want to bring in another rookie unless he's some phenomenal gem that we haven't seen. Get an established vet that is not past his prime. We don't want Band-Aid fixes. We want long-term fixes.
Exactly.
Bring somebody here that's going to make a difference years from now, not just a year or two from now.
Indeed. Quick comment from Jeffrey Averscos. Welcome to the stream. He says, "What's up, guys? Hopefully we're all going to have a good Christmas. I'm calling a 17-10 Panthers game. Hope I'm right. Anyway, everybody, Merry Christmas." Merry Christmas to you as well, Jeffrey.
Merry Christmas, buddy.
Merry Christmas, my friend.
Much appreciated. But But yeah, Mr. Carolina, you definitely hit the nail on the head there. I definitely feel like having that type of presence on the D line, especially with where we are now, I think it's just really the one missing thing for this defense.
Because you see, when you have that consistent pass rush, and this is coming from a guy that was a former corner, what made my job easy is when I know my defensive ends can get pressure. Why? Because it speeds up the quarterback's clock. As we see with our quarterback, when I'm getting consistent pressure in my face, it's going to speed up my clock because I have to get the ball out quicker, which means my wide receiver is not really going to be able to finish his route because I have to get this ball up because I know that pass rush is coming, or I have to throw a bunch of quick routes. Which, as a corner, I love that because I can just sit down because I know there's only a few quick routes you can run. You're going to either run a stop, you're going to run a skinny post, you're going to run a quick out. Those are the three main routes you're going to run when there's pressure in your face. And as a corner, I love that. I feast on that because that means I can cheat a little bit and poke my eye in the backfield to see if you're coming my way. We need consistency on both defensive end positions, which will make Dante look better, which will make JC look a lot better if he can stay his ass on the field. And I don't know who's going to be the nickel, but it makes your linebackers and corners and safeties look a hell of a lot like all pros when you get a consistent pass rush to the quarterback. That's why the teams that played us look like all pros because our protection sucked. Yeah. And so the defensive end, their corners look like world beaters because we couldn't protect our quarterback.
Yep.
And I totally forgot to mention this. I do got to give them credit. We held Atlanta to 52 yards rushing last week. So
yeah, we showed improvement there.
Yeah,
I still
was
think we have a
definitely
lot of work
big.
to do, but we showed improvement.
Yeah,
So
because
we're improving.
Yes, because if you remember that first game, they had 130 yards rushing on us, and Algier and Bijan Robinson had field days.
Yes,
over us. So it's been definitely a big difference. The second meetup, definitely a huge difference.
My question that brings up is how much of that was done by the players and how much of that was the coaching that finally stepped up? I feel like it was self-motivated players that finally said, I've had enough of this crap. If the coach ain't going to coach us correctly, then I'm going to step up and do this crap myself.
What do you think, Mr. Carolina?
I believe it was a big factor. I believe he's bright. He's bright on both fronts. For this one, it's an accountability as a man. I keep going. It's accountability as a man. I'm going out here. It's my name on the back of this jersey. Yes, your name is on the front. It's my name on the back because it's my name that's dragging through the mud when I miss a tackle or I'm not in my gap like I'm supposed to. It's my name that potential other teams are looking at to either bring into the building or this team is looking to resign. So I have to hold myself. Again, it goes back to this accountability thing we talked about with Bryce. As a player, I'm going to hold myself more accountable than anybody else in that building will because I know at the end of the day, I'm putting my resume on the table for somebody to look at or to come back to where I am at. So if I'm putting out bad tape, all 31 other teams are going to see my bad tape. We already look bad, so let me not compound it. So, and then I was again contributed that to our coordinator. He says, again, I said, Ezra said, no, hell no. This is my name stamped on this. Y'all not going to come out here and embarrass me. Look, catch the system. There's a reason, even in football, when they say it's easier to run defense than it is offense. But that's not to take away from defense because even when you're bringing in new players, you're bringing in a new coach, that system, as Corey, you said, that system, I have to get used to your system and your verbiage. Yes, it may be the same coverage as I ran, but the verbiage is different.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
My foot placement as a corner is different. My gap responsibility as a linebacker is different. My twist as a defensive lineman is different. It
Mm-hmm.
sounds different. So I have to get used to that verbiage. So it may have taken this long, but again, we saw, unlike with the offense until recently, we saw hope with the defense. Okay, there's hope. Y'all bend, but you don't really break. Except for, and again, I was listening to the show the other day, same show you was listening to, Jay.
Mm-hmm.
Besides the Miami game, the Dallas game, and I think, who else was it? Detroit game. Besides those 3 games, every other game, all we needed the offense was to make a play or two. That's it. Because the defense did their job. But those 3 games, we were clearly outmatched. Like, not even a question. Outmatched. But it goes back to believing in a coach that believes in me and me buying into his system.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Again, that's why I'm still going to harp on, and I'm going to keep harping on until whoever gets hired. Do not touch. And I know somebody in that building is listening to the show. Do not touch the defensive side of the ball, because that is actually working in your favor. Despite your incompetency as an owner, that side of the ball is actually working. That is what a coach can look at and be like, I can bank on them to keep me in the game. All I have to do is get this young quarterback rolling, get him some confidence again, get him his protection, get him some weapons, and watch how both sides of the ball start to complement each other so much better. That's all he has to do. Don't touch the defense. Please, God, don't touch the defense. Add a few pieces, add another defensive end, add an extra linebacker, add another run stuffing D-tackle or somebody. That's it.
Yep.
Just get a few pieces, plug in there. Add a nickel, add a true nickel corner.
Facts.
Not these old heads. A young, true nickel corner. Hey, why don't you see what the hell you have in Jamie Robinson? He's over there collecting dust. Maybe he can play the nickel. I'm just saying.
Why'd you draft him as a safety when you were supposed to be drafting a corner? It's the same stupid garbage we keep doing.
See what he
Why didn't we pick up Justin Houston when we were just going to toss him away for dust?
Yeah.
Again, and that goes back
talk
to
about
that
the
Scott
elephant in the room
Fitterer
there,
thing.
man. Come on.
That goes back to the Scott Fitterer thing. Why are we bringing in these old heads that are washed up?
That was Frank. Frank's using Scott to get all these players.
I may be crazy. Y'all can call me crazy on this one. I'm okay with that.
What you got?
I have this smidget bit of hope in C.J. Henderson. I have a smidget. I don't know why I keep pulling out of hope for this guy. I have a smidget bit of hope that he can turn into a decent third corner. I don't know why. He shows me certain plays. I'm like, okay, CJ, that's what I'm talking about. He'll come up and make a hit on a running back to, that's trying to sweep to the outside. He'll stick his nose in there. He might make a good pass breakup. I'm like, okay, he might get it. But then he'll have a Mike Evans moment, and I'll be like, what are you doing?
Exactly.
Yeah. It's kind of the same way I feel about Terrace Marshall Jr. I have such hopes for him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Same. But we don't, and that's the part that burns me up about this organization as well. I'm not saying he's an all Madden, all pro, whatever you want to call him, type wide receiver. But it's like we just said, forget it. Go stand over there. Go be on our practice squad. And that's all we need you for. As if this man wasn't making plays the last couple of years he was here. As if he's not a red zone threat. Which, last time I checked, we can't score in the red zone.
Mm-hmm.
So How about you throw it to your 6'3", 6'4" receiver that has shown the ability to high point the ball in the red zone,
Why
i.e. the
is he
Bengals
collecting
game?
dust on our bench?
I wish we had, and I know as fans and even as YouTubers, we don't get the inside scoop. I would love to know what he did or what's going on that you have a red zone threat that's just collecting dust on the practice squad.
Me too.
I would love to know what he did because outside of Thielen, nobody on that receiving core impresses me. I know Migo's a rookie, but nobody on, and then you're just bringing in bodies just to do something. Nobody that you've brought in has wowed me to the point that you can sit here and do me in a straight face, tell me they're better than Terrace Marshall. There's nobody that you brought on that field. Nobody. I'm like, okay, I can see why you elevated him over Terrace Marshall. No. It's like you're doing it out of spite. And that's what happens sometimes when you have talent that goes to the wrong team. It's like we have talent, and we have a 6'3", 6'4" receiver with talent that's on a team with a coaching staff. Sometimes, to Corey's point, that you don't know how to coach up this player. And if you don't know how to coach them up and play to their strengths in that system, it's not going to work. Matt Rule did the same damn thing to this kid. The same thing. He didn't play him. He was collecting dust. And then Steve Wilkes said, I may have something with this kid. Who do you know started to break out? Oh, Terrace Marshall started to show some potential. Yeah. Wow.
And
the boy can actually play.
And the really sad thing about that is we definitely got clear evidence of that this season, because if you remember, the Vikings game, he was the leading receiver with 9 receptions. And what did they do afterwards? They didn't even play him in the Lions game, the following game. Didn't play him in the following game.
Frank took that offense back over in the Lions game.
He didn't.
Thomas Brown had control of it during the Vikings game.
And folks want to say, "Oh, they just, they just didn't throw him the ball or what?" No, they didn't play him.
He wasn't even out there. He didn't get a single snap.
Exactly. So, I ain't trying to hear that excuse from others, saying that,
Facts.
oh, it's because he's bad. No, you don't take somebody out of the game just because they're not living up to whatever specific expectations. Doesn't change the fact that they contributed in the previous game, and then you punish them?
Right.
By
just
not
because
playing
they're not
them
going to
the
contribute in this
following
game doesn't mean they're not going to contribute in the next one.
Yeah. It's like that.
Makes no sense.
It really doesn't.
It's the way that we wear our talent or don't properly use talent. That's the part that is pissing me off with this coaching staff. We don't properly use our talent, or we run them into the ground. So
we wasted all that money on Justin Houston, and for what purpose? We didn't even use it. What are you doing with him? And then you wait until after the trade deadline to fire Frank, and now you want to make a move on him. Well, now all we're getting back is chump change. You waited too long. Now we're not getting anything back for him. He might have gone for a pick, maybe a late round pick, but at least you get something back for him. I mean, we're not getting anything back for these players.
It's the incompetence of the front office. It's the incompetence of ownership that frustrates me. I'm team this team. It's the incompetence. What are we doing? Again, hashtag MMS. Just makes sense. If I know as a head coach,
it makes sense.
If I know as an offensive coordinator that I have a rookie wide receiver, and yes, I'm trying to make it make sense of why I drafted him in the second round. I'm trying to make it make sense. It's okay to sit him down until he catches up with the speed of the game.
Yep.
It's okay to say, hey, you know what? We
You're
have
not ready
time
yet.
with you. You're not ready.
Mm-hmm.
Your routes are not ready. You're giving up on too many routes. Your hands are not ready. Your
Yep.
route running sucks.
Yep.
It's okay. It's not you right now, but that doesn't mean a little while down the line that can't be you. Meanwhile,
Exactly.
hey, Terrace, you've shown great potential. You've shown yourself as a deep ball threat. Hell, you've shown that you can actually catch the damn ball.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You've shown the ability to get.
Mm-hmm.
You've shown the ability to get open. Oh, we keep complaining that receivers can't get open, but if you look at some of my on the tapes on my channel, when I'm breaking it down, how many damn times has Terrace Marshall been open and Bryce doesn't see him? Either because he doesn't have time or he just misses him completely. The man got open. We just didn't get him the damn ball. As Keyshawn said, just give me the damn ball. Give me the ball. We didn't do that, and so now he's labeled as, oh, he's a bust. Oh, he's a bum. No, he's not. You just didn't throw him the damn ball, bro.
Exactly.
You didn't get the man the ball when he was open. Now all of a sudden he's not a good player because you don't know how to throw your receivers open properly and get him in a position where he can be, an asset to the team instead of just a freaking liability. And you have him over there, and it's not the shit that the thing that kills me about this as well is Terrace is still young. The man's only 23.
Mm-hmm.
So you got a young receiver collecting dust on the sideline for what?
Right.
Like it to me, it doesn't make sense. You're not using them properly. Hell, you're not even using them at all.
Right.
And it's not like he hasn't shown you that he can produce when given the opportunity. So if you know Chark, and again, I love the catch that Chark made last game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it was
But
beautiful. Tippy toes.
let's be clear here. Chark is not a part of the team's future.
Truth.
He's not. Mingo is, but Mingo's also not ready. He's not an outside receiver. Mingo should be playing the position that Thielen is playing.
Mm-hmm.
Inside. There's nothing wrong with that. There's a man that should be going into the Hall of Fame that played that slot receiver position, Anquan Bolden. He's kind of built just like him. He feasted in that slot position. Why not put him in a slot?
Ooh.
Exploit the mismatches. I'm just saying.
Mm-hmm.
It might help his
Play into
career
his
out.
strengths.
It's going against, makes it going against nickel and outside linebackers. He can feast. That way, you would have a Terrace Marshall on one side, you would have a Mingo on the inside, and I don't go get a Mike Evans or T. Higgins on the other side.
Yeah.
You have three, and I know Thielen's going to be here for a couple more years, but let Thielen be that mentor and still play to the young receivers that we already have. And I know they're not going to do it because I know if I'm Terrace Marshall, I'm pissed. I don't want to come back here because y'all misused me. So I'm ready to get the hell out of Dodge. And when I play y'all, I'm going to circle y'all asses on my calendar. I'm going to tear y'all asses up when I come back here. And I'm going to stick it to you because y'all misused my career early on. And I hope he doesn't, but I know he is. Because, again, every former player that comes back here, some way, shape, form, or fashion tears us up. And I'm afraid when Christian comes back
ladies and
here.
gentlemen.
Bro, I'm afraid when we play San Francisco again. I know Chris McCaffrey's going to eat us up.
Oh no, I don't want to think about that.
That list is getting longer every year.
He's going to eat us
Dude, he
up.
might run for 300
Oh
on
my
us.
goodness.
Ew.
Y'all shit. Circle that game. That's going to be a game that you're going to want to have a bunch of adult drinks and cry. Because it's going to be like, Jesus Christ. We traded you for what?
Fetal position.
I want to curl him in the fetal position now just thinking about it. I'm not even kidding. I want to
Shoot.
just like Jesus Christ.
I mean,
He's going to go ham.
that'll be like a step, like even a bigger step above how I felt when Steve Smith ate us up when he played against
Oh
us
my
as a Raven.
goodness.
Bro, that hurt my feelings. Like to know
Oh.
It's
my
like
feelings.
Julius
like,
Peppers
Smitty,
came back and haunted us too.
it's like you my favorite player, but dang, dude, you had to do that to me.
No respect.
Jeffrey says I'm calling Chuba 2 touchdowns this Sunday. Okay.
I like
Okay.
the optimism. But
Hey,
can
why
we get
not?
down the
He's
field
done it
to do
before.
that?
He's done it before. So hey, I'm not against that. Shoot.
Can we get down the field to do that though? Because every time that we think we're having a good drive, something stupid happens. We do that to ourselves. We shoot ourselves in the foot. Stupid penalties. We fumble the ball. We allow the defenders to sack Bryce. Something happens, man. It's ridiculous. And I mean, it's not like we don't have the playmakers, to get the job done. It's just we keep shooting ourselves in the foot.
Yeah. For the most part.
Because we're mismanaging them and we're not using them correctly.
So, looking at this Packers team, I mean, who are really the threats? I mean, Jordan Love, of course.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I guess AJ Dillon on the run game, but like I said, AJ Dillon doesn't really. I don't know.
Yeah, he doesn't strike me as one of a big amount of playmakers out there.
Yeah.
He'll get the job done for you, but I mean, realistically, he's not gonna end up on any highlight films.
Yeah, I wouldn't think so either. I think I'm just mainly. I mean, the receiving game. I mean, they got some folks. I mean, Jaden Reed, Romeo Dobbs, Dontavion Wicks. I mean, Jordan Love. I mean, probably be spreading the ball quite a bit.
Well, secondary needs to be alert.
Yeah, but we've done so well in defending the pass. Like I think we'll be able to.
We've been hurt
that.
a lot by tight ends.
And if we could
though.
just do like we did in the previous game on stopping the run, I think the defense will give our offense plenty of opportunities to score.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We just gotta capitalize. I need to see the same confident Bryce Young we saw last weekend.
Oh, without a doubt.
Like if he can ride that for these remaining games, I think we will really see.
Let's build on it.
Yes, absolutely.
Especially the one on the final drive when he showed moxie. He showed like he drove that field like he was a seasoned vet.
That's a flash of what this dude can possibly do when we put the right amount of talent around him in the right system and in the right way and not misuse them.
Right, absolutely. And not only that, him completing those third down plays, I think was really, really big, especially being they drove down the field 90 yards and just
in the rain.
In the rain.
In the rain.
So definitely,
it's hard enough to do that on a regular field, but in the rain, it's oof.
Exactly, and that's why I just really feel like Bryce will be fine if the pieces around them, he's got to do his job as well.
He's
but
got
if
the
pieces
talent
around him do his job, I honestly think Bryce will be fine. I really do.
He's not going to be the next Peyton Manning or the next Russell Wilson, but I mean, he will definitely take care of business and win you division titles for sure. Once you get him what he needs, so we've maybe driven away the people that are calling him a bust for one more week, but they'll come back in greater numbers.
Not only that, I really just want to see what Bryce can do, like just fresh, better weapons around him, like consistency, and just put him in a position where He just has to do his job. The others do their job. He reaps the benefits.
Yeah. We see all this. They got the blinders on, so we'll see what happens. You just have to put everything together and go around Bryce's system. I mean, there was a lot of talk about using his system in Alabama and bringing that up to the NFL, maybe adding some plays to it. I could see that working. You want to tailor it to your quarterback. We tailored to Cam Newton, and that worked. With a lot
Very
of the
well.
Auburn plays that we used.
Yes. And the thing that folks have to realize, and like I said, I understand that anything can happen, in the future. If it works out, great. If it doesn't, it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But we cannot sit here and say that Bryce Young at some point has not been successful. Otherwise, he would have never won a Heisman Trophy. Otherwise, he would have never done what he did at Alabama. And there were even reporters and analysts saying that they saw flashes of Alabama in that Falcons game.
There you go.
Play to his strengths.
Let the man cook.
It's like that's what good coordinators do. Okay, what did you do well at this school?
Mm-hmm.
How did you thrive under this system? Let me find out what you did well at your previous stop. That way I can get that implemented here, so I can get you playing your best football, which makes not only you look good, it makes me look good.
Mm-hmm.
Kudos to Thomas Brown. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So, I mean, looking at this game, like I said, they can definitely win this game. Green Bay's not great, but they're not trash. So,
It is possible. We caught him at a bad time.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Oh yeah, absolutely,
Yeah.
absolutely. And
they could just as easily turn it back around though and say, we're done being beat down by all these teams and finally turn on the Jets and wake up. So we got to be wary of that.
Because if anything, they can continue to play
50-50 chance of either one happening. So that's a tough one for the people in Vegas that are betting on this thing.
True. Very true. But yeah, I really think just they do what they did. Oh, kudos, Eddie Pinheiro, Special Teams Player of the Week. Congratulations.
That man should get Special Teams Player of the Week every week, as far as I'm concerned. That man has been balling.
I have to say, I know recently dealing with the Joey Slies and then, having Gonzalez, which, he was good as well until he got hurt. But Eddie Pinheiro, ever since, last season, Eddie Pinheiro has definitely taken over as our kicker. And you know what? I say we ride him for as long as we can.
I want to point something out as far as that goes. Because when you talk about the last two kickers before him, this was before we brought in Chris Tapor as our special teams coach.
That is true.
We kept kicking it to the left of the goalpost. And we were trying to figure out what was going on there. These guys were healthy at the time. And it was the same issue when we brought in who was it after we got rid of Gano? Same issue.
Joey Sly?
Yeah, Joey Sly. Same issue. And we're trying to figure out what's going on there. Well, Chris Tapor figured it out and he fixed it. We have never had that problem since.
This is a good point. And not only that, Pinheiro's only 28 years old.
Yep.
He's still a youngin'.
Yep.
He's a youngin'. So, and now that I think about it, I think that's twice now that he's had the upper leg on Atlanta ever since, the botch field goals in the overtime game. But yeah, he hasn't really made that mistake since. So this is good, you know. So congratulations, Eddie Pinero, Special Teams Player of the Week. Really, really good.
Take a bow, my friend. Take a bow.
Indeed. I really just thought it was so funny going back to that Texans game where he was just talking to Johnny Hecker's like, look, I'm gonna make this field goal, and then you're gonna carry me piggyback ride across the 50 yard line. Like, oh yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. But nah, Pinero's been doing an excellent job. So definitely happy to see that. And you know, it would have, you know, that Falcons game, it would have been nice to get into the end zone, but you know, they played it smart and just made it a chip shot for Eddie Pinero. Just like, you know, hey, take care of this. Like, oh yeah, I got you. So good stuff.
The biggest
there.
thing is we took care of the ball in that situation because there's so many times when people don't take care of the ball, they get greedy and they think, oh, we need to get 7. Nope, take care of the ball. We've had so many turnover issues, you know, in the past because we don't take care of the ball. And kudos to Chris DePore for calling that, you know, and saying, we got to take care of the ball. And we got our win. We didn't need 7. We only needed 3 to get it done. Yeah, it cost us the ability to get a touchdown, but hey, we still got the win.
Yeah.
And in the rain, a lot of fumbles happen.
Yeah, exactly. Did you see Chris?
The Falcons had 2 of them in that game.
Oh yeah, we caused one. Shoot.
Oh yeah.
Shout out to Troy Hill.
That dude's balling.
Yeah. Did you see Chris Tabor, the clip of Chris Tabor in the locker room kind of dancing with the players? I'm just like, look at this dude.
Hey.
That's right, when you're having a good time, man. Like, that's what happens. You're having a good time. You're enjoying yourself.
When you win, you dance.
I mean, not even Frank Reich did that when we won the Texans game.
Yeah.
But yeah, Chris Tabor up here just dance with the players. I'm like, okay, I see you.
That's the energy you
feeling
want.
Yourself a little bit.
That's the energy you want in that locker room. That's what makes players want to play for you.
Indeed. Definitely, I love that energy. And
you show that love to your players, they'll show it back to you.
I really hope to see more of that this Sunday as well. Damian Hernandez, welcome to the stream. He says, I miss Eddie Pinero. He also says, as a Bears fan, I would like for y'all to lose to help us out with the draft pick, but since y'all play the cheese balls, which I hate them with all my heart, I hope y'all beat Green Bay. Which is fair. That's fair. The cheese balls.
The cheese balls. That's a great one.
Yeah, indeed. And this is the second to last home game for the season for Carolina. I know folks have been taking advantage of them low ticket prices to, you know, attend the game. So
actually, they haven't. If you've seen the pictures of the stadium during that Falcons game.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
Oof.
Yeah. I retract my statement. Yeah, that's fair.
This is the response you get when you put in facial recognition software when you should be investing in your players and your coaching staff.
And then okay. I gotta bring this up. Cam Newton. Okay, bro.
Let's go.
His most recent video titled "I Can Save the Carolina Panthers." Cam. Let me talk to you, Cam.
Here we go.
Cam, dude, you don't want to go down this road again. Cam, come on, dude. Like,
let him know.
We've done this song and dance before.
We've done this already, man.
Cam, I love you. Like, I got your Funko Pop, for crying out loud. But Cam, dude,
I do too.
Cam, I want you to be successful and really enjoy yourself. You know, you're doing your
Oh
thing.
God.
You got your show. You know, it's awesome. It's funny. It's great, dude. Do you,
Don't come back.
like I would rather you go somewhere where you can be utilized and be successful, and they play to your strengths without there being some sort of like backlash or whatnot. Honestly, you you
As a
came back.
quarterback, no, I don't endorse you coming back. As a president, yes. And let me tell
Okay,
you why. Because uh, he's more in touch with this team than anybody else out here right now. He
I
understands what's
agree.
going on.
true.
I agree.
Um, you
He
know,
understands the fans.
my thing is he
Yes,
doesn't have the
absolutely.
experience though to be in that upper level position. But were he to coach such as a certain player that I mentioned to you, Blitz, um, that just left a college team as a head coach. He's already been a player
Ah,
and a head coach, so he's seeing both sides of it now. Now,
yep.
bump him up to that president's level and let him make decisions once he's learned about this team and understand what and is in tune with everybody.
For those that don't know what he's talking about pretty much one of the hardest hitting safeties to ever play for the Carolina Panthers, and Mike Enter.
That's
After
correct.
dinner,
Campbell just let him go as a head coach. So, with that experience now under your belt, you've seen both sides of the ball. Let's put you up in the box now, making decisions. If you can prove that you can make business like decisions, that benefit our team, I'm all for it. Green light all the way. As long as you understand this team and are in tune with it and what we're doing
Okay,
here.
so it's a nice summary. Mr. Carolina, any follow up?
I would love to have Mike after dinner mentor here. That was
Yeah.
that was
I
that
think
was one of
Cam
my
is
favorite
more
guys.
in tune with it than anybody right now.
Yeah.
Cam, Cam gets not only the locker room, he gets the
Hmm.
culture, he gets the fan base.
And he could get
As far
people
as
excited to come here too.
Yeah.
and he would because he knows how to. He has embraced Charlotte, like he has embraced
Hmm.
the Panther organization. Even when they, our previous owner and coach, whatever, did him wrong. Um, so with that in mind, again, nobody knows the game as well as not just former players, but former MVPs.
Right.
Yeah.
So if he gets what it takes to be successful here, unlike said columnists who will remain nameless on the show has never played a game in their life,
Ah.
um,
Plus,
he
Cam
kind
has
of
had success with business as well with his YouTube channel, so he can tell you like he can make money. He can do all those business decision making things that you need him to do.
yeah, because you've done it, you've lived it, you know
Yeah,
what it takes to get to that certain plateau. So
yeah.
again, this is a
I
guy
greenlight it.
who
I greenlight it. Cam
yeah,
Newton as president. Let's do it.
because you got to remember at his peak, nobody was seeing Cam. At
Mm-hmm.
his peak, whew, no, that's
Mm-hmm.
like that's a different animal.
People were
So
terrified to game plan around that man.
you
Number
got a
one.
quarterback that's 6'5", 250 pounds, and runs a 4.5.
He's
You got
basically a 6'5" running back.
with a cannon for an arm.
Right.
Yep. Not to
So
mention, voted number one by his peers out of 100 players.
and then that's the part, and I know we've already talked about this, but that's the part that pisses me off about said journalists talking about uh, talking about it as if he was tweeting from his mom's basement.
Kimberly Martin.
Like mom, I wasn't gonna say her name. She didn't deserve that. I was gonna name her name.
Oh, that's okay. I'll take responsibility for that. Continue.
Oh my God. But yeah, that's what I'm saying. When he's coming from a place, he's coming from a place of Heisman Trophy. He's coming from a place of MVP. He's coming from a place of I set records
Yeah.
um,
Yeah.
as a quarterback. I've
Mm-hmm.
basically carried an organization on my back for years
Mm-hmm.
with I love the way Ryan Clark put it. An aging 30-year-old Steve Smith. Now Steve was still my guy. An aging Jeremy Shockey. A coming into his own Greg Olson, and where your leading running back only had 800 yards rushing.
Right.
You carried a team in your rookie year. So when Cam is talking football, he's talking from a place that none of us have or will ever see.
Right.
Because he was at the height of football, and somebody pointed something out to me. That's not to get off topic, but somebody pointed something out to me that pissed me off even more when I watched, because I've watched videos several times, and every time I look at it, her point just angers me more and more. But to the players that were on that panel, spineless. You gentlemen up there are spineless.
Let him know. Let him know.
Facts.
Who was it? Dominic Foxworth that is over there doing the choking motion, whatever the hell he was doing.
Yeah.
God, man.
You're giggling and laughing, and I forgot the brother's name to the left of her. I know he's a former player as well. I think he played Damian Woody. He was Damian Woody. That was to the left.
Okay.
And I don't know who the other brother was, but I've never seen him in my lifetime, sir. And Orlowski. Now, if you gentlemen know, especially you backup Orlowski, Mr. 15 touchdowns to 13 interceptions or whatever the hell it was.
Ooh, ouch.
Ooh, get him.
Your career was a career backup.
Mm-hmm.
You never reached the heights of Cam Newton. But you can say something critical, and she doesn't mention what the hell. Sir, you were a career backup for your entire career. You played 12 years, and you couldn't amass more than 15 touchdowns in your entire career. And you played 12 years. Nobody says nothing about him. Nobody says nothing about Foxworth, who was a borderline. You damn near a backup corner your entire career. You didn't last no more than a few seasons your damn self.
Mm-hmm.
None of you, Damian Woody was a decent offensive lineman, but he's no first ballot Hall of Famer. So nobody talks about these gentlemen, and you gentlemen sit up there and let this woman disrespect one of your fellow brothers that has played the game, and nobody said nothing.
Yep.
Nobody said, "Oh, don't do that. Don't do that."
And then you got Skip Bayless that has made a career out of his nonsense too, chiming in to the point where everybody can't stand him. Even Shannon Sharp decided he didn't even want to be on the Undisputed anymore, and he runs his mouth too.
I bet you he wouldn't have said that if what you call it, Shannon Sharp was still part of Undisputed.
Facts. Well, he still would. They would get into it right on camera.
You're like, Skip.
Oh, absolutely. That would be a full-fledged angry argument right there. The way those two have been interacting lately.
What's that?
What does Skip Bayless say?
The usual nonsense.
I'm about to say, because I don't even watch that anymore.
I don't either.
Yeah, I haven't really.
The usual
since
nonsense,
Shannon Sharp
man.
left, I haven't really kept up as much as I used to. I mean,
Shannon was the only reason I watched that.
Yeah, same here.
So,
I can't stand Skip.
Because I like.
He gets on my nerves.
Yeah, Skip. Oh,
Skip. That's what I'm saying. And we take the glasses off, but that's it. To the point where
he has no experience at all on a football field, and yet he's just behind no camera and a mic and saying whatever he wants to say.
And he played some low. I think he played low level college basketball. I don't think he played college basketball. It was low level.
Yeah. Nobody takes his stuff seriously.
but it's the fact that you as men sat up there and just let her disrespect. Y'all didn't say, "Oh, Cam's an MVP. Cam's a former MVP. Cam has gone to the
Colin
Super Bowl.
Coward too
Cam has rookie record."
joined
Nobody
in.
said, "Yo, don't do that." It's not like the man still can't play. It's just again, to Ryan Clark's point, either teams don't want you or you can't play anymore. And to me, it's not that Cam can't play anymore. It's that the teams don't want him because they understand his personality is huge. That's just who Cam Newton is. Can Cam Newton? Do I simply Cam Newton can play? Absolutely. Can he play at the level that he once was? No, because Father Time is undefeated. But you're not
And
going to
his
sit here and tell me
injuries,
there
too.
are 32. There are 32, but you're not going. Nobody can ever sit and tell me right now, literally on today, that there are 32 backups better than Cam Newton. You cannot sit here and tell me that and actually want me to believe there are 32 backup NFL quarterbacks that are better than Cam Newton.
That's a fact.
I won't believe it. So to her point, you're not on a team. He should be because I'm pretty sure he can help a few teams out. So it's not for his talent. And his clothes have nothing to do with who Cam Newton is as a person. And that's the part like, stop. Who cares about what the man's wearing? Your bank account can't even come close to his.
Yeah.
Yep.
Let's keep it real.
So the man made $100 million. What is your net worth? Like, come on.
Exactly.
And if he want to come out there in a chicken costume, who cares? Because the man's worth $100 million. Who cares?
They just hand out media camera badges to anybody these days.
You could dress up like a furry. It still wouldn't matter.
You know what I'm saying? And you people wonder why folks really don't tune into ESPN talk shows anymore because you let garbage like this, and you
I
wonder why
haven't been
former
watching
players.
that stuff for years.
No, and that's what I'm saying. You wonder why former players get their own platform. They're like, I don't need ESPN. That's the joy of social media. You don't need ESPN. Like, remember back in the day, Corey, I know you're probably younger than us, but Jay, back in the day when SportsCenter was the thing, like that's how we got caught up on everything.
Yeah.
Was sports.
Yeah.
You don't need sports. You have YouTube.
Exactly.
Hell,
That's why all the former players are going to YouTube and making careers
because
like Cam is right
I
now.
can get all the highlights on YouTube.
Exactly.
I don't need you.
I remember I used to watch, what was it, NFL on HBO for all the weekly highlights.
Oh, yeah.
Shoot, now just go to YouTube.
That's what I'm saying. YouTube, first it was Malika Andrews. Now it's this said person.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that ESPN just allows them to openly attack former players. And I'm going to. I saw a video the other day too, and I know I'm off topic here with this one.
No,
it's just something that was infuriating to me. If y'all remember, it was the damn, who did he kick for? It was the former punter. Oh my God! I was just looking at his highlight reels.
Do you remember where he played for?
I don't know if it was Denver. It was Buffalo. The former punter for Buffalo.
You're talking about oh man. Oh, Matt Ariza?
Ariza was falsely accused.
Right.
But what did Malika add? What did they do? They brought up that again. The man was all charges dropped.
Yep.
Why are you bringing up something where he was falsely accused of doing something, but you're trying to make a point to smear his name even more?
Because that's what they do.
This is the
they
crap.
don't care about the positives.
It's especially with the accuser mutually agreeing to drop.
That doesn't get them views. That doesn't get them attention. That doesn't get them ratings.
And that's the part that angers me. It's like you put, again, everybody has a right to you have freedom of speech. You have a right to state your opinion.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But if you've never put on a helmet, if you've never been at practice, hell, if you never even played powder puff, why does your opinion, in your mind, hold more weight than the guys that have gone through the rigmarole of pee-wee, travel, middle school, high school, college, and it's like the percentage. And Marcellus Wiley, I love that brother. He articulated it very well as well.
Mm-hmm.
The small percentage, and I want everybody to realize, a small percentage makes it to the NFL.
Yep.
Right.
Small. From that percentage, you know how hard it is to reach that next superstar level. I don't think people realize how hard that is.
Facts.
Not only that, to reach that level, to be voted in the entire NFL as the best player in the entire league. You know how hard that shit is?
Facts, bro.
All these superior athletes. Cam was voted number one.
Mm-hmm.
Not by media, by his peers.
By his peers.
Mm-hmm.
Not somebody holding a camera, not somebody holding a microphone, not somebody that's never played the game.
Facts.
The men that are playing the game with him said this was unstoppable. That guy was on another level. So how dare you disrespect this man that put in the work to be the best player at his height. Again, at his height. Again, that's why I said when he says game changer, game manager and game changer, Cam Newton has been both. Cam Newton has been a game manager.
Yeah.
And that doesn't mean you suck. That doesn't mean you can't play. But please just don't the game. Don't throw picks. Don't fumble the ball. Keep the chains moving.
Right.
Cam Newton has also been a game changer where he is throwing for multiple touchdowns, running for multiple touchdowns, throwing for over 300-something yards. Cam Newton has carried, again, we keep talking about this, carried a no-name receiving corps to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That is not a game manager. That is a game changer. He changed the way the quarterback position is played even today. So you, my sister, do not speak on a man whose resume most folks will never touch in their lifetime because it's hard as shit to get drafted. It's even harder to become a superstar. It's even harder to become an MVP. And it's even harder to be voted number one out of how many players are in the NFL. So when he speaks, damn the close. Look at his resume. This was something I wanted to say the other day, but I was like, I didn't have time. But you can't speak on a man that has put in the work that Cam Newton has because it's so easy to talk about the way he dresses and you forget about all the other stuff that he did, not only for this community.
Right.
The man puts in work in the community.
That hasn't even been talked about.
Yeah.
He has a 7-on-7 team, but he's out there coaching the kids.
Yeah,
Giving
sure is.
back to the kids. Why don't we talk about that? But no, but you're worried about his clothes.
Facts.
Yeah.
How many of these kids that went to Cam Newton and played on this team is now in college, getting a better education, improving their way of life? Because Cam Newton brought them to his team and he's giving them real NFL quarterback experience. But you're not talking about that. You're worried about his clothes and talking about a man tweeting from a basement. You probably couldn't afford to live in a man's basement.
Woo!
How about that one? We want to throw jabs.
Dang!
You couldn't afford his basement, man. We're looking at the way you're dressed.
Come on with it.
We're looking at the pound of makeup on your face.
Come on
we're
with it.
looking at that terrible wig on your head. You look like a Teletubby on television, man. Stop it. It's all bad for you.
Not the Teletubby.
Put her ass in the rain and let that makeup fall off her face and take that brown wig off her head. Then show me what you look like. If we're going off looks, and take off that goddamn hot yellow ass fingernail shit you want to put on your finger. That stupid ass shit. It don't even match your outfits half the damn time. But you just have that bright ass fingernail on. Take that shit off. It doesn't match. Look ridiculous. I'm sorry, yo. That shit. Every time I see her on that screen, it just pisses me off. Because you have the audacity. You have the mitigated goal to talk about somebody, and their outfits look like they've been outdated since the 1950s. What are we talking about here? Like, what are we doing? I'm sorry. It had to come out, and it's coming out today. It did. Woo! She looks like your grandmother took her to jabs out here, y'all. and you look ridiculous. I'm sorry. She just looks like Jesus Christ. She looked like somebody's auntie that sat at the back of the church because she knew she wasn't invited to the function, but she just wanted to be there, and she couldn't get no better outfit, so she went to the thrift store and got the hand-me-down outfit with the flat-bottom shoes on. That's what Sim looked like, and they threw his goddamn wig on her head and just slapped her with the Krusty the Clown, make that shit on. So get your ass on camera and say something that we think is educational. That's what you look like, man. That is what you look like. You look basic. You want to call somebody? You look basic. You are basic. Take that makeup off your face. You look like a basic shorty from Southeast DC. You look basic as hell. You look basic. You're not cute. You're not above average. You are a basic person that they put a camera on and slap that stupid ass wig on your head. It says you look smart. No, you're not.
Dang, he's going Kevin Samuels on this chick.
I can't stand. You're past your prime. You're on television with them fake ass eyelashes. That goddamn your eye makeup looks stupid as hell. It doesn't match your shade of skin. Your damn lip gloss looks dumb as fuck. That doesn't match what you have on.
Not the lip gloss.
Oh man, Jesus Christ! I can't stand her. Every time I see her on her face, I cringe because she's going to say something dumb, and I'm coming at you because you came. Not only did you come from my favorite player, it's the way you came after him. It's the way you did it, and you have no resume to speak on besides the fact that you're a female that they put a fucking camera in front of and says, "Say something intelligent." Boom! Well, you have a job. Congratulations, you played yourself. You're on camera now. Don't bring your black ass back to the cookout because you're not invited. Don't bring your black ass to the cookout. We're going to cook you. Take your ass where you are because in this black community, we don't fuck with you over here. You are banned. You want to sit and talk about this? Nah, Slim. Nah, you lucky I couldn't get on camera. I'd have cooked your ass. Right there. I'd have been on that panel like, who the fuck are you? Oh, wait a minute. I'd have calculated your ass. Wait a minute. What did you just say? Basement.
Oh, man.
You look like you just crawled out the basement. She looked like, as a matter of fact, she looked like it. That's what she did. She crawled out of the basement. She looks like it. That's what she looks like. Come on, coming to this damn stool with me. You want a balloon? No, I don't want your goddamn balloon. You creepy ass motherfucker, you. I don't want nothing that you have. That's what she is. Your name is it for the rest of the day. Just like Frank Wright was Joe Kane's dad, your name is it. Your name is
tearing up right now. I'm so tearing up right now.
My bad, I had to go to that just made me mad. And you can't say stupid shit. You can't say stupid shit. And then you don't have a leg to stand on. And Slim does not have a leg to stand on. Besides that weak ass chair and them fake ass fucking heels that she has on that look like she got it from Payless. That's what she looks like.
Whew. Dang, I think I just slaughtered myself.
You're going in.
Oh man.
This man is going in.
I'm sorry. I know you. I want you to plan for it too because I would love to do a back and forth with Slim. I would love to go back and forth with you. Please do, because we want to know where your credentials are, ma'am. Who gave you that job?
That's a
You
good
need to
question.
get Tombstone, Ike Turner, backslap, get some respect on the name. Who put you up there? You see, get somebody to rap across the beat, get some respect around here. You need to rap across your beat. Somebody should have been like, yo, sit your $5 ass down for I make change. You needed one of those moments. That's what somebody should have gave your ass.
She
Sit
probably
down.
she probably Rasputia her way into the job. Oh man, how you doing?
Oh God, Jesus, let her in. Let her in, Jesus.
Oh,
Right,
man.
just let her in the door. I don't want no problems. I don't want no problems. Let her in the
Oh,
door. Jesus Christ, that's what I'm saying.
Ooh.
You have nothing to stand on as far as football. So, again, this is not to discredit any female,
Right,
but
right.
when you're
Right,
gonna
right,
come,
right.
when you're gonna come with this argument, make sure you come to the argument with a Dan Orlovsky, who's sitting on your panel, who has zero credibility. He wants no smoke.
God.
No smoke. Dude with Foxworth, and Foxworth, I got a bone to pick with you, my brother. How dare you sit up there with your hands in the choking position laughing and shit? What is funny? That this woman is disrespecting another brother on national television? Y'all niggas up there, I'm sorry, Jesus Christ. I had a good moment. My bad. My bad. Y'all up there laughing like this shit is funny. But that's one of your brothers. And I don't mean because we look the same, but that's one of your brothers from the football NFL community.
Right.
And y'all sitting there giggling and laughing and shit like it's all good. That's what I said. Where they knew who to put on that panel. And I'm gonna say this very very classic. They knew who to put on that panel at that moment because nobody on that panel was gonna check her.
Right.
Facts.
Not because she's a female, but because her point had nothing to do with what Cam Newton said. It was based off of looks.
Right.
Facts.
So you went for the juggler on his clothes. Then you're going to talk about this man again as far as tweeting from his mom's basement, tweeting at me. Why the fuck would he tweet at you? Who are you?
Exactly.
Yeah. Seriously.
You don't have a click mark on Twitter.
Y'all remember when? And that's why I love Captain.
You're
Mullen,
nobody.
Captain Mullen
You're
too.
just another anchor.
Y'all remember when? Y'all remember when Captain Mullen was in Buffalo and we had the joint practices and him and Cam was going back and forth. The one line that I would love that Cam Newton said that he would say to her, he's like, "Are you dumb?" That's what I wish he would say to her, like, "Are you dumb? Are you
Exactly.
stupid? Do
There
you
are
not
so
know
many
who I
things that
am?"
he could have said, and he didn't. He kept it respectful.
He could have cooked her.
Oh
Ryan
my
Clark
goodness,
could
he
have
could
cooked
have.
her. Kwame Brown went in, but he didn't go as in as he could have.
Facts.
They could have literally. That's what I'm saying. Let a man have done that to one of the female panelists. They gotta apologize.
Right.
Facts.
This is true.
They played a clip where they made Jalen Rose apologize to one of the female analysts. The man had to straight up apologize for something that he said that he had nothing. But these women can attack these former players with no repercussions. Now, Malika Andrews has somewhat learned her lesson. Like, you might want to sit down and have several seats because they're going to cook you. I'm going to say the stupid name. Miss Martin, you're going to fuck around and find out.
Facts.
I'm just going to say, you're going to fuck around and find out. How many of these people really have your back? Keep fucking with these former players.
Yeah.
That have actually played this game at a high level. I'm not talking about the bums that was sitting on the panel with you. I'm gonna call it what y'all bums. And again, shame on you.
Goes for the
You're
rest of them too.
Yeah.
Who sit here
That's
and
right to
it's
find
like,
out.
Gigi, Kiko Gigi is funny. It's not funny.
No, it's not funny at all.
And don't forget, she also doubled down by saying, Zach Wilson and Dak Prescott were pretty much the exact same, and I'm just like, what?
What? Yeah.
What are you talking about? What?
You don't know football, yet you want to run your mouth.
I mean, what quarterback's been benched like 3 times since he debuted?
Exactly.
Zach Wilson.
Like, you just showed your ignorance as a media person.
But yet she still has a camera in front of her face. Why? Because they had to meet the female quota.
Like, you're comparing
It's
like somebody
ridiculous.
that's barely made a splash to a dang on 2-time Pro Bowler and somebody that won Rookie of the Year. Come on now. Come on now.
You can put a camera in front of anybody's face, and I can call you a reporter.
Right, exactly.
Shoot.
So that's what it is. They put a
It's
camera in front of
ridiculous.
Look at Andrew's face. They put a camera in front of Kimberly A. Martin's face and say, "Hey, young black female, seasoned female, say something." Oh, okay, that sounded intelligent. Give her a job, Charlie.
And that, I honestly didn't think it could get any worse than LeVar Ball talking about how his boys could beat LeBron and Michael Jordan. I'm just like, oh.
Jesus Christ. And you didn't think it get... It's like that line when people say, and that's why they was like, don't ever say that line. Oh, can't get any worse. And it always gets worse. It always gets worse.
Every time.
We didn't think it was going to worse than LeVar. Then it did. And then it did again. Now, would I love to see her? Here's my thing, but I know it will never happen, and it would be a dream scenario. But I know he would handle it with class. I would love to see Kimberly A. Martin and Cam Newton in the same room on the same panel.
Ooh, you sure about that? Uh-oh.
I would love to see that.
Me too.
Uh-oh.
I would love
to see it.
I want to see
Because
Cam roast the heck out of her.
I would love to see her have that same smoke for Cam when he's in her face.
Facts.
I love people
Anybody
that talk
can say
about
that in front of a mic and a cam, but when you say it face to face, it's totally different.
It's different.
I didn't say none of those things. I didn't. No. Man, you liar.
It's easy to say that in front of a bunch of yes men.
Exactly.
That's all them gentlemen were with yes
Say
men.
that to his face.
Like, here's what I don't get. You mean to tell me none of those guys on that panel couldn't have like slipped her, like their phone just showing like Cam's records, like just kind of being like, you know, kind of nudge and be like, hey, you might look at this. Ain't nobody tried to do that, like.
And that's the part that angers me, though, fam.
Nah. Let her sink like the Titanic because she didn't put in the effort to learn about him. She didn't do her homework before she started spouting her mouth off. So she gets what she deserves out of this.
Dang, Corey's like Bump trying to rescue her. Let her sink.
Let her sink. I'm done with this. The media people get away with all kinds of crap, and they don't do their homework, and they keep spouting their mouths off, and then they want to act like they didn't say nothing and they backtrack. Nah, y'all said it. It's on camera. Go back in the VOD. Y'all got caught with your hand in the cookie jar. Now you're paying for it. I don't have any sympathy for these people.
Zero.
Oh,
none.
Man. Whew. Couple of comments. Damien says, so let's get caught up here. He says, hate that I'm saying this because I think Cam is a diva, but I think Cam coming back as a player would be a good thing for y'all because he can help teach Bryce to get better. Mr. Gemini disagrees. He thinks like we should, have to let Cam go. He's not coming back. Them days have been over with. Damien.
Oh my goodness.
Damien doubles up and says, you don't have to sign him for a big contract, just 1 or 2 years till Bryce is ready to be elite. Gemini says Skipper Colin Coward. Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a really tough one. I'm not too crazy about either. Damien says Skip is a white version of Stephen A. Smith, who is a male version of Malika Andrews. Dang.
Wow. I saw that comment earlier, and I was just like, "What?"
Wow. Damien says ESPN hasn't been the same since Stuart Scott passed away.
That's true.
May he rest in peace. Indeed. He also says, I swear y'all should do a roasting show. This is more entertaining than watching Will Smith slapping Chris Rock. Dang! Okay. We'll take that.
Hey, love it, man. Love it.
Oh man. Glad you're enjoying yourself, cuz.
Absolutely.
Oh man.
Hey, anybody that's enjoyed it, like and sub, please.
Oh man. But Mr. Carolina, you broke me tonight.
That was hilarious. That was hilarious, dude. And I got no love for the media either. So,
This dude said she looked like it.
I was like, come on with it. Come on with it. Get it off your chest, man.
I'm just sorry, yo. I'm just like, I can't stand
that made me think about the clip where he was like, "Hello, Georgie." Oh man!
Oh god, my chest hurts. I can't.
I can't breathe right now. Okay.
That makes two, but
Deep breath.
Hey, Candy. That's what he said.
Oh my god, I'm so glad I'm streaming right now so y'all can see my perspective on this too.
Ooh, man.
Oh, God. I mean, but as I said, that's the part that pisses me off about her. Like, how dare you? You goddamn hemoglobin. It's like, Jesus Christ. It's like, she looked like the motherfucker off Little Shop of Little Horrors.
Oh, man.
That's what she looked like.
Oh, man.
Go on.
Oh, man.
That's what I said. Just put a fucking little daisy on her head and give her some little fucking leaves for arms. That's what she looks like.
Hey, Mr. Carolina taking us back to Little Shop of Horrors. Let's go.
That's what she looked like. Little Shop of Horrors with a big ass fucking lips and a meaty ass head and a pound of makeup on her goddamn face. Like, you have no room to talk about anybody's appearance. Looking like somebody's auntie's auntie.
Oh man.
That's what I'm saying, yo. She's just like, you can't say shit about somebody when you look like the way you look. And then your first thing is about somebody's appearance. And the fact that the whole black community was like, I know this motherfucker did. I know damn well she's talking about somebody's appearance, and you looking like one of the fucking Teletubbies. I know damn well. Teletubbies. I know damn well. You look like Miss Piggy. You look like a dark skin version of Miss Piggy. I know damn well. You ain't talking about nobody.
Hey, she looked like Dipsy.
Looking like who shot John and got away with murder. You don't sit your ass down. I can't do it.
Oh my goodness.
You got away with
my goodness.
Oh man. Sit your $5 ass down so I make change. Like, don't do it. Don't do it, madam. Somebody's basement. What shit? Have you seen Cam's basement? Huh? They gonna let you podcast in there. Like, man, can we see your credentials, please? No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, I didn't say your potted plant credentials. I need your press pass credentials. Hideous creature, you. Christ.
Hideous creature, you.
You scare small children. You stop it right now.
Ooh. Shoot, bump the Packers Panthers preview. This the roast show. Let's go. This the roast show.
For real, this is it right here.
We just rolling with.
Jesus Christ! I like, how many times she had a blonde wig on her damn head? That don't even have your skin tone, Shawty.
Hey, Damien says looking like Joanna Man.
I'm just saying, how many times she done wore them bright ass yellow fingernails? Like, how many times that don't match her outfit at all? It matches nothing she has on. Look at most of her videos. She has that bright ass fingernail on, and it doesn't match. Why, ma'am? Why do you have that on? Who told you that was okay? Who dressed you this morning? Did you get dressed in the closet? Did they turn the lights off in your dressing room?
Somebody didn't want to tell her the truth, I guess.
She got dressed in the janitor's closet. I knew that's what it was. It's okay. You got dressed in somebody else's basement. You got caught up for real? They didn't tell you they loved you? Your husband put you out. You had to put your makeup on in the car. I noticed your wedding ring ain't on no more. Where the hell your wedding ring at? You took that one off? Your husband said, "Get your motherfucking ass out here with your ugly ass." God damn it! I saw you with the lights on. God damn.
It looked like it. Hello, Georgie.
I just them looking like you don't sit your $5 ass. That's just get your ass out of here.
Oh man.
Jesus Christ. I think you put on a pound of makeup on your face, you think you look good. No, ma'am.
Ooh.
You're just covering up your blemish. Stop it. That makeup does not make you look better. Because we know when that show's over and that makeup come off your goddamn face, you have to ride home and you put that fucking baseball cap on to cover your big ass forehead. You don't stop it. Fuck you. You have a 5 head. You have a goddamn skier slope on your motherfucking forehead. That's how big that shit is. You don't stop it. You stop right now. Goddamn fucking eyelash so big I thought your ass was gonna fly off the set. Get your ass out of here. What the fuck going on?
I can't.
See, Miss Martin, what you done did. See what you done did.
Oh God.
See if you would have just behaved. If you would have just behaved. See what I mean?
David Screw says that would have been a scary remake of Miss Doubtfire if that woman started it. Yikes.
Oh man. Oh man.
Okay. I'm done.
She probably one of those that could be like the second coming of like Tisha Campbell when she got her head stuck in that headboard.
It's not funny, Martin.
Oh man. Oh man.
And I'm glad everybody came to Cam's defense. I'm glad all the real people that came to Cam Newton's defense. Yes. Am I Cam Newton homer? Absolutely.
Yep.
Did I call him out when he sucked? Absolutely. But am
Uh-huh.
I going to stand in his corner always because he was a Panther, and once you're a Panther for life? Absolutely.
Indeed.
So, ma'am,
Oh, God.
don't you come for our greatest quarterback in Panther history. Don't do it.
But
Don't
you
do it.
You gotta give Cam credit. He handled that in a respectful way.
Yes, he
and
did.
his response, he did handle that in a respectful way. So gotta give him credit. I know
Oh,
it's
my God.
easy. I know we're
So
having
many
fun. I
good
know it's
guys.
easy to lash out, but I gotta give him credit
Oh.
for
Absolutely.
being respectful about it. But yeah, she definitely
That was
opened up
fantastic.
Pandora's box with
She
that.
deserves smoke. Cam, you can be respectful. I'm not going to be. You can be respectful, good buddy. She's going to get all this smoke. You going to get all of it. That's why I said, don't bring your ass back to the black community. Don't you bring your ass back over here. Don't you sit in that beauty salon. I'm going to burn the shit out your neck with your hot ass, your goddamn BBs on the back of your neck. I know your hair nappy as fuck. I know it's nappy as shit. That's where you wear that goddamn wig. Your hair is nappy as shit underneath that hot ass wig. You stop it right now. That hot comb shit broke when it went on the back of your goddamn head. You
Oh, my
stop it right
goodness.
now.
Damien says, looking like Greta from the Gremlins.
Yes, I love yes.
Absolutely.
In the face,
Oh man.
in the face of my Coming to America voice. In the face.
In the face. Oh man.
She
Oh,
look,
man.
she deserves it. Cam and Ryan Clark, appreciate you guys for being respectful and gentlemen and scholars. We don't have to be there. We
Oh,
don't have to be
man.
there. So you're going to get all this smoke and then some. And I hope it burns.
Every bit
I
of
hope it burns. You have a meatball. I hope it hurts.
You know what? I would have been like this. I don't know if y'all watch pro wrestling, but I remember LA Knight was known as Eli Drake back at Impact Wrestling. He had a dummy button. Every time he hit this dummy button, it goes, dummy, yeah. Honestly, if I was there, I would not hesitate. She would have like kept saying stuff like that. I would just hit that button. Repeat it.
Have a friend Sanford button. You big dummy.
Just be like, dummy, yeah.
you
You big dummy.
You big
Just-
dummy.
Like that's what I do.
Yep.
Like,
And
and hopefully with that incentive, that would make her, sort of like rethink and just be like, you know what, I probably shouldn't, certain subjects I probably shouldn't touch on, or
Right.
maybe I should just
If you
hold
don't have
in
the
what I'm
knowledge,
really,
just don't. Just don't.
because I'm saying I'm serious. Her saying that, and then not too long after that, her saying Zach Wilson and Dak Prescott are practically the same. It's like, okay, really,
At
you
that
just
point,
stop.
you
Oh,
just proved yourself totally ignorant.
Oh, you had something to drink before you came on stage today. I understand. You had a few drinks. Okay, I understand. Nobody told you. Oh, okay, nobody told you we switched top. Got you. Okay, this is not Scotch Wednesday. Okay,
Yeah.
that's not what we're doing here, man. We can smell that you've had a few from over here. By the way, your eyes are a little bit droopy. We see that from over here. Okay, you look a little bug-eyed, but you look droopy at the same time. We're kind of confused. Which one are you? Are you surprised or are you tired? Which one is it? I'm confused. Okay, are you baked? Are you half baked? Or are you just a little drunk? You're a little tipsy. Which one? What are we doing here? If you're going to say something on live television, and the fact that on live, of course, y'all know it's live TV, you can't take it back. We're looking right at you. She knew she couldn't take back. If you look at her face, she knew she couldn't take back what she just said.
Right.
So now I have to stand on it. And I said this shit. It came out. I was trying to think this, but I said it. Damn. Now I got to keep going with it. Now I have to say something that I think is funny and clever. Oh shit. That came out. Well, at least the guys up here are kind of laughing. But wait. Oh shit. I have to go home after this. I forgot. I'm on TV and people are gonna cook my ass after this because I said something stupid.
You know what? I'm looking at a clip of her right now. I gotta be honest. She kind of looks like a Wendy Williams mini me.
Oh Jesus! She just got more meat on the bone. That's all good. She got a little bit more meat on the bone.
Oh snap! You're gonna love this one, Mr. Carolina. Damian Hernandez says, "I bet she relates to the chick that got offended because her date took her to the Cheesecake Factory."
Dang!
Bars.
Yo, it is so funny because myself and Mr. Carolina did reaction videos to that clip.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we cooked her, and she deserved all of that smoke.
Absolutely. Yep.
Oh my god, I would die if I go to the Cheesecake Factory. I cannot go into the Cheesecake Factory.
A woman like me,
why should it that looks like this? Like this. Just...
She was basic too. She was basic.
Absolutely.
I mean, my whole thing was like for the first date and that revealing of a dress, it's like, how's the dude even gonna be able to focus on you and not your assets?
Idea.
It's like, come on.
Because she left everything up to my imagination. I had to guess. It was just like, no, you're not gonna see the goodies, but homeboy, you gotta earn this. Cool, no problem.
Yeah, let him know. Let him know.
I got you.
And
you were on a trial period.
And really, just looking on X and social media, it's just like, just doing a search of the name Kimberly Martin. There's like just so much.
God.
I mean, but it's her fault.
Yep.
It's her fault.
She did it to herself.
You did it. Nope. Nobody was really talking about you. Nobody was really thinking about you. You came for a former MVP as if he was your co-host, seats to the right of you. And I think that's the part that is upsetting a lot of folks. You came at him as if, again, he was your co-host 2 seats to the right of you. Like he was for all 12 years. And again, shout outs to him for being in the league for 12 years. But for 12 years, sir, you were a career backup. That's what you did, was be a backup quarterback. So why does your opinion hold more weight than a guy that came into the league as a superstar rookie quarterback setting records left and right? Why does what he say hold more weight? Make that make sense. But you can't. But of course, he's not going to check you. So you're not going to say anything to him. So you have to say, and again, this is not to take a shot at him. Do your thing, sir.
Yeah.
Kudos to you.
True.
But for what we know about you, good buddy, you didn't do much of anything at all while you were there, but your opinion, for some reason, nobody calls you out on. Why is that? Because, again, you're part of the ESPN community. Nobody's gonna say, oh, "Okay, well, we can't talk about Dan. Dan's one of our favorite guys, so we're gonna go up here and you know, we're gonna back him up, and we're gonna tell him, everything's okay, and he's our friend. So no, you are hot garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Not gonna sugarcoat that one. You sucked, and yes, I'm looking at it right now. Matter of fact, gentlemen, this is the same man that played for Detroit, Houston, Indy, Tampa, Detroit again, and LA. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, so let's let this sink in here. This is a man who had his best QBR came in 2011 for Indianapolis. He had an 82.4 QBR rating.
Oh.
Kudos for you, good.
Okay.
Kudos for you, good buddy. But this is also a gentleman. Let me see here. Let me make sure I get my facts here right. You had, yes, 13 career interceptions and 15. Okay. So for your career that spanned from 2015 to 2017, okay, you had only, gentlemen, Jesus Christ, Cam had more than this in his rookie season. For his career, again, which lasted 12 years.
Right.
I'll give both of y'all two guesses. Don't look it up.
Okay.
What was Dan Orlovsky's career passing yards over 12 years?
Maybe 3,400.
Close.
I was gonna say it's 3,600.
Okay.
You're going in the wrong direction.
Oh, lower? Okay.
Lower.
3,200?
Lower.
What?
2,900.
Okay, 3,000.
Dan Orlovsky in 12 years, gentlemen, had 3,132 passing yards.
That's it?
That's it?
In 12 seasons.
Wow.
Darren Orlovsky in 12 seasons had 15 passing touchdowns to 13 interceptions in 12 seasons.
It's funny because Cam's rookie season, he threw 4,000 yards.
Right? Cam had more than that in his rookie year. His career passing percentage is 58%. 58%. Not to discredit him, but again, to Ryan Clark's point, you have somebody on your panel that was a career backup.
Mm-hmm.
But you're not saying nothing about him.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I gotta throw this out there because I know my brother might be watching. He's an Eagles fan. Now, as y'all probably heard, Jalen Hurts has tied the Cam Newton record for a number of rushing touchdowns in a season with 14. But let me remind y'all something. You go and look at those rushing touchdowns from Jalen Hurts, and you look at the rushing touchdowns from Cam Newton. Did Cam Newton use a tush push? I'm waiting.
Nope. Raw power.
Raw power.
Raw power.
So, yeah. I have to throw that out there.
Raw power.
Cam never had to use a tush push. I'm just saying.
And he was just a different he was a different breed of quarterback, and that's why I said most folks like they don't understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so to our panelists to the other right of her, Mr. Foxworth. We get to this point. Kudos to you, good sir. You played in 78 career games with 8 career interceptions.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. You played. You played 6 seasons. You played in only 6 seasons.
Oof.
Your best season came in 2009 with Baltimore when you had 4 interceptions. Awesome. You were never named to an all pro game. Not once. But you had the audacity to sit up there and hold the choke sign. Maybe you're saying she was choking out her career. I don't know.
Mm.
But then you had the audacity to laugh about her comments.
Oof.
And I think
Oof.
that's what Mr. Clark was saying. Like, you guys are never, and even in your playing careers, never touching the height of where Cam Newton was. Not where he is now, but where he was. And that's why I said most folks are like, they don't understand. From somebody like myself that was trying to make it to the NFL, and I can just speak from my perspective, it's hard as shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's hard as shit because you're not only competing with people in your state. I was competing against people in the whole East Coast.
Right.
Down south, Midwest, West Coast. You got cats coming from overseas.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to make an impression. So for Cam, coming from Atlanta, Georgia, which again, I got family down there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice size, it's a big city.
Mm-hmm.
To make it from Atlanta to Florida, transferred over to, he had to go to a lower JUCO school, then to go to Auburn. Again, you're not factoring in how many high school kids are coming out, how many other JUCO kids were coming out, how many big name school kids were transferring down so they can go to the school of their choice.
Yep.
He won a championship down there. He won a championship at Auburn. You turn that into the millions of people, the millions of men that are trying to get to the NFL. You became the number 1 overall pick out of all those people.
Mm-hmm.
That is super hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
Because they're saying you are better than all the other 200 other players that are being picked. Not only that, you are better than the undrafted players that are trying to come out. Not only that, you are better than the free agent quarterbacks that we could have signed.
Mm-hmm.
You, sir, are our top priority. And then you throw in your rookie year for over 4,000 yards, which is a rookie record. You accounted for 14 rushing touchdowns in your rookie season.
Yep.
A rookie.
Yep. Broke Peyton Manning's rookie record. Yep.
Yep.
So it is super freaking hard to get there. So that's what I say when you're speaking on him, Kimberly A. Martin.
Right.
Understand where this brother came from, what he did, how he did it, and the hard work that it took to get to the position of being an MVP quarterback.
Facts.
For a team,
on this man.
Please, for a team whose leading receiver was a tight end.
Yep. Greg Olson.
He had, again, kudos to those men because they put in the hard work to get there. Jericho Cotchery was past his prime.
Right.
Yep.
Ted Ginn had been given up on too many times.
Yep.
Philly Brown, an undersized receiver that was balling out of his mind. Devin Bunches of Funches. These are names that did not go to any time besides Teddy. I think Teddy G may have gone. And Mr. Olsen. These are not anybody that you would say are first ballot Hall of Famers. nobody on there. But Cam said, I don't give a damn. I'm a game changer. You motherfuckers are going to reach my level, and I'm going to carry your ass to the promised land. And that's what he did.
Oh, yeah.
That is a game changer. Because we all watched that season together, fellas. We all watched that season together. Cam Newton that year had a refusal to lose mentality.
Right.
I refuse to lose. But we also had one of the greatest linebackers to ever play this game on the other side of the football.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what happens when you have a game changer on defense and a game changer on offense. Now, I guarantee you, Kimberly Amart, you wouldn't have that smoke for Luke Kuechly because his credentials damn sure speak for themselves.
Facts.
Yep. And then some.
Let him come after my boy Luke, man.
It's like Luke Kuechly was one of those generational linebackers.
You ain't about to come after him now.
Linebackers.
Right.
I think Luke Kuechly would be a hell of a positions coach.
Oh,
hell,
absolutely.
I think Luke Kuechly would be a hell of a GM because he knows how to evaluate talent. I'm gonna be honest with you. We picked Luke Kuechly. I was like, who? For what? Because at the time, remember, we still had Beeson.
Yeah.
I was like,
sure
why? Why are we doing that? Excuse me, Luke Kuechly. I can eat my crow. Let me shut my ass up. You turn out to be a monster. Jesus Christ. And I'll be honest with y'all. I can say this as a grown man. It broke my heart to see Luke Kuechly not only crying like that, but then to see him retire.
Yep.
Right.
He was the exact model of what a Carolina Panther player should be.
It broke my heart. I damn near cried. Because I'm like,
he set the bar and nobody's been able to reach it since.
Because Luke Kuechly is a defensive version of Cam Newton. They set that bar so high for middle linebackers, nobody's going to reach it.
Ever.
Nobody, you can't reach this. It's too high up there. As good as Bryce Young, and I'm going to speak it, as good as Bryce Young is going to be, and I said this before, he will never, ever be Cam Newton.
Right.
We can't hold him to that standard because it's not fair to him. He'll never be a 6'5", 250-pound quarterback that can run over not only your defensive end, your defensive tackle, your linebacker, and your safety at the same time. That's not him.
Not only that, going back to a second with Luke, the fact that you had a guy on defense literally playing chess against Peyton Manning
and winning 3/4 of his entire playbook in one half just got checkmarked.
Like, that's pretty impressive.
I've never seen anybody do that. Not even Brian Urlacher.
I'm calling out your plays as you're coming up to the line, as you're speaking. I'm telling you what you're about to do.
Nobody.
Not only that, I'm calling out your audibles too. I know where you're going. And it's funny.
Before the ball's even snapped.
He knows what you're doing. That's the funny shit. When I listened to Greg Olson's interview one time, he was like, "Can you just put the backup in? Because like Luke is fucking up our plays. Like we can't even get the plays off because he knows what we're about to do. Like just put the backup in, shit, so we can fucking get a look and we can know what we're about to do." That's how smart. His teammates were so annoyed with him in practice. Like move, shit. We're trying to get the play off. That's what said. Luke was just at a different level, bro.
And we're talking about a quarterback that's made a career out of audibles, too.
It's just like his film study was second to none.
Yeah.
And that's what I would have loved to have been at a practice to see him and Cam Newton go back and forth. I would have loved to see the little trash talk between those two.
But see, the thing that stood out a lot about Luke is, with his intelligence, the dude was like a film study guru.
Absolutely.
He knew his shit. He knew his shit. He was like, there's nothing you can show him on the field that he had already seen you do in film study for hours and hours and hours and hours of watching film.
Mm-hmm.
Like he took his job seriously.
Mm-hmm.
I'm the leader of this defense. I'm not afraid to get in that. Again, we talked about not a while ago. Accountability. Luke
Mm-hmm.
Kuechly was going to hold every person on that defense accountable.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't give a damn if you get it. I remember seeing so many mic'd up performers. Luke's like, get his ass off the field. I'm like, hold on. I'm like, hold on, I'm a grown man. What you mean get his ass off the field? Don't you get me out? Of course, nobody's gonna talk back to Luke. That's a big guy. You're like, oh, wait a minute. Okay, never mind. Let me get off the field.
When he speaks,
But
you listen.
you listen because he has weight behind his name.
Mm-hmm.
Luke came in averaging 100 tackles a season.
Yeah.
Because this is what he did, and that's what I miss about watching these games. I miss not only the fun of Cam Newton playing and giving the ball to the fans and the dabs and the dances and the celebrations. I miss the Luke Kuechlys. I miss the guy that was all about football, the guy that was Clark Kent on the sidelines but Superman on the field.
Oh yeah.
I miss those days of him and Thomas Davis wrecking havoc, of Kurt Coleman and
Coordinators were
Peanut
having
Tillman.
trouble figuring out what to do against us.
What the hell are you going to do? The prime years of Julius Peppers and Mike Rucker and Chris Jenkins, I miss
They
those
were
days.
intimidated.
Like
those were the glory days.
Like I can imagine TD and Luke. I bet you I get more tackles than you. All right, I'll take it.
Bet. Let's go.
I got you. You buy dinner afterwards?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right, cool. Those are the glory days. Now, is our defense? Do they have those two leaders like that? No. But has our defense been solid? Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to see our offense resemble something of an NFL offense. That's all I want to see. Look like something we'll be proud of. And again, that's why I'm so proud of Bryce and the offense on that final drive, because it looked like something like, hey, that looks like football. Okay, you guys might actually know something. And the fact that they still showed emotion. I love the fact that they're getting fired up. I love the fact that DJ Chark got up and showed some emotion after that catch. Hell of a catch, sir. Like they showed that even though we only won one game, we still give a damn. That's all we've been acting for is some type of progress. Be better than you were the week before. And we can say that this team was better than they were the week before. Bryce didn't light the world on fire, but Bryce was better than the week before. Our offensive line was better than the week before. Our wide receivers, even in the I can't get my words, torrential downpour of rain, actually played better than the week before. We look like a team that if we would have looked like this from day one, we wouldn't have only won 2 games. If we had the right leader at the time. If we had an owner that would shut the hell up.
Yep.
And stay out of the way.
Stay out of the way.
Stay in your own lane.
This is a very interesting comment from Mr. Gemini. He says, this might be an unfair question, and I don't know why I'm asking, but out of Luke, Pep, and Smitty, who would start bench cut?
Oh, don't do that.
Don't do that. No.
I'll take that one first. Okay. Luke, Pep, and Smitty. Start. Shit.
I don't. It's kind of near impossible, Mr. Gemini.
It really is.
I'm gonna be the bad guy here. I'm okay with that. I start Luke. I bench Pep and I cut Smitty. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That hurt to say that. Like that shit. That hurt. Cause Smitty's one of my favorite. Y'all don't leave me out here by myself. Don't leave me out here by myself.
Corey, I defer to you. Corey, you go down.
I'm actually with you on that one. I start Luke, absolutely. I'd bench Pep and I'd cut Steve. Yep.
You see how hard that is to say?
Mm-hmm. It is.
That's wow. Steve Smith's my favorite.
What are you doing this to us, Mr. Gemini? Why,
that's
man?
Not fair, dude. That's not fair, dude. That's not fair. That's not fair.
I love you, man, but why are you doing this to us?
I guess I'm last.
It's your turn. It's your turn, bro. It's your turn.
Yeah.
Dang it.
Yes. Come on with it.
Steve Smith's my favorite player, though.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Come on with it.
But I have to be smart about this. I gotta let my fandom aside. I gotta be smart about this.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I have to. I hate to say this, but I gotta be real. Start Luke, bench Pep, cut Smitty. Like I gotta keep it real. Like fandom aside, bias.
Oh, now he says you don't have to answer. Now he says it.
You wrong for
bro,
that, Mr.
you wrong for that.
You're wrong for that, Mr.
Wow, bro.
That's terrible. I respect it though.
How about this, Mr. Gemini? Let me know your answer. Let us know your answer. Since we answered, what's your answer?
Painfully,
right.
We painfully answered. That was painful. Oh my god.
But you know, a player that I don't think gets mentioned enough and still holds the record for career interceptions of the franchise, Mr. Chris Gamble.
Oh, Campbell was a beast.
Yep.
Yeah.
He was definitely our first shutdown corner.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely our first shutdown corner.
I mean, 96 pass deflections,
he
27 interceptions.
Did he go to Ohio State?
Yep. He was at OSU.
Mm-hmm. Don't ask some more questions like that again. Don't ask those kind of questions.
Who everybody thinks nobody good is coming out of Ohio State anymore, by the way.
I don't know
he played his whole career with Carolina.
Yeah.
So it is possible.
That's one thing I gotta give him. But man, that was
I miss those days, dog. I miss those days. It was just. Now we talking about it. See, now I feel like looking up YouTube highlights. Those were literally the glory days.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
The glory days.
Yeah,
it's not like we've been a Panthers franchise forever, but those were the fun games where you look forward to these guys playing. You look forward to seeing Chris Gamble step out there, or hell, Stephen Davis, or Deshaun Foster, or
you knew exactly what all these players were going to give you from the start to finish. Every game, every play, till that clock hit triple zero.
They were consistent, and that's the part. It's like we loved watching these gentlemen play because those were the fun days when they were having fun. It's like this team has gotten away from that fun. That's why I said Cam Newton.
That energy's gone.
It was a presence. It was his mere presence on this team that elevated everybody around him.
Yep.
That's a game changer.
You felt confident when you came out there with Luke Kuechly.
Hell yes. It was like, oh, Luca, we got. If Luke Kuechly's on that field, it's like, oh, we got a chance. So you're saying there's a chance.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Luke got he got his cape on. Oh, it's over for y'all.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
It's over for y'all. You ain't got to tell me but one time.
And I have to say, my favorite Cam Newton game-winning drive is actually a tie. There's between two particular ones. One is, of course, Seattle game-winning touchdown to Greg Olsen. I mean, that's definitely up there. Secondly, do you remember the game-winning touchdown he threw to Dominique Hickson in the Saints game in the rain? Like, I went crazy when that play happened. Like, I won't ever forget that play.
Man, I want to go back to the glory days.
Yeah.
Back to the glory
I'm with
days.
you.
Mr. Gemini says it's hard. It's extremely hard, and I don't even want to answer, but same. I'll say start Luke, bench Pep, cut Smith, but then again, Smith had the more longevity than Luke, though, but Luke is still great.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did. That's what I said. Smitty was that dude. It's not taking nothing away from Smitty, but Luke, if I'm thinking about generational talent, Luke was. You don't see linebackers with Luke Kuechly's instincts, with his determination, with his leadership. That's a rare quality. Now, not saying you see a C. Smith everywhere, but I can go find a 5'9" dog wide receiver. But Smitty was on a different level. Don't get me wrong. Smitty was on an entirely different level. But Luke was just different. You knew he was different.
Different
and then
breed,
Pep,
man.
Yeah, different. And then Pep, that Julius Pepper speaks for himself. Julius Pepper was a just physical freak.
Yep.
If Cam Newton says, I didn't realize how huge this man was until he stood next to me, and Cam Newton's not a small guy, that's how you know how big Julius Peppers is.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It's like, Jesus Christ. Okay. Please don't hit me. All right.
Like, just the scariness of the closing speed that Julius Peppers has coming off of that
was
line.
Terrifying.
Like,
I would not want to be an opposing quarterback seeing him come at you. Nope.
I mean, we're talking about somebody that had 159.5 sacks.
Oh, my God. You might as well go ahead and sit down and take the sack.
Man, like...
And it still looks like he could play.
Yeah, I mean,
that man
43 years. He's only 43. I mean, but just... Yeah, I'm just...
556 solo tackles, 161 assists, 159.5 sacks, 21 fumble recoveries, and 11 interceptions.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
And had some good yak on those interceptions as well.
Mm-hmm.
He did.
Or maybe it's yards after
you couldn't bring him down.
Julius
He was
Peppers
too physical. He was too big.
6'7", 295 pounds.
You're basically a linebacker size.
Yeah. 6'7".
You're not bringing that down once he catches that pick.
Exactly.
And that right there, gentlemen, that's solid muscle.
Yeah.
Julius Peppers wasn't a fat dude. That was solid muscle.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
He was what's my boy's name for Cleveland? He was what is his name? Defensive end for Cleveland.
Oh, Miles
Garrett.
Yeah.
He was Miles Garrett before Miles Garrett.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Definitely.
Pep was that dude. Defensive Rookie of the Year, 4-time first time all-team first pro, 9 Pro Bowls, 2000s All-Decade Team, 2010s All-Decade Team, Panther Hall of Famer, and named one of the greatest. He's even named one of the greatest Bears of all time.
Yeah, and we're talking about somebody that's in the top 5 in NFL history of sacks at number 4.
Mm-hmm.
6 defensive touchdowns from a defensive end.
God.
Yeah. Oof.
That's what I said. Why did you pose that question? Why did you pose that question? God, because now I feel like I want to take it back.
Oh.
Because nowadays, still to this day, one of the biggest arguments is who was better, Julius Peppers or Luke Kuechly, and even that's a tough one.
Yeah.
I want to take it back, but I can't. I want to take it back, but I can't. Oh, I want to take it back, but I can't. Okay. Luke Kuechly, 1,092 career tackles,
Ooh.
12
Oh
and a
my
half
God.
career sacks, 18 interceptions,
Yep.
God.
7 forced fumbles, 9 fumble recoveries, 2 defensive touchdowns. One gentleman, 1,092 career tackles. Defensive Player of the Year, Defensive Rookie of the Year, 5-time First Team All Pro, 7-time Pro Bowler. 2 times he led the NFL in tackling, but 3-time Butkus Award winner, 2010 All Decades Team. It's just like,
Imagine if he had kept playing, dude, and hadn't had those concussions. Like, my God.
He still would be a beast for sure.
somebody that was only
He'd be the
was
best
6'3",
linebacker ever out there. There'd be no debate.
6'40". He only played 7 seasons. That's it.
Yeah, and that's the crazy
How
thing.
many did Ray Lewis play? How many did Brian Urlacher play in comparison?
Let's see, Ray Lewis.
Because, like, if Luke had played as many as those two had, my God,
Ray
can
Lewis,
you imagine what those stats would look
17
like?
years.
17 years, yeah.
17 years. Can you imagine what Luke's stats would look like after 17 years?
Whew, something that could have been untouched.
Untouched for
Oh,
decades.
Yeah.
Nobody's coming near it. I don't care how good you think you are.
Because I remember when I first heard about him, it was like, coming out of Boston College, I was just like, what? Huh? Who's this
Who
dude?
is this guy?
Yeah,
it's like, who?
Like, okay.
My
Then
thought
once
was, he had been terrorizing my Clemson Tigers, with Boston College. And I knew who he was, but I was just like, well, can you translate that to the NFL level? And we really needed an offensive lineman at the time, so I was like, okay, well, we need to go for an offensive lineman. I saw we drafted Luke, and my first reaction was, oh no, we neglected the offensive line again. And then we started to discover who Luke was, and I was like, oh my God, am I ever eating crow?
Yeah. And the thing was, when he came in, he was, outside linebacker because we still had John Beeson in the middle. And then, of course, he went down with the Achilles injury and then shifted Luke to middle, and just the rest is history.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Like,
I love
just, I bet Coach Ron Rivera was like, whoa, okay, you just became a starter.
immediately.
It's like, okay, say no more. Just keep doing your thing. Yay.
Yeah.
And of course, Ron Rivera's a defensive guy, so he was feeling himself.
And a linebacker.
Yep, and a linebacker, also a champion. So, yeah.
I love that somebody put in a comment. It said he said pretty much, he said, jokes aside, and as dumb as he looked, I don't know why about dumb, but he's like, I always enjoyed Cam Newton's breakdown of team. And they puts the caption, you've been watching film, too, huh? That's cool, watch this. It's just it's the swag that can't, it's the fact that you did that during a game.
Yep.
You've been watching film, huh? That's cool, watch this. Like, how many quarterbacks are going to have that kind of moxie to do that to somebody in the middle of a game? And then we're not talking about I believe that was A.J. Hawkey said that too. Clay Matthews.
Clay Matthews, yeah.
Clay Matthews, he said that too. Who was another beast linebacker.
Yep.
to say that to him in the middle of a game, as you're going through your cadence, Cam Newton he didn't break stride.
Right.
Hey, why did he watch the? Oh, you've been watching the film? Huh? That's cool. Watch this. And why did it was like Jesus Christ? I wanted to fall out laughing, and I did because that shit right there is hilarious. That shit is hilarious. But that goes to who Cam Newton was as a player, and again, all the things that he brought to this organization, all the things that he did. That's what I said, fellas. It's a different swag with Cam. And I know.
And you know what's interesting? He actually broke down that play on his recent video on YouTube. It's funny because the moment that Clay Matthews called, watch that wheel route, Cam Newton was like, oh, we definitely have to score on this one. Like, we don't have a choice. This is going in. So apparently he had Christian McCaffrey on an arrow route. And what made it so easy was because the two defenders zeroed in on Greg Olsen to the point where Greg Olsen just went with the continuation of it. And that's why C-Mac was so wide open. Because Greg Olsen wasn't making a pick. He was running his route. But because the two defenders closed in on Greg Olsen, because let's keep it real, Greg Olsen is also a red zone threat.
Yep.
That gave such a big opening. Because when you go back and look at the play, because Cam ran the footage of the play multiple times when he was discussing this, that's why C-Mac had such an opening from the point of when he ran his route to the point of when, he caught the pass from Cam Newton. And it's just like, it was just the way that it was executed was just fire. Not to mention, like you said, Mr. Carolina,
absolutely flawless.
Like Cam getting in those words, those casual words, and not breaking cadence. I mean, play clock running and everything. Like,
you've been watching film, huh? That's cool. Watch this.
And delivered. Dude, you know what that reminds me?
Incredible.
That reminds me of Michael Jordan when he was on the free throw line and he had the conversation with Dikembe Mutombo, and he was like, "This one's for you. Close his eyes, hit the free throw."
I was Jordan-esque. I remember that was funny as hell. Like, bruh, this one's for you, baby. I'm gonna close my eyes and hit this free throw on your ass real quick. Like, fam.
It's like,
it's the moxie and swag that most players like don't have, and I said that's what I think. Like most folks forget. Not only the fact that it's hard as shit to get there, but to play at that level against other grown men that are getting paid just like you are. But you're just saying, hey, God gave me that extra notch that this is how much better than you I am. I'm going to close my eyes and shoot this free throw.
Yeah.
Or I'm not going to break cadence and...
Oh, I think you went on mute. Oh, there you go.
My bad. I'm going to not break cadence and still execute the play I want to execute as I'm talking to you about a play that you think is coming. But watch this. It's something that you enjoy as a fan, bruh. It's just the overall joy, man, like that I really, really, really miss. And that I pray we don't have to get to that level, but goddamn it, shoot for that level. I'd be okay with that. Like, bring the fun back to the team. Make it fun. And I think Bryce Young has the capabilities of bringing fun back to the organization. Now, do I wish he would kind of do? Well, I don't know because Cam is Cam, but would I be okay with him handing the balls out to the kids? Yes.
Dude, I miss that so much about Cam.
That was class. Like that was.
Mm-hmm.
I care about you as not only a fan but as a person.
Mm-hmm.
And I would give you a fist bump. I would give you one of my braces just to say, "Hey, I care."
Yep.
Mm.
That's what I said. Cam was different, bro. And they said it's just hard to describe. Cam was just built different. And I said I miss those days.
Because
I miss.
we haven't been doing it since Cam left. I mean, he even did it when he came back. Like,
Yeah.
you know, it was something special about that. And not only getting to the point where, like, he got his teammates to do that as well. Because, you know, that became a thing. You know, just to the point, score a touchdown, Cam would be like, all right, do your thing. Give it up. Give it up.
Give it to the fan. Who did he say that to? That's the longest touchdown in my career. I think it was Funchy. He was like, that's the longest touchdown in my career. He said, longest mine too. Now go give it to the fan. Yeah, mine too. Now go give it to him. It was like he wanted everybody to be involved and he wanted everybody to have fun. And like that was the joy, fam, that Cam Newton brought. And listen, fun fact, just to plug this in here. Plug this in. 8 years ago today, right, Cam Newton played one of the best games by a quarterback in NFL history. 340 passing yards, 100 rushing yards, 5 passing touchdowns.
Ah.
So when he's talking about game managers and game changers, you throw for over 340 yards and you rush for over 100, I think you have a right to have an opinion about quarterbacks that play in today's game.
Facts. If anybody
And
does, it's him.
And then the fact that you had five passing touchdowns.
5.
I think you have a leg to stand on there, good buddy.
Yep.
Not only that, but still, like, with him being the first player in the NFL, I mean, 30,000 passing yards and 5,000 rushing yards. Like,
oof.
And guess who he did that against?
Denver.
The New York Giants. Y'all remember that game?
Giants.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yep.
Sure was.
It was lighting New York up.
Yeah.
Touchdown pass to Teddy G. Touchdown pass to Greg Olsen. He rushed that RPO long run that he had where he got hit out of bounds. Cam was just the corner route to Philly, the slant route to bunches of punches.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I mean when I say, yo, we would just, and then Cam was the one that's going to run down the field and celebrate with you.
Oh, yeah.
It was a different level of fun, bro. It was just,
and then I remember you remember the celebration he would do with the quarterbacks, the juke and shoot.
Yeah, the Euro step.
Yeah, the Euro step.
Uh-huh.
Had him, Derek Anderson, and Joe Webb doing that.
Yup.
Oh, man.
Shit, Teddy G had 2 touchdown catches that game.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, sure did.
Cam was just... And then the game-winning drive after they tied it up. And do y'all remember Cam Newton's face when he had the towel on his head and he was like, okay, you left me too much time on the clock.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to make you pay for it now.
Yeah, like, that's that swag and that confidence between the game changer and the game man.
Oh, think he went on mute again. Yeah, he went on mute. But yeah, game changer versus game manager. He's right. Um,
Man, those were exciting days.
yeah.
And the amount of time, the thing I remember most about 2015 was the amount of times Greg Olsen was wide open
Mm-hmm.
in just about every game. It's like you've got this humongous grizzly bear of a tight end that's been a monster out there, terrorizing defenses, wide open, and I'm like, for what reason?
Mr. Reliable.
He's making you pay for it, dude.
Mr. Reliable.
Like, how many yards did this dude get? Like every game that year. Like, it was just ridiculous.
But for as great and long runs that Cam Newton was able to bust off for Carolina, I'd have to say my favorite Cam Newton run. You remember, I think it was the third and long. I want to say 3rd and 13 or 3rd and 14 Patriots game where he juked the mess.
Oh, yeah. That was
all
incredible. I jumped up out of my seat and went nuts, dude.
Yo.
You know how I feel about New England, so you know exactly how I'm going to react to that.
Dude, when he juked the mess out of that D-line and those oncoming linebackers and still made it out of the backfield to not only get the first down.
That was half the defense he juked out.
Like,
I was like, my God, who are you, sir?
When he did that, I was just like, yeah, we're winning this game.
Yeah,
we're winning
absolutely.
This game. Yeah.
There's no questioning it. No.
Like, he literally embarrassed the defense with his legs.
Made him look like absolute clowns.
On primetime Monday Night Football.
Yep. National television. Everybody was looking at us. They had nowhere else to look.
Okay, so it was a 3rd and 7. He almost got sacked, but he escaped it.
God.
All the way, like, at least
by
7
like
or 8
4
yards
people,
back.
He almost got sacked by the way.
Yeah. Like, I'm currently looking at it. Yeah. Oh, okay. Mr. Carolina's talking to his wife. But, yo, like, and that was on Monday Night Football 2013. Just
like the swagger we had as a team in 2015. Like, people had to watch us. They had no other choice but to watch us because we were that good. And we had that much swagger.
Oh, yeah.
It's impossible to ignore us. And we had so many positive role models on that team, for the youth that were just getting into the game or really wanted to get passionate about it. And had great role models to pay attention to and learn from.
And the funny thing is, should he have been sacked? Yeah. I'll give you that. But this is Cam.
Oh my goodness, man. We gained so many people in our fan base that year from like different countries. Like we got people from Japan, China, Australia. Like, it was nuts. I never even expected the fan bases out in those areas to be that huge. And somehow, like, everybody knew who these players were, even down to Britton Burson. Everybody knew every name on this roster. Like it was a family brother or sister, you know what I mean? Like, it was just incredible. Everybody knew what keep pounding meant. We clearly demonstrated what it looked like, what it was, and who created it and why. So from that point on, like, everybody knew who we were.
Facts.
So to take that into the next generation of football players and say, look, you guys, put in the hard work. You guys put in the blood, the sweat, the tears, the energy, the passion for the game, and you got these types of results. You know, what could this youth do with that? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's one of the reasons why I got so excited. Not just because we got to the Super Bowl, but because of how we got there and why we got there and what we were doing it for, you know, and who we were doing it for. You know, when coaches ask, who are you playing for? You know, they're not just saying it just for the fun of it. They're asking, like, who are you literally playing the game for? Are you playing it for your family? Are you playing it for yourself? Are you playing it for the youth? Who are you playing it for? And it got us. It sent that message out there, and I was just like, yes. Yes, yes, and yes. That's what we want. That's what we want to get back to. That's the standard right there.
Yeah.
That's always going to be the standard until the end of Panthers history.
Indeed. And just, you know, the culture that we had, you know, it's like a lot of people wonder, like, oh, this was forever ago. You know, this was, you know, been, you know, the past and whatnot. But there's a reason it's still talked about to this day. We had an identity. We had culture. Everybody was having fun.
Yep. And we played the game with integrity, too.
Indeed.
With a respect for it. You know? With a passion for it. And everybody gave 110%. Everybody. From top to bottom. You know, when you go back and watch that Cardinals NFC Championship game.
Oof. Oh, yes. Oh,
that is how terrifying this team can be when they are on all cylinders. Imagine that for a number of years.
I mean, it was.
Now that's what a true dynasty looks like.
I mean, it was scary enough. Newton.
That should terrify some teams in the NFL. If we had kept that rolling. My goodness.
I mean, we legit bullied the Cardinals in that game.
Oh my goodness. When I started seeing this roster starting to be built during that time period, I got so freaking hyped, dude. When I started understanding what was going on and why people were being put where they were, dude, I got hyped. I got so excited even before they hit the field. I was just like, this is it. You could just feel it. When you stepped onto those training camp grounds, you could feel it. They were going to do something special that year. When you saw, literally, when you saw Cam Newton and Josh Norman fighting it out in camp, and you're like, this is it. This is the type of energy we need right here.
Yeah.
This is what's going to drive us through 18 games and playoffs. And get us there. We had depth. We had everything working for us, man.
Oh yeah. Just
oh my goodness, that's what our goals should look like as a franchise. That's what we want this team to look like ultimately down the road. No matter who we hire as a GM, no matter who we hire as a head coach, no matter who we hire as coordinators, that's what our goal is. In our players, you know, wherever we may get them from. We were making all the right decisions, and we were all in sync. Playing to each other's strengths, using these players correctly, doing the little things correctly, the mechanics, the footwork, the hands, everything. And I mean, we were just taking it to the next level. Every step of the way, we were taking it to the next level. It's like, okay, we did this, now let's do this. If you got one tackle, let's get to the next game. You know, if you got one catch, let's get to the next game. And they challenged themselves. They challenged each other. That's what I want, man. That competitive fire.
Mr. Gemini says, "What do y'all think happened to them in the Super Bowl? Why do y'all think they lost? That team was so good." Uh, Defense and lapse with Mike Remmers.
Correct.
That's really how I look at it.
Correct.
Because I mean, like I said, our defense showed up as well. I mean, like I said, Peyton Manning had a terrible game. He had
He
a
did.
terrible game.
He did.
I mean, if anything,
9/10 of his playbook got exposed in the first half.
yeah.
I've
'Cause
never seen that man sweat as much as I did in that first half. I was just like,
'cause-
whoa. It's like, Luke,
Yeah.
what did you just do?
and not only that, they really just cleaned
God.
up, the mistakes that we had, just
Gave
from
me
how the Denver
chills.
defense was. All they really did was just clean up. That's really all Denver did, So,
Oh, God, I could watch that first half over and over and over. I
But I
literally
think-
could.
I think with our offense, I think what really killed our momentum was the reverse call on the Jericho Cotchery catch. That really killed our momentum.
Yeah. And like Ron Rivera said a handful of times, it can be one or two plays that can cost you a game.
Yeah.
And he's right. One or two, maybe 3 plays a game will be a game-changing plays. Game momentum changers. And, like I've been saying to everybody, I had been warning everybody about Mike Remmers since week 3 that same year.
Mhm.
I was in comment sections, I was in groups, I was all over the place back then, even before I was a YouTuber. And, making my voice heard. But at the time, I was getting laughed out of the room. Nobody wanted to take me seriously, so I said, "Okay, I'm gonna get one of those Q&A people. Ask the old guy, or as they say now, I forget who it was at the time, but I threw that
'Cause,
question out there, and I was just like, "What are we gonna do about the O-line?" And he says,
Because
"What
the
O-line
same
problem?"
thing. The same thing happened when Remmers was with Kansas City.
Yeah,
So-
and I remember this response like yesterday. He said, "What O-line problem?" I was like, "You idiot. You're really going to ignore Mike Rivers." Okay, let's see how that works out for you. We can
Yeah.
cover it up and cover it up and cover it up, but eventually somebody's going to expose it. Sure enough, Von Miller.
Yep.
And not only did he expose him once in a Super Bowl, he exposed him in a second Super Bowl. Like, are you kidding me? Why did KC even sign this man, knowing what he did to us in Carolina? Like, it made no sense. I was just like, KC, you idiots. You just cost yourself a ring.
Yeah.
Because I saw Von Miller on the other side of the ball during that Super Bowl. I was like, KC ain't winning this. They're done. They're done. It's about to be a repeat of Carolina. Sure enough, it happened. I was just like, now why do you think that is? What did you learn, KC?
Mahomes was out there running for his life. I mean,
What
shoot.
did you learn from this one? Did we
Just-
learn anything this time?
Just out there running for his life.
Oh my goodness.
But-
It was
Hey,
a revolving
keep
door.
going. I'm gonna use the restroom right quick, but keep going. Keep going.
But yeah, Mike Rivers has always been that revolving door. And I don't know why anybody's still taking a chance on him, to be honest. We won't talk about the fumble, of course. But I've already discredited that one. The rumors that Cam Newton doesn't care and all that nonsense. If he had actually tried to dive onto that ball, he would have got hit by the second guy and gotten injured. Could have been a concussion, could have been a shoulder injury, you never know. Neck injury. But I mean, he was angling for him. And he hesitated for that fraction of a second. because he didn't want to get injured. He was thinking, okay, longevity in the game, which is smart, but at the same time, somebody had to get that ball. And unfortunately, it's the defenders. So it is what it is, But yeah, I agree with Blitz on that one. I think the Kachari catch being reversed, that's the one that started the momentum going the wrong direction. But we definitely had the talent, and I forget which one of the veteran players it was that said it, but if we had played that game on a different day, we might have come out on top. That was a pretty good chance we would have come out on top, man. Because we definitely had every ounce of the talent and the skills and everything going our direction for it.
Alrighty, I'm back.
But yeah, I'm surprised anybody's taking a chance on Mike Remmers anymore. I don't think anyone is.
Right. But yeah, like I figured they would have, they got that flashback, especially with how much Patrick Mahomes was running for his life.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
and the referees didn't really help us either. It was not a great game. But one of the veterans had said, if we'd have played that game on a different day, we might have won. I forget which vet said it, but on our team. But yes, they were correct, because we definitely had all the weaponry and everything going for us. Everything.
Right.
9 times out of 10, we would have come out on top. It was that one time out of 10,
Yeah, exactly.
You guys ever play Madden and you get to the Super Bowl and when you kick that ball off and you get this pit in your stomach, like, oh, I can't restart. I gotta play this now. That's how I felt when we kicked off for the Super Bowl 50. I was just like, oh God. I was so nervous, dude.
Yeah,
Oh.
I mean, I was starting to get a little bit hopeful after the Jonathan Stewart rushing touchdown, but then that was kind of put to rest, with the.
And since then, Von Miller, whenever you see him on a defense, it pretty much signals the fact that that team is not going to win when you play against them in a Super Bowl.
Right.
Because Von Miller, once he gets into the Super Bowl, he's a Super Bowl game changer. The man's got rings for a reason. And Buffalo locked him in for 3 years. And I'm like, oh, God. Don't play Buffalo in the Super Bowl. Y'all don't play Buffalo. Don't do it.
Oof. Yeah.
He's got the reputation now. Like Luke Kuechly had that reputation of being just an animal out there. You did not want to game plan against him. You did not want to walk into Boa to play against this man, because you knew he would clean your clock.
Not to mention, do y'all remember who the MVP was of Super Bowl 50? Von Miller.
Exactly. And the ironic thing is, he was drafted right after Cam Newton was at number 2 in that same draft. I saw that like a month ago, and I was just like, son of a gun.
Yeah.
It's like, you gotta be kidding me. We drafted Superman, and then Diver drafted the Kryptonite.
Yep.
I was like, there's no way, you can't script this. I wonder if any of the sportscasters remembered that too, because that would like boggle their brains.
And you know what's even funnier? Cam Newton was Offensive Rookie of the Year. Von Miller was Defensive Rookie of the Year.
Oh, that makes it even crazier.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
that should tell y'all something.
My god. That is wild. You can't script this stuff.
Yep, you can't make it up.
That's amazing.
I mean, that really says a lot.
Oh my goodness, I'd love to see those two go up against each other again in their prime.
Shoot, Cam needs to bring him on his podcast sometime. I'm just curious to see.
Yes, I would love to see what goes on between those two mindset wise, just like breaking down plays, certain plays. That would be incredible. What a chess match. Peyton and Luke, I want to see that happen too. I want to see them break down plays against each other.
Oh, that would be a
I
treat.
want to see Luke's brain in action, just shredding Peyton Manning's audible playbook. Like, that just, that gave me chills. I watch that first half every once in a while, and I'm just like, oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
By leaps and bounds, this dude was way smarter than Brian Urlacher or Ray Lewis ever thought of being as football players.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as physicality, he's on par with them.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I can agree with that for sure.
That's been a major debate too. Like, who's the best linebacker out of the three? That's been ongoing for at least a decade.
Yeah. Good point. Very good point. But yeah, that's really what I feel like is why Carolina lost that game. And you know, some people are going to say it was rigged in favor of Denver, which I mean, I'm not going to exactly go against that, but I mean,
I'm not throwing it out either.
I mean,
it's out there. You know what I mean? It's an out of the box opinion.
Yeah, for the most part. But oh man.
But
I guess
when you're talking linebackers, Frankie Louvu now is the next generation of AJ Klein. Mm-hmm. And AJ Klein studied under Luke Kuechly.
Sure did.
AJ Klein was the best run stopper I've ever seen in a Carolina Panthers uniform on defense. Like, every time you would see a sweep play, he was there. Every time you saw a draw play, he was there. Every time you saw a jet sweep, he was there. I mean, it was just insane. The dude he was a ball hawk.
He even wreaked havoc against us when
Straight
he played
up
against
ball
us
hawk.
as a Saint as well. So
you could not run on this man. And then you pair him up with Thomas Davis and Luke Kuechly, you're not running the ball at all, period.
Right.
Period. I don't care who we have on the front four. If you should somehow get past them, you still got to deal with those three. You're not running it past them. You're not getting more than three. It's not happening.
Right.
So that's what I want to see from Frankie is give these three linebackers a call and say, I want to learn from you. I want to learn everything that you know. I want to take my game to the next level. And watch what happens. When they all watch him practice and they watch his mechanics and his footwork and everything and help him work on that. And then, teach him, what to say in press conferences, what not to say. It would take his game to the next level. He would become the next leader of this defense easily without even blinking. And I mean, Shaq was the other understudy. Shaq was really good at run stopping, but he was never that great at pass protection. So you could put him back in coverages, he would always get shredded.
Shoot, I'd say
like quarterbacks would see that on tape and say, "Ooh, I'm targeting this mismatch right here against Shaq every time."
Hey, I'd say have some sessions with Luke, Shaq, and Louvu. Why not? Shoot.
Yeah, so I want to see both of them working. Yeah, I agree with you. Put them both in a room with those guys. Have them do some film study. Teach them everything you know. You know, and I want to see these guys get to the next level, man.
Because my thing is with Luke Kuechly as a as a pro scout for Carolina,
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty sure there's nothing against. Hey, Luke, we're gonna do film study. Want to join us? I'm pretty sure
Right.
there's no
You can do
rule.
that in your off time.
Yeah,
There's plenty of time to do that.
yeah, that as well.
You know, I'm
Shoot.
sure these guys have busy schedules. They could work in like a day off or something, and
Hmm.
do that like once a week. And I'm telling you, the results will speak for themselves. You will see a more
Cause
confident, more, you know,
yeah,
passionate Frankie Louvu. He won't just be that introverted guy that's just sitting in the locker room like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna go out there and make my plays, but at the same time I'm like shy and kind of keeping to myself in the locker room. No, you're gonna see the man that comes out in the locker room and gets into a huddle with his guys, and it says, "I want you to get physical. I want you to go these guys up." You know what I'm saying? Just
right.
go f them up. You know,
Yeah,
I saw one clip of that where he was just like cursing up a storm, just like getting these guys like amped up, and I was like, "That's the Frankie I want to see.
yeah.
That's the
Oh yeah.
Frankie I want to see right there."
Let
If I see
loose.
that every single game from you, sir, I'm gonna say that's that Luke Kuechly, Thomas Davis, Steve Smith, Cam Newton energy. That's what I need from you. That's the new leadership that we need on this defense. Because that's what we don't have right now. Shaq ain't bringing that. Brian Burns ain't bringing that. Derek Brown ain't bringing that. You got to bring it. You got to come out of your shell, man.
Indeed, indeed. Like I would love to see that. I definitely would love to see that. And definitely continue to grow from there as well.
Right.
And I think there's a lot of potential. I mean,
There's a lot of years left in Frankie Louvu's career, man. He has just started to hit his peak.
well, he's only 27, so
Mm-hmm.
yeah. And just the fact that he's been able to evolve from just being known as a special teamer to now
Mm-hmm.
a starter on the defense. So,
God, what a hidden gem. What a
so
hidden gem. And like the Jets are not known for having like players like him in their roster.
yeah,
They've
exactly.
under that those previous GMs that they've had, they've gotten a bunch of horrible players and chosen the wrong players for their system. Well, even just one of those guys could be a hidden gem in the wrong system, and they come over here and they start balling out like Frankie. You never know.
Yeah, exactly. So, I
And they're just
definitely,
sitting there getting a bag in New York. Nah, come down here, bro. Come down here. We want you.
yeah. And look how much better
We're gonna make
he's
you
been.
work down here.
Look how much better he's been since coming here.
And that's one interesting thing that Dave Gettleman did is he
Hmm.
would always play games with the contracts and underpay these players, but he did it on purpose because he wanted to see these guys like ball out and try to earn their paychecks, but he would never give it to them. So he kept them hungry. He kept them unsatisfied for a reason. But you would always see these players just ball out. And I'm like, that is genius. I've never seen a GM actually think of doing that before. Yeah, it's insulting. Yeah, it pissed them off. But it pissed them off and they put that energy in the right direction, in the right place, on the football field. And they got results.
Hmm.
But I mean, yeah, he wasn't the best towards players, but yeah, the results definitely spoke for themselves as far as his process is concerned. I just wish he had been better with players and better with contracts. But,
Right.
you know, because some of these guys deserve that paycheck. You don't want to be too soft with these guys either by paying them too much, you know, or paying them exactly what they want sometimes, because they'll just sit out there and they'll go, okay, well, we're getting guaranteed money. Why should I give my all to a management that doesn't care? You know, whether we make the playoffs or not. What? Why should I care? You know, I'm still getting
Mhm.
paid. I'm still getting my mansion. I'm still going on vacation, you know, at the end of the year with my family. Why should I care? But when you hit that balance, like right in the middle of the two, where these guys stay hungry, but they're also trying to um, also show you that their value is worth what they're being paid, that's when
Yeah.
you know you're going to get what you want out of these players, and you'll get the best out of these players, motivational wise
Good
and
point.
passion
Good point.
wise. But you got to put them in the right positions to do what they do best, and that's our coaching staff. We haven't had that, you know. So at least with Ron Rivera, we had some stability, and I'll say that on his behalf. But the thing is, like, yeah, there were a lot of negatives that Ron did as well that pissed me off. But at least we had some stability. We were at least competitive for a division title every year.
Yeah.
You know, with the talent that we had. Yes, it was degrading, but yes, we had that talent. So, my whole thing is, like, what are we going to do from here? Like, what type of coach are we going to hire? Because Ben Johnson's not going to get it done. I feel like Ben Johnson's going to be another one of these that Tepper's going to fall for, and we're not going to get it done. And he's falling for it again. He's going 0 for 3 now if he does get Ben Johnson. You know, based on the information that was revealed tonight on this stream. You know, so I'm not happy. If Tepper's going hard after somebody, it's not a good thing. Based on his actions previously.
Hmm.
I don't trust anything that he's doing right now. And I know that the pretty much the entirety of the fan base agrees.
Hmm.
Because if you let Tepper have his way again, we're going into a 20-year drought. 20-year winless drought. And add a new GM onto that doesn't even belong in a GM spot. Most likely, there's a high probability of that.
Hmm.
On top of a terrible head coach that doesn't belong there, that you're constantly firing and rotating the GM and the head coach, GM and head coach year after
Hmm.
year. Nobody's going to want to come here. Nobody's going to want to get drafted here because they know that it's just a money pit. That's all it is. They're going to waste time here. They're going to waste their best years of their career here in Carolina and not do anything. Why would you want to come here when you could go to a competitor and use those talents and do something with them? And
Right.
I really, really don't want to see that happen. Because it'll be a repeat of the Phillip Rivers trade. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to see that happen.
Right, right.
where he just did not. He outright refused to play for the New York Giants. He said, "I want to trade," and went out to San Diego. The rest is history.
Mm-hmm.
But this is where we're heading. So the timing is everything as far as like Scott Fitter is concerned. Yeah, if you don't like a GM that's manipulated, if you don't like a GM that chooses the wrong players, I see everybody's argument. I do.
Mm-hmm.
I'm with you. But right now is not the right time. Choose the right time. If you choose the correct time, we could get, with an established head coach that knows what he's doing with a good system, that works with Bryce Young, and we get the weapons that we need, using Scott Fitter. Maybe not all of them are great. That's fine. Half and half. We'll take half and half. We can fix that later on.
Yeah.
What we can't fix is a terrible GM like the New York Jets had that drafts horrendous talent, where we got Frankie Louvu from, by the way.
Right.
And he wasn't even drafted, I don't think, was he?
Frankie Louvu. Good question.
Was he even drafted by the Jets?
No, undrafted. 2018.
See, this is
undrafted.
my point. This is my point. The Jets GM had no clue what he was doing at the time. He missed out on Frankie. Gyms like Frankie. And it cost them year after year after year after year on a continuous winless drought.
Mm-hmm.
That is where we're heading if we fire Scott right now. Add on a coach like Frank Wright that has no clue what he's doing and is misusing the talent that we have and asking for the wrong talent and putting too many cooks in the kitchen that don't belong there, messing up the depth chart constantly. Add on an owner that doesn't care about this franchise at all, that's more concerned about his soccer team and not having people healthy, on the field, because he refuses to pay the money to take out the turf and put in the grass fields. If the NFLPA had not done that, he still would have kept with the turf. Everybody knows this. It's not a secret, folks.
It's funny you mentioned that, because I don't know if you heard, the Vikings are changing out their artificial turfs.
Everybody's been mandated to. It's an NFLPA rule.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's a good point. I guess they're just
cost the league about $12 million. $1 million per team. So if the NFLPA had not forced him to do that, he would still keep that turf and keep having players injured. Half of our players are injured due to practice. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't even think you understand the seriousness of this. Half our players have not even touched the field before they got injured. This is Monday through Friday, folks. They have not even touched the field on Sunday yet, and they're already hurt. It's that doggone turf, and it's the exercises and stuff that we're doing during practices.
Mm-hmm.
So, what drills are we using? That's another thing. But no, you have an owner that doesn't want to come down and learn about this franchise and understand what's going on before he makes a decision. He'd rather just sit up there at his mansion and just not do anything. And then when we start sucking, he starts getting pissed off like a 10-year-old child on Christmas that doesn't get the toy he wants. And then he starts making moves that screw us over.
Right.
So put all of that together. That's the next 20 years, ladies and gentlemen. And no quarterback that you bring in, no crazy player that you bring in, XYZ player that you name coming in, will fix that.
Right.
Nothing will fix that. Not coming to the games will not fix that. It will not teach him anything. He has not learned a doggone thing. Even when his wallet is not working. When his credit card isn't working because of all the money that he's supposed to be getting from us isn't working. Nope.
Oh, yeah.
Still doesn't teach him a doggone thing. He's got billions of dollars and he thinks he can do whatever he wants. This is why you need a president to run this franchise. All successful and consistent franchises that have been successful have a president.
Especially somebody to make
That's
Mr.
coming from
Tepper-
Kevin Avery from the Four-Man Rush, and he's absolutely correct.
Make David Tepper sit his butt down and let the folks do their jobs.
Yeah. I need somebody up there running this franchise that understands what's going on, that has business sense, that can make these decisions, that cares about this franchise from top to bottom. That will
Right.
it will put his heart on his sleeve and show everybody in the fan base, oh hey, I'm trying to make this franchise better, not worse.
Exactly.
And not follow and go in the complete opposite direction of David Tepper's moves. But keep pounding mantra, you know?
Yes, absolutely. And I really hope to see that take shape ASAP.
I think Cam Newton has demonstrated he can do that. He's shown he can be a businessman. He's made money. Check.
Yep.
He was a former player. Check. He understands this franchise better than anybody else. Check. He checks that box. You know, and he really does care about what we do here in Charlotte. He cares about every part of it, from top to bottom. He's proven that time and time again. So, do I approve of him as a president for the Carolina Panthers? Absolutely, I do.
Okay. Good enough.
You know, Dan. Who was it? The safety that we were talking about?
Mike Minter.
Mike Minter, who was a coach at Colgate. You know, I think it was Colgate.
Campbell.
Campbell
Yeah.
before he was released. Okay, so let's consider him. He's had head coaching experience now. He's been a player. He has business sense. Because obviously, a lot of these players actually invest in like the market and stuff like that, stocks and stuff like that, make a lot of money to put into their 401ks. So yeah, I would assume that he is one of those that really understands what's going on with the franchise, or could easily learn, you know, and get in tune with everybody. Because I felt like at the time when he was here, he was in tune with everybody, wasn't he? What do you think? Was he?
I mean, definitely somebody, you know, with the credibility for sure.
Yeah. Like, people listen to him on this defense. So,
especially, you know, him being one of the hardest hitting players we've ever had.
yeah, my only thing with him is, can he make those executive decisions that would help us as a franchise? You know,
Yeah,
can he
that would
help
have to
us
be put
like
to the
find a good
test.
training camp home? You know, can he help us with financial decisions on who we should hire as a head coach? You know, stuff like that. Is he that in tune with this franchise that he could do that? That's where I got questions, and I would like to see that happen. He would be my second choice, though. Thomas Davis, Greg Olson. Greg Olson has expressed interest in head coaching. I could see him being a potential candidate as well.
For president?
Yeah. To run the operations, you know. Yeah, he's had experience now as a broadcaster, so he's seen it from the broadcaster perspective, and he's seen it from the player perspective now. So he's now a successful businessman. So could
This
he
is
make
good.
those
This is
decisions?
good to know.
Probably. I would greenlight that one. I mean, I'm just saying, I'm not the person that's in charge of this, but as far as like the authority to greenlight, but as far as do I throw my support to any of these players? Yes, I do. Uh, but not bringing them back as actual players. They're retired now. Yeah, except for
Right.
Cam, of course. We're not bringing Cam back as a player. No. Yeah, y'all need to stop that. We're not bringing him back
Right.
as a player. I want him as a
Right.
president. There's a big difference. Big difference. And I saw that in chat earlier. Where somebody was like, um, where was that comment? We have to let Cam go. He's not coming back. Them days are way over with. Yeah, that's that attitude of people that think that we're talking about bringing him back as a quarterback. No, we're not. We're talking about bringing him back as a president.
Yeah.
So I want to be absolutely clear on that. That's what I'm approving of. So it's not just to bring back the Cam Newton nostalgia and all that stuff. It's to actually put him in charge of this franchise and let him make decisions that are beneficial to all of us. Because he understands this franchise. He understands what we need. He can make business like decisions. He's dude, his talk show is amazing. I've actually listened to a
Yeah.
few of those, and I really enjoy them. I'm subscribed to
Right.
him. You know, and he's even said even if I don't play another down, I'm good
Yeah.
in the
Yeah.
NFL.
He definitely seems content.
Yeah, and I'm happy for him. I'm glad he's in a great place where he feels he is content and he's satisfied with where he is. And did you notice he said that, uh, you know, I used football. Football didn't use me. I used football to get where I am. I'm like, whoa. Big statement from that gentleman right there. That's a mature statement.
Right.
From a
Right.
man that understands where he's at. He's staying in his own lane. And he understands that, nothing is given to him. He had to earn it. With everything that he did. And everything he put into it.
Yeah.
Kevin says
I agree.
football is boring. That's your perspective.
Well, don't watch. That's
Yeah,
all I can
a
really
lot
say.
of people have different perspectives on stuff, and that's fine. If you like something else better, go check that out. No need to be negative. Go check out whatever you do like. You know, if football's not your niche, maybe baseball is. Maybe
I,
soccer is.
I feel the same way about golf.
Right. And,
Yeah.
and
I've been to one golf game. It was, I mean, I didn't have to pay for it. It was like a
Mhm.
company outing, but yeah. I mean, I just clapped when I was supposed to clap and just and just left it at that. But
Fair
yeah.
enough. Fair enough. I honestly I can't do hockey. It's just it's it's too cold for me, and it's just not interesting to me.
Um
So
I've I've
with
been
all due
to one
respect,
or two I've been to one or two hockey games. I mean, I
it's
like
just
when,
not my sport. To be
I,
fair.
I like when a goal gets scored or when there's a fight. That's
Yeah.
just about
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Same. It's just not my sport. It's not my niche. So just go
Like,
out and find something that is your niche. And you'll be happier.
like I'm not too big into baseball. I've been to a few like Durham Bulls games, but I will say on a beautiful day when the
Mm-hmm.
weather's good, going to a baseball game it can actually be kind of relaxing.
Yeah, definitely.
Um, Definitely when the weather is good. I will say, thankfully, the last baseball game I went to, I did get to experience a grand slam. So I thought that was really
Awesome.
cool. I thought that was really cool. But, typically I'm just kind of like sitting there. But on a beautiful day, it can actually be pretty relaxing.
Well, when you look at the Major League Baseball versus the Double A and Triple A, is a major difference. You know, Major League Baseball is, you got 99-mile-an-hour fastballs coming at the batters, and it's just, ooh, it's another level of nuts. You have to have the level of talent, that you have with with football to get into the major leagues.
Hmm.
It's super hard. I had a friend that was in high school baseball team, and we actually had pro scouts out here, checking them out. So he
Oh,
managed to
okay.
end up in University of South Carolina, Gamecocks, and did really really well. His name's Scott Wingo, and I'm still best friends with him today. I just don't talk to him much, because of how
Gotcha.
busy he is. He's got a family now, but he ended up in Double A with the L.A. Dodgers organization.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and just to illustrate how hard it is, you have to have. Have you ever played any of the Major League Baseball '07 the show or '08 the show or any of those?
One of them, I believe, '07.
Okay, so have you
Yeah.
ever gone through like the career mode and like tried to get through, and they give you all these goals that you have to achieve? Like
Oh, no, no,
it's
no. I played at a friend's house. Yeah, I
just
played at a friend's
casually.
house. Yeah,
Okay,
just casually.
so when you are trying to work your way up, you'll have a set of goals, just like with football, but with baseball it's quite different, and they are much much harder to achieve.
Okay.
You need a certain
Ooh,
number of stolen bases, you need a certain number of hits, you need a certain number of whatever have you, in
mm-hmm.
order to move up to the next level. You know, in order for and there's no guarantee you'll get called up, unless they need you at that next level.
Ah, I
So,
see.
even if you met the requirements, you could be sitting there waiting for a month, maybe more. And my buddy Scott just never could reach those levels, with the batting average. So
Oh,
he
for real.
never got up to AAA, which was a doggone shame, man. I would have loved to see that man in a Dodgers uniform.
Ah,
Even though I can't
interesting.
stand the Dodgers as a Braves fan, I would have loved to see him in a Dodgers uniform. It would have made me so freaking happy.
Oh, for real.
Like just to see him succeed, and get to that level and earn his chance, man. In the big leagues. Even if he stays there a week, he at least stayed there and he got his chance. And
Oh, okay.
that's what would have made the world of a difference to me. Is you've had that opportunity, you know, at least you can have that experience under your belt for your life and take that into whatever else you do.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I look around the league and I see all these players like going back for their degrees and stuff like that. That's smart. And the reason I say that is because after football, you're retiring at what, 35 or 40 years old? You still got another 40 years of your life still to go.
Right.
What are you going to do with it? Yeah, you made your millions of dollars, but you've got to be able to do something with those years instead of just sitting on your butt and just getting fat off of Cheetos. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And losing all that body weight that you put into muscle. You know? So, some of these guys go back into the community. They become doctors, army people, whatever have you, and it's quite amazing. Just watching that and just enjoying that success in their careers after football just makes me very, very happy for those players.
Right.
Because they found something fulfilling, that they can go out and do. And I was reading this one story. I forget. I think it was either a New York player or a Browns player. I'm not sure which, but maybe it was a Cincinnati player. But he had gotten injured, and he came back, played really well, and then his wife needed him in medical, when COVID hit. So he said, okay, I'm going to quit the game of football and I'm going to get into medical. I'm going to go to medical school and I'm going to get things done. And he retired at a young age, from the NFL, but everything he did from that point on in medical made such a humongous difference. And I remember just reading that article, just smiling, just loving it, because he had made a big difference in the community and people in general that needed him. And I was like,
wow.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. That's definitely a big deal.
That's why I say it's smart to go back for these degrees. If you're a player and you're contemplating it, do it. You won't regret it. If you forwent your last year as a player, go back and get that degree.
I can dig that. I can definitely dig that.
So I know we totally have been off topic the entire night. Let's talk about the Packers game here.
Score predictions. I know, I think Jeffrey, he said 17-10 Panthers. I mean, I'm really hopeful that if we can disrupt the flow of Jordan Love, we might be able to pull something off, because I know Packers on a 2-game losing
the pass rushing
streak.
has been getting a little bit better lately, so maybe. But I don't know if I see it happening this game. You're talking about a Green Bay team that always bounces back.
Yeah, they've
after
been
a
up and
huge
down
set of
this
losses.
season.
So they've had 3 losses, and the most an average team like this will hit on is like 3 or 4 losses in a row. And then they'll start coming back and just like slaughtering the next team that they face.
Yeah,
That's what I'm worried about.
It's been like that for the Packers this season. I mean, they had a win, and then they lost 4 straight, then a win, then a loss, then won 3 straight, and then lost the last 2 games. So,
I mean, this could be the redemption game the Packers need.
Yeah.
That's what I'm concerned about.
I mean,
I'm looking at this roster right now. Also, I need to go through my chat as well.
Right.
I haven't done that. And I also kind of want to get into what players might be staying versus leaving with our coaching.
Okay. That'll be the last thing for us.
And of course, game predictions.
Oh yeah, we could do those too.
Yeah. We'll make that quick.
I'm gonna say maybe 17-14.
I'm going to say 24-10 Packers.
I'm gonna say 17-14 Packers, just because I think it'll be close, but I'm not so sure that we take this one, just because I definitely think they're a little more of a stronger team than Atlanta,
We
but I mean, you never know. I mean, I hope I'm wrong. I mean, yeah, they have the same record, but
I will I will say this. Sometimes we have a huge letdown after a game like that.
mhm,
As a franchise, it's been known to happen time and time again. That's
right,
another thing I'm worried about. And I mean, even with our defense as good as it is, we still give up bombs, to good
yeah,
players every once in a while. So, yeah,
and not to
24-10.
mention And not to mention, there's been a trend. Lost 6 games, then we finally won. Lost another 6 games, then we won our
Mm-hmm.
second game. So,
Mm-hmm. Follow the
yeah,
trends, buddy.
yeah.
It ain't good.
I'm gonna say 17-14 Packers. And
And
you say 24-10 Packers.
yeah,
Fair
and I'll say
point.
this: even if we were playing well this year, and we were on paper set to get like 10 wins, like we were supposed to, this would have been
Mhm.
that trap game.
Yeah,
This
I do
absolutely
remember
would have
you
been it.
mentioning. I do remember you mentioning this was the potential trap game.
Yeah, but we don't have to worry about that now. What does this do to us draft wise, as far as draft pick wise, whether we win or lose?
Let me
That's what I'm more concerned about at this point.
hear about the. Well, I mean, we're still the worst team record wise. I mean,
If we win, well, we'll get into that in a little bit once we do schedule predictions, right? We'll ask that question right before we do that.
yeah. Do you want to go ahead and get caught up on comments on your side? Because I'm good on my
Sure,
side.
sure, sure. Um, let's see. David Screw says, "Keep pounding even in our darkest days. We will rise again one day and be a true Panther again."
Indeed.
Facts. He loved Mr. Carolina's rant there. That was
uh,
amazing.
yeah, that was hilarious.
That's content right there. Somebody clip that. Oh my goodness. That's going in the vault.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
keep how you should start including Mr. Carolina in the titles of the streams. Yeah, I mean I would, but we don't know when he's gonna pop in. That's the
Yeah,
thing.
that's true.
It's random. It's whenever he can come in, and I mean I could put him in, but there's no guarantee he'll be here if that's what you want. I don't mind doing it. But thank you for that comment, Lark Poppy. Um, David Screw says, Mr. Carolina, you're awesome. You speak the truth, just like Corey and Blitz. All you guys are amazing and awesome.
Much appreciated.
Appreciate that, man. Great show, just for fun. What does Bill Belichick look like? Oh, God. I'm not. No. No. We're not even going to go there. He's the ghost of Christmas past for me. He's Mr. Scrooge.
Oh man,
He's
bah
Mr.
humbug.
Scrooge being visited by the ghost of Christmas past. That's exactly what it is. And
Mm,
he just looks spooked. He looks like he just doesn't care, but also spooked at the same time.
yeah, fair
Love the
point.
laughter. We need it. Yeah, facts, man. We've had so many stressful weeks and just talking about stressful things with this team, and there's not much positive to get out of these games. and things lately. So yes, I absolutely agree. We need the laughter. We need the joy. We need the the festive mood. You know, we're almost on Christmas. You know, we got like 3 days left, right?
Yeah.
My goodness. You know, it came up on us fast this year.
Yeah, no kidding. Kevin McFarland just joined late. What's up, bro? He says Ray Lewis. Haha, just joined. Yeah, Ray
Yeah,
Lewis. Yeah, Ray Lewis is good. Yeah,
Ray Lewis was amazing in his own right. I have so
indeed.
much respect for that man. Absolutely. One of the best linebackers to ever play the game.
Indeed. Two-time Super Bowl champ.
That was from earlier in the stream. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Oh yeah, I think we were talking about I guess when we were talking about
Luke Kuechly,
linebackers.
Ray Lewis, and all them.
Yeah. Yeah,
Luke and
him
him
and
were
Luke
smart players. Absolutely. Ray Lewis was
Agreed.
a genius in his own right.
Definitely
Oh
agree.
yeah. I'm not disputing that at all. But Luke just takes it to a whole new level when he shuts down like Peyton Manning's, 9/10 of his playbook,
Right.
and that he's made a career off of in one half of football. I mean that's never been done before. Not even Ray Lewis has pulled that off. Not even Brian Urlacher has pulled that off. You know,
Ray Lewis does know how to pump up a defense. I will give
and
him
also
that.
another name in there, Troy Polamalu, because Troy
Troy Polamalu.
Polamalu was always knowledgeable about where that ball was every time that ball was snapped.
Yeah,
He knew
good point.
exactly where it was. He was if anybody would come close to the film study of Luke Kuechly, it would be Troy Polamalu,
Mm,
in my
alrighty.
opinion. But um, but again, his hard hitting has caused like 3 NFL rules. So, there is that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Boo.
Um,
Boo.
but David Screw says, "Happy holidays here to a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year." Absolutely, man. We're playing on New
Indeed.
Year's Day, aren't we?
New Year's Eve.
New Year's Eve?
Yeah, New Year's Eve. The
Oh,
Jaguars game is
boy.
New Year's Eve.
Oh boy. It's a good thing I don't have a New Year's Eve party to go to this year. Then that would be bad.
I might, but I'm still debating.
Oh goodness.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
still
you know
debating.
my obligation. I gotta stream every game. So that's just what I do. I guess no partying for me until like the next day, huh? That's all right. Hey,
Nah, I feel you.
new
Totally.
year, new energy, man. That's what it's all about.
Kevin says Ray did it to Tom Brady, but he played in more in the division.
That is
Oh,
true. I did
yeah, Ray and
actually. I do remember seeing him shut down Tom Brady, in one game.
yeah,
But it took an
yeah,
entire game to shut down Tom Brady, though. That's the thing. When
yeah,
Peyton Manning has made a career out of audibles, like an absolute career, successful career, Pro Bowls, everything, Super Bowls, you name it. This dude's done it.
hmm
And he keeps getting disrespected in that debate between him and Tom Brady. And I'm sitting there like, are you serious? You're really going to sit there and tell me that you like Tom Brady over Peyton Manning at this point? It's a
yeah.
50-50 for me, man. It's a 50-50 for me when it comes to talent and skill on the field. Because they're both good in their own ways of doing things. It's compared to apples and oranges.
Um, Kevin says in another note, I wish Joe Flacco was still on the Ravens because we might see a rematch from 2012 Super Bowl with Ravens and the Niners.
It's funny
Um,
you mentioned Flacco. Somebody actually just signed him recently.
the Browns.
Yeah, and he's actually doing well.
What's really interesting about Flacco? Flacco, see, I mean, he has some pretty dang on good stats for the most part.
Mm.
And it's kind of sad being that the dude has won a Super Bowl, even won the MVP of
Mm-hmm.
the Super Bowl, yet has never been to a Pro Bowl. It's kind of surprising.
Like,
It's
how?
it's actually really
With all of
surprising.
that success, how is he not? That's
B-
really odd.
Been in the league since '08, has never been to a Pro Bowl.
Hmm.
It's kind of weird. I'm not don't get me wrong. I'm not saying he's a terrible quarterback. He's
Right.
definitely not a terrible quarterback, but it's just wow. Like,
That's really
really?
weird.
So,
Huh.
I don't know how to really feel about that, to be honest
Yeah,
with you.
I'm with you. I'm with you. You would think at least one.
Yeah, at least one. But I
Yeah.
mean,
With that much talent.
guess
If
it
you
is what
won
it
a Super
is.
Bowl, you deserve at least one.
Yeah. Kevin says it was him and Terrell Suggs. Terrell Suggs, Ray Lewis, and Ed Reed shut down many of quarterbacks. Facts.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah, especially Ray Lewis and Ed Reed.
Indeed. Matthew Stafford over Joe Flacco, but both good quarterbacks. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
And is Matt Ryan a Hall of Famer and Philip Rivers? Do they deserve it?
Okay, Philip Rivers. We'll start with Philip Rivers, then I'll get into Matt Ryan. Philip Rivers, it's debatable because did Philip Rivers change the game of football? Yes, he did. But in what way?
Well,
That's the question. Everyone should be asking. And if you're talking about Hall of Fame, you're talking about players that have changed the game in a positive way and made a humongous impact.
so NFL Comeback Player of the Year one time, 8-time Pro Bowler, passing yards leader of 2010, passing touchdowns co-leader in '08, and passing rating leader in '08, completion percentage leader in 2013. 63,440 yards, 95.2 passer rating average, 64.9 completion percentage, 421 touchdowns, 209 interceptions.
I mean, he would not be a first ballot Hall of Famer for me. But should he be qualified for it? Yeah.
Yeah, definitely not a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Definitely not.
But I mean, definitely is a name to keep an eye out for in the future, but definitely not a first ballot.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Matt Ryan.
I'll let you go ahead and give your thoughts on Matt Ryan, then I'll give mine.
I'll say this. Matt Ryan, another MVP, somebody who's also won MVP, played in a Super Bowl. I will say this. If you put Matt Ryan in the Hall of Fame, you better put Cam Newton in the Hall of Fame. There is
Agreed.
no reason that someone would put Matt Ryan in the Hall of Fame and you never put Cam Newton in the Hall of Fame. If that were to happen, that would be blasphemy. I'm going to just say that right now.
I agree.
That would be the biggest load of blasphemy. So I'll just leave it at that. What you got?
With Matt Ryan, you have to consider, okay, so he was stuck with the Atlanta Falcons franchise for a number of years under Arthur Blank. And Arthur Blank would walk those sidelines like a giraffe, like a Energizer Bunny giraffe. Just frustrated all the time because the Falcons were not doing this or not doing that. Well, it's because of the people you hired, Arthur Blank, because they're not putting anything around or building around Matt Ryan during that time period. The only time I've ever seen him have what he needed was 2016. And he absolutely tore the league a new one when he got what he needed.
Mm-hmm.
That dude absolutely shredded every defense he ran into. Didn't matter what it was. He shredded it.
Right. Absolutely.
And I said, that's what happens when you put somebody at quarterback that has a 2.5 release time, or in his case, a 2.4. Fastest release time, bullet pass, most accurate one in the league, with a solid O-line that will actually protect him, with actually decent receivers. It could be above average wide receivers. Matt Ryan would still shred with them. But no, he had a Julio Jones. He had a Calvin Ridley. He had Roddy White. Roddy White was a monster. And he had all those weapons. All he needed was that protection. And I'm telling you, that dude could have won at least 2 Super Bowls.
Yeah.
If you put a defense in place and an offensive line in place for Matt Ryan, watch that man flourish. Watch him turn into the next Peyton Manning or Tom Brady. I'm telling you, he had that level of talent. If you go and you look at his yardage per year, it's consistently over 2,000, 3,000. It's disgustingly dirty.
Kevin says, I know Drew Brees is for sure a first ballot Hall of Famer. Smiling just thinking about it. Great guy. Brees puts up historic stats almost as good as Brady, if not better in many categories. 571 career touchdowns. Yeah, he's definitely for sure a lot first ballot Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Kevin says, then we have Hall of Shame, Sam Darnold and Mark Sanchez. No. Mark Sanchez has been to the playoffs and it has a record of 4-2 in the playoffs. That's not a fair comparison, Kevin.
Right.
Mark Sanchez and Sam Darnold. Sam Darnold has never played in a playoff game. Don't do that.
Correct.
Don't do that.
Correct.
That's not a fair comparison.
And as far as Matt is concerned, I'd say second ballot Hall of Fame.
And trust me, I make fun of Mark Sanchez for the whole butt fumble, but the dude has played in 6 playoff games, started in 6 playoff games. That's not a fair comparison. Much better quarterback than Sam Darnold. Let's not kid ourselves.
Second ballot for Matt, I think.
He says Julio Jones made Matt Ryan a Hall of Famer. He was very impressive.
Well, Matt Ryan made Matt Ryan a successful quarterback.
Yeah, Matt
you could pair him with any type of above average wide receiver, he would succeed with him.
Yeah, absolutely.
You could give him a DJ Moore or a let's just say a Curtis Samuel. He'll succeed with those guys. He'll rack up the yards and make them look like Pro Bowlers.
Yeah, but Kevin, you just put Sam Darnold and Mark Sanchez in the same sentence, dude. That's not a comparison.
Yeah, it's not.
Come on now. I mean, I'm not saying that Mark Sanchez was an excellent quarterback, but dude, you literally put him and Sam Darnold in the same sentence. Come on now.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
That doesn't work. Come on now. He says for wide receivers, Larry Fitzgerald should definitely be a first ballot Hall of Famer. Calvin Johnson already in. I agree.
Yep, I agree. And when you're talking Larry Fitzgerald, it's interesting his origin story in Arizona. You know, of how he got to where he was, because I think he was like a water boy or something, like on the side of the sideline, and they saw him throwing one day. Or catching some balls one day, and they decided, okay, let's give him a shot. You know, and he became the monster that he is now. You know, with proper development and learned all of the stuff that he did. I mean, it's incredible. I love that dude's origin story in Arizona. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
You know, they ended up drafting him. And it worked out so well to his favor. But
Yeah,
he
good
was
point.
never even involved with any other franchise before he got drafted. You know, before he seriously got involved with football. But Arizona like had him out there for a camp or something like that, I think, and that's what it was.
Yeah, good point.
But man, what a
Um,
story!
let's see.
He
Kevin
definitely
says
changed the
who.
game.
Kevin says who would you compare Mark Sanchez to though? Maybe Fitzpatrick. Here's the funny thing about Ryan Fitzpatrick, who's pretty much played on like more teams than probably any player ever in history. That's another player that's never played in the playoffs.
Yeah,
Funny thing, he's never even played in the playoffs, Kevin. So
I mean that's the standard we're going with here. So
I,
we'll roll with
I
it.
mean,
We'll roll with it.
it's a much better comparison than Mark Sanchez and Sam Darnold. I'll
Fair,
give you that.
fair point.
But like I said, Ryan Fitzpatrick's never even played in the postseason before. So
Fair point. If that's the standard, then we'll roll with it for sure.
he says I would definitely not compare him to Kirk Cousins though. Oh, that's fair. That's
Yeah,
fair.
that's fair.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. Like I said, I know Mark Sanchez had the butt fumble. I mean,
Yeah,
that's pretty
yeah.
hilarious. But yeah, he wasn't exactly a trash quarterback compared to a lot others. Now here's an interesting comparison though. Maybe perhaps Mark Sanchez and maybe Tim Tebow.
Mm. Mark
I mean,
Sanchez was better than Tim Tebow. My
yeah,
opinion.
yeah.
I mean, it was
Well, stat
interesting
wise,
with
yeah,
the
that's a
Tim
good
Tebow
point.
rule, that got
Well,
instituted.
and he's had a little bit of playoff experience, but yeah, yeah. Mark Sanchez wins that. Yeah, I'll give you that. Um, Mark Sanchez is pretty good now thinking about it, but still, Mark was not a good quarterback in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah,
That's fair. I mean,
that's fair.
especially compared to a lot of others. No, that's
He
fair.
he was another one of those Jets pickups, in the draft by a GM that had no idea what he was doing.
Yeah.
That got hired by an owner that did not care about success in New York. So
But
everybody just came into New York to get a bag.
yeah.
He was just
But
another product of that horrible system, and that sucks for Mark Sanchez because I hate to see his talent wasted like that. Because we all knew he had the talent, but when he got drafted to the wrong team, that's what happens. You waste your talent. You waste your years.
yeah. And but I mean, having a 4-2 post postseason record as a starting quarterback, I mean, that's
And
not
I
too
mean,
bad.
he was an average quarterback, but I mean, if he was developed by a good offensive coordinator or a quarterback coach, I think he could have gone above average. But he's
Yeah.
never gonna be like the Russell Wilson or Peyton Manning's or any of them.
Right. He says Mark Sanchez was talented, but just your average quarterback, not one I want on my team. Uh, Facts. I can agree with that. I feel
Yeah,
the same.
yeah,
I would much rather play with Drew Brees. Well, I mean, that's like night and day. I
oh
mean,
yeah, oh yeah,
when you think about it.
definitely agree.
Oh man.
Like if I'm a
But
wide receiver, then absolutely, I'd rather have Breeze.
yeah. Um, Kevin says, I feel like in the NFL, you're either a good quarterback or bad for the most part, and receivers help. Uh,
There's a lot that goes into it. You have coaching, you have development, it,
see,
you have
here's the
skills that you can contribute. You have different schemes
see.
with
My
different
thing is,
quarterbacks. There's a lot of different elements that go into this. So it's
I
not just
mean,
about being good or bad. It's about everything in between that makes
yeah,
you either good or bad.
Because, I mean, there's still a lot of fans out there that feel like Cam Newton wasn't that good of a quarterback.
Yeah,
And
and receivers
it's
do
crazy.
help and do make you look better than you actually are sometimes.
Yeah.
That's happened with, oh gosh. There's a few quarterbacks I could name, but not offhand.
Hmm.
But yeah, they did make themselves look better with those wide receivers.
What's up, Joel Valesco? And Kevin says coaching is very important when it comes to the game. Facts.
Absolutely, yes. That could be
Facts.
the difference between being developed correctly and having a great career or wasting your career.
Indeed. Indeed. So, but
No matter
yeah,
how good or bad you are.
definitely coaching plays
Because
quite a big role.
you could come in as like an average wide receiver, average quarterback, and become excellent. You know,
Right.
we've seen it happen with Tannehill with the right coaches. You know, and then there's what's his name out in San Francisco?
Brock Purdy.
Yeah, Brock Purdy. And nobody took him seriously, and now look where he is with the right coaching and the right quarterback and the right pieces around him. So, um, and there's also really terrible quarterbacks that have become okay ones, you know, with the right coaching.
Yeah. Um, Kevin says Cam was very talented in terms of velocity on the ball, but overthrew the ball sometimes. Well, that's the thing. Accuracy, was never Cam's strong suit. I mean, that's been the case since college.
That's
But
true.
yet, but yet, won a Heisman, won two national championships, won an MVP. I mean, there's a lot more good with him than bad. Let's
Yeah.
just keep it real.
And I'll add
Um,
a point to that. After his concussions, his decision making was garbage because of his concussions. So that's a reason, not a crutch. I know a lot of people like to say, "Oh, that's just an excuse." No, it's not an excuse, it's a reason. The concussions can mess with your brain and your decision making even
um,
years after.
he says, but it does seem like some guys are just naturally talented. They just
Mhm.
understand football and how to play. Agreed.
Yeah.
Like
But to be
Peyton
fair,
Manning.
Cam did not have that accuracy even before the concussions
Right.
in some cases.
He says, like Peyton Manning, you can't teach that man. He was born with a high football IQ. Yeah, absolutely.
And here's the thing, and this is not a knock against the offensive coordinators that Peyton Manning had. He just came up with a better system that worked for him, and they worked around that.
Right.
Because the rookie year, they were trying to make him work into the system in Indianapolis, and Peyton said, "No, no, no, this is not going to work. Here's my playbook, and I guarantee you these plays are going to work." So once they saw the success of that in preseason, they said, "Holy crap, let's build around this." you know, they saw it in some practices. They saw the plays working. They're like, "Let's build a career around this man."
Absolutely.
So that's
And
Peyton Manning. Yeah, he had a high football IQ. Absolutely, he still does. They're still hosting him for Monday night games actually to watch him on ESPN
oh,
two. Mm-hmm.
right on.
With Eli.
Oh my goodness. Where were my manners? I totally forgot to mention this. This should have been one of the first thing I mentioned. Congratulations to Agent 89 Steve Smith Sr.
Yes.
on being inducted into
Yes.
the North
Yes,
Carolina Sports
Steve.
Hall of Fame.
The Ice Up Man.
Ice up, son.
Ice Up, son. Ice Up,
Like
son.
my
Got my
my favorite
Glacier
my
Frost
favorite Panther of all
Gatorade in my
time.
hand. Ice Up, son.
So definitely well deserved, and hopefully
Yes, sir.
he will make the main big NFL Hall of Fame as well.
Yep. I need something signed by that man. I do.
So
You start getting signed stuff from people. It becomes an addiction when it comes to Panthers players.
yeah, good point. Good point. Kevin says, now one more question. Would Andrew Luck have been a Hall of Famer if he played longer?
No.
I don't know.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so? I honestly don't know. Like,
I think he had the talent, but he was in the wrong place. He got drafted to the Colts, which the let's be honest, Frank Wright had no clue what he was doing with any of these quarterbacks. The owner was just like, well, let these guys do what they do. And we'll
honestly,
see how that worked out.
Hall of Fame is kind of a stretch.
Oh boy.
That's and don't get me wrong, he had an incredible last year of his career. The 2018 comeback player of the year career, he had an incredible comeback.
Yeah.
But I
don't think he had enough to make it to Hall of Fame level, to be honest. That's just me. Even with proper coaching.
Because he played, what? Let's see. 12.
Who knows, though?
So you only played 6 years in the league?
I've been proven wrong on stuff like this before, so don't just take my word for it. If you believe differently, then that's cool, I respect your opinions.
I would have hoped that maybe perhaps if he had continued to, play longer, if he was healthy and played longer, that, maybe in the right type of system, like, I don't think he would have flourished to his maximum potential as a Colt. Yes, I understand he had playoff appearances with the Colts. He's played for the Colts his entire career. Don't get me wrong. But I really feel like I really feel like his absolute ceiling, he would have had to have gone outside of Indianapolis.
Agreed, yep. Indy was just not a great fit for him at all.
Yeah. Well, that's not to say that
it didn't work for him.
He didn't make plays, because he definitely made plays.
Oh yeah, he made plays. He had some good wide receivers around him that made plays for him too, and made him look a little bit better than he was. But the coaching didn't develop him at all, so he was not put in a great place to succeed. So if he were to end up in in another coaching staff, that actually worked with him and worked around him, built wide receivers like the ones he had in Indy, and built on the success that he had in Indy, I believe he could have been elevated to the next level for sure.
Right.
But again, he's not going to end up being a game changer like Peyton Manning is, or Russell Wilson at the end of his career. So, no, I don't think he's got enough in the tank to get to Hall of Fame. Even with all of that.
Yeah, I can agree with that. He says Eli Manning is a Hall of Famer as well, possibly. I think he will eventually. It's
debatable, but not first ballot, though.
Kevin says there's absolutely no reason that Steve Smith should not be a first ballot Hall of Famer. He was unbelievable.
Facts.
Yeah.
First ballot, definitely.
He also says he was one of the highest prospects to ever come out of college with his height and arm strength. I'm talking about Andrew Luck.
Game. He literally changed the game at wide receiver.
Yeah.
People respected that man. If you didn't respect him, he was going to take it.
Yeah. Good point.
And everybody bashed him for his height, and his skill set, and Steve proved them all wrong. He said, my height has nothing to do with how I play football.
Right.
He said, watch this.
Yeah, exactly.
And people started respecting him after that. They said, okay, he's backing up what he says.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's where I think Bryce can make that next step up is, put your money where your mouth is. You know what I'm saying? Step up.
Yeah, just really build off of confidence.
I do love that Teddy Roosevelt feel to him. Like, he's quiet, but he carries a big stick.
Yeah.
If he can carry that big stick, like I'm saying here, what Steve Smith did, to the point where people started respecting him and started listening to him.
Right.
That's how he could take his game to the next level.
Indeed.
But I need him to be developed properly. I need him to have a good quarterback coach. That's why I want Pat O'Hara, that worked with Tannehill, to work with him at quarterback coach. I want Ken Dorsey to run this offense because Ken Dorsey worked with Cam Newton. He could take him to the next level.
Indeed.
And work around his system and make him work.
Did you have some more comments on your side?
No, I don't. I'm caught up.
Oh, you don't? Oh, you're caught up? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm caught up.
Quick shout. Oh, Kevin says, quick shout out to Puka Nukua for a outstanding rookie season. He is probably really well for the Rams at wide receiver. Oh, yeah. That Rams wide receiver. That's right.
Gotcha, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He has made quite a splash.
Yes, he has.
This season.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, he's
156 yards, 1 touchdown tonight against the Saints.
He's over 1,000 yards this year.
Yep.
Dang, he surpassed Cooper Kupp this season. Well, Cooper Kupp
had those injuries this year.
But still, that's another elite weapon for the team alongside
I think
Cooper Kupp.
Could have matched Cooper Kupp. At the end of the year, it had Cooper Kupp been healthy.
Yeah, good point. Kevin said he had 156 yards and a touchdown tonight. Nice.
Very nice. That's a name I'm going to have to remember going into fantasy football next year.
6'2", 205 pounds out of BYU.
I'm going to keep an eye open for him.
And he was a 5th rounder. What?
Impressive.
Wow. He was a 5th rounder. Pick 177.
That just goes to show you. You don't always have to be a 1st or 2nd or 3rd rounder to be successful in the NFL. If you are coached right and you're in the right system that fits you.
Has 87 catches this year.
With a good quarterback, you're going to succeed as a wide receiver.
And he's top 10 receivers in receiving yards this year at number 6.
If they use you for what you do best, you're going to succeed. No matter what round you're from. I've seen 6th or 7th rounders succeed.
What's that? What was that last thing?
I've seen 6th or 7th rounders succeed.
So
it all depends, on how you're coached. Are you being developed properly? Or are you being used for your best skills? And in the best way possible? Are you being put in the best positions on the best routes that fit what you do?
But that's a good point, dude.
And 6th or 7th rounders could even be successful under that. So,
yeah,
with a great quarterback, and great protection for that quarterback and great routes, scheme fit, the whole 9 yards has to go right for you to be successful.
Indeed, and they.
Green Bay is a great place for you to go if that's one of the things that you value. Because they've always treated their wide receivers well.
Thanks for coming through, Kevin. You have a good night as well.
Yes. Thanks for coming through, man.
But another weapon for Stafford alongside Mr. Cooper Kupp. That's what's up.
Man, oh man.
Okay.
The Rams are on a roll.
So, final thing. we're gonna look at score predictions
Right.
for
Score
or not score
predictions.
predictions, but like who's gonna win for this week, right?
All right. So before we start that, what players do you think are going to stick?
Oh, that was the other thing you had mentioned. Okay.
And which ones might go? You know,
Okay.
if we hire another bad coach.
Oh, specifically if we hire another bad coach?
Yeah, because there's a high probability of that happening. So I'm trying to get a head start on this, so that we can get things moving in the right direction as far as who we're going to go after free agency and the draft coming up. Because we've got, I'm trying to think, cap space. How much do we have next year? We have we have $39.1 million in cap space next year.
That's not a lot.
No, it isn't. We restructured a lot of these contracts this year, so that's going to eventually come back to bite us too.
And then we
I'm not looking forward to that.
And then we gotta also look at who's going to be a free agent, and this is a pretty decent sized list. So, C.J. Henderson, D.J. Chark, Frankie Louvu, Shaquille Griffin, Brian Burns, Marquise Haynes, Sam Franklin, Yetur Gross-Matos, Laviska Shenault, Deshaun Williams, J.J. Jansen, Camus Groget-Hill, Henry Anderson, Jeremy Chin, Troy Hill, Amir Smith-Marset, Nick Thurman, Giovanni Ricci, Stefan Sullivan, Raheem Blackshear, LeBrian Ray, Jalen Dalton, and Mac McCain.
Okay. Where are you seeing this list at?
Spot Track.
Send it to me so I can look at it and show it on screen.
Okay. Alrighty, let's see.
Because this is an important list right here, folks. This is the determining factor of whether we are able to build a roster for 2024 or not. This is important.
But,
if we hire the wrong coach, this could be disastrous.
But yeah, so
okay, let me put that up on here. 1 second.
So yeah, those are going to be free agents end of this season.
Okay.
It's a lot of young guys too.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see. I get sent some very interesting things. One of which is a player that we'll get into in a minute. Is a wide receiver from North Carolina. But we'll talk about him in a minute. Right now we want to discuss the ones that may or may not leave here. But I'll get into the draftable players on my stream when we do draftable players. Okay. Either Friday or Saturday, we'll do that stream. So, if you're interested in joining into that with a player that you want to promote, go on my pinned post on my Facebook group page. There will be a pinned post for the Keep Pounding in all caps Facebook group page. You'll see a post that says something about learning about the new players, in the draft. And what you'll do in the comment section is post the name of the player, the college they come from, what position they play, and why you like them.
There you go.
And we'll get into a humongous stream. It will cover all of them that you guys name. Or you can just drop them in chat when I go live. And I'll announce when I go live on that page as well. So, or when I plan to. It might be impromptu, so be prepared for that.
Fair enough.
Because I don't have a time set for it yet.
But y'all been given the heads
let
up.
me get this on screen real quick. There we go. Okay, so taking a look at the players that we got on this list. Let's start with the ones we want to retain.
Okay. So I guess start from the top. C.J. Henderson.
Right now, we're really trying to upgrade on C.J. Henderson. I would be willing to keep him just to put him on the practice squad in case we need an extra corner. If we draft a corner that's really, really good. I don't want to go into free agency for that because most of the good corners just went in free agency this year.
Mm-hmm.
Bradbury, Josh Norman, all of them that we really wanted went in free agency this year. So, I would say yes, keep him for now. Practice squad numbers, though. Okay. Unless we can't find that corner, then we can always bring him back up. That's fine.
DJ Chark.
DJ Chark, we don't see him fitting into the system that we're going to be creating. I don't know what system that's going to be yet, so I'm not 100% ready to say keep or toss yet until we know what system we're going to put in.
Mm-hmm.
Once the hirings have finished, the new hirings for the coaches, then we'll know what system we're looking at, and we can judge from there.
So something tells me he's probably not gonna get.
I don't see him coming back. No.
I don't either.
No.
Frankie,
you better pay that man.
Yeah, that's an easy one.
That's an easy one, y'all. Pay that man. He needs to come back. Shaquille Griffin. So far, I haven't seen enough of him yet.
I mean, I know it's near the end of the season, so
right.
I don't
You've got a few games to test him out to see who he is. What he can do. I say use those 3 games, and we'll come back to him.
Yeah.
We'll come back to him.
Okay, Brian Burns.
This is an interesting one because his market value is now changed to a first and a third.
Yeah.
And it may be lower than that, considering where he's at now in the season. Maybe a first and a fifth.
Yeah, and he can forget about a $30 million contract. That ain't happening.
Yeah, that's not happening.
But that ain't happening.
This is tough because I say rework a contract with him. Don't give him the $31 million. But it needs to be significantly lower.
Well, I think he's going to get franchise tag.
How much is the franchise tag?
That I am not sure.
Is anyone in chat aware of what that franchise tag might be? Save us a little time. We can both look it up, but...
So typically, franchise tag for a DE is about. So this year it was about 19 million. 19
million. Yeah, that sounds about right. Because his last contract was 4 years, 13.5 million.
Okay. Well, yeah.
So he was making about 3.3 per year. Signing bonus of 7.8. Guaranteed at signing 13.5. Total guaranteed 13.5.
Right. Okay.
Spot Track has his market value at 23.4.
Oof. Well.
Which, I mean, people were talking 28. People were talking anywhere from 28, 25 to 30
Oof.
earlier on this season. So now it's down to 23. That sounds about right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to
sounds
argue
right.
with that right now.
Yeah, that sounds right.
So if you franchise tag him, that's still saving us money.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I agree. Franchise tag him.
Yeah. Marquise Haynes?
I see potential in him. I say keep him.
Yeah, he's been a depth piece for Carolina for a number of years.
Yeah.
Sam Franklin?
I see flashes of good things in him, but he's a depth man.
And also a special teamer.
Yeah, let's be real. He's a depth man. It's hard to find good safety units though out there.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. 50-50 on that one. Gross Matos has been showing some progress. I say keep him for now.
Okay.
LaVisca, we haven't even really used LaVisca. Let's be real.
Something tells me we're not going to keep him.
I don't think so, no.
Yeah.
He's going to go out there.
Yeah.
Deshaun Williams. Haven't seen heads or tails of him. He's going to be gone.
Yeah, probably.
JJ Jensen, re-sign him. He's our long snapper.
Yeah, he's going to be the first one they re-sign anyway.
Absolutely. He'll be re-signed for cheap.
Yeah.
Camus, I haven't seen much of him this year, but I do see something in him.
Yeah, I would be willing to take a chance on him, actually.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Henry Anderson. Toss him.
Yeah, he hadn't been able to stay healthy.
Yeah, toss him.
Yeah. Jeremy Chin, yes.
Pay that man.
Yes.
Pay that man award right there.
Yeah. Troy Hill.
And put him back at safety where he belongs. Please.
Right. And then Troy Hill, yes.
Yes. Keep him.
Smith Marset.
I see potential in this man, but only as a wide receiver.
Yeah.
Not as a return man.
He does have the one I believe it was a punt return touchdown in the Bears game. I mean, there was that.
Okay, develop him. We'll keep him for now. Nick Thurman, toss him.
Yeah, nothing really stands out about him so far.
No, not excited at all. Giovanni Ricci. I like Ricci as a tight end. Are you paying him as a fullback or are you paying him as a tight end? There's a big difference here.
Yeah.
Because if you're paying him as a fullback, we got a problem because fullback is not a really realistic position anymore in the NFL. Like anybody on the offense could do that job right now. Even wide receivers could do that job right now.
Yeah. Can't say I don't dislike the guy.
If you put him out there at tight end, then you have to pay him tight end numbers. That's the problem there. And it's significantly higher.
I think he's got decent
We've gotten
hands.
away with that little nick, that little crack in the system where we could use him as a fullback and pay him fullback numbers, but also use him as a tight end. So we've found that little crack in the system there.
Mm-hmm.
But how long can we use that for? Before it becomes outdated and plastered up.
Yeah, perhaps. Interesting. They have Stephon Sullivan listed as a wide receiver and not a tight end.
Interesting.
Huh.
If you look at him
No.
size and weight wise, he fits a tight end.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Um, and I definitely want to experiment with him. I think there's something there. Keep
Yeah.
him.
I say maybe another year.
Yeah, one
Maybe
more
another
year.
year.
Let's test him out, see what he can do, what he can't do. Um, maybe with
Ra-
another offensive system, maybe it'll work.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get him
Raheem
more involved.
Blackshear. I like
Blackshear, I
Raheem.
see something in. Yes, keep him.
I mean, I don't mind him, being in the running back rotation. I mean, I don't see why not.
If you can improve on Blackshear, then do it. But if you can't, then keep him where he is.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at with
Um,
him.
LeBrian Ray. Eh.
Toss him.
Yeah.
Jalen
Ch-
Dalton, toss him.
yeah.
Mac McCain, toss him.
Yeah. So.
All right, so we know which players that we're keeping. We know which players that we're tossing. Now we can start to determine, once you start looking through that depth chart, okay, what do we need to replace? So I am going to actually keep this link. That way I
Okay.
can refer to it when I start doing the other stuff. And then we'll go from there, right?
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. Good point.
That'll be my reference point. Thank you for that. Good find.
Yeah. Yeah,
Um,
absolutely.
so that'll help us like narrow down the list of free agents, what we're looking for. And also draftable players.
Indeed, indeed.
Cool.
So, with that being said, should we go to scores or are
Score
we
predictions, yes.
okay?
Or team
All right.
predictions, yes.
So,
I
we
actually
know.
predicted the Rams to win that game against the Saints.
Yeah. So, which they have delivered, and now the Rams are 8-7. Saints take a lick, 7-8. All right.
So for my stream, I did predict the Monday night game, and we never did get to it because my last stream was before that game actually ended. Seattle ended up winning against Philly,
Oh yeah, that's right.
and it helped me
That's
to
right.
advance to the next round of the fantasy football playoffs.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Let's go. Semifinals.
So,
Here we go.
so we got two games this Saturday. Two Saturday games.
Mm-hmm.
So, Bengals and Steelers. Division showdown.
This is gonna be an interesting one.
Yeah.
Let me see what both of these teams did recently here. Bengals are favored on ESPN by 58.3%.
Bengals are on a three-game winning streak.
Let's see.
And it's funny because Pittsburgh's on a three-game losing streak.
Ooh. And Cincinnati's on a 3-game winning streak.
Yeah. So,
Cincinnati just had 2 overtime games in their last 3 games, and they won both.
yeah. And this is a home game for Pittsburgh. So,
Are either one of them still in the hunt?
oh yeah, they both are. They both are.
Ooh. Which one's going to want it more? I favor Cincinnati at this point. This team's got some fight in them. To the point where they just won 2 overtime games against Jacksonville and Minnesota, who are both contenders. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would go with the Bengals on this.
I
Confidently.
Jake Browning has been playing pretty well, and don't forget he's still got the weapons on offense with Mixon and Jamar Chase, T Higgins, all that. So I mean,
The interesting thing is you've got to get through Pittsburgh and you've got to go through Cleveland to get to the playoffs if you're Cincinnati.
Yeah.
They're not getting past Kansas City. Kansas City's going to run them over.
Yeah, and the Ravens have already clinched. So, yeah.
They need both of those division games in order to get in.
Yeah. But I'm going to say I agree. Bengals for the win.
Yeah. Pittsburgh. What does Pittsburgh's schedule look like here?
Pittsburgh, they still got to play the Seahawks and Ravens after the Bengals. So, tough schedule.
Ooh. Yeah. My odds are on Cincinnati getting the spot.
Yeah, but Cincinnati's got a tough schedule too. They got to play the Chiefs and the Browns.
I mean,
after this game,
they're not getting past the Chiefs. Let's be fair. Chiefs are more fully loaded than Cincinnati will ever be. So, although the Chiefs have been known to lose a few random games lately.
It would be the revenge game because remember, they did beat the Chiefs to make it to the Super Bowl a few years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Chiefs have not forgotten that.
Yeah, this would be quite the revenge game.
Oh.
I just now thought about that.
Oh, good point. Good point.
Ooh. And they're going into that with no Joe Burrow too.
Ooh-wee.
Oh, wait a minute. Jamar Chase is out for the Steelers game.
Ooh.
Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that kind of changes the dynamic a little bit.
It does. It does because the Steelers still have Pickett in.
Ooh.
Yeah, Pickett has 6 touchdowns and 4 picks, but Pickett can do enough to win that game, I think.
But Jake Browning has been playing pretty well, and he still has T. Higgins out. But
T. Higgins will do a lot of damage on a secondary.
Dude, I think this might be a tougher game to predict. I mean,
that could come down to a field goal kick or overtime again for Cincinnati, which they are 2 for 2 in overtime.
But I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna ride the hot hand and still stick with Cincy.
Because of the quarterback, what quarterback are they putting in?
Jake Browning.
Oof.
Who has been playing pretty well. 7 touchdowns, 3 interceptions so far.
Okay, I'm going to go Bengals. You convinced me.
Okay. So that's the first Saturday game. And then
Buffalo
the
and
evening
the
time.
Chargers.
Buffalo and the Chargers.
I got Buffalo.
Yeah, I mean, Chargers just cut Mr. Staley, so.
Mm-hmm.
And then not only that, Mr. What's his face? Justin Herbert's out for the rest of the season. So.
Yep. Chargers are done.
Yeah. So, Bills, definitely going Bills.
Yep. Whatever chances the Chargers thought they had, they're out the window as soon as Herbert went out with that injury.
Yeah. And then, of course, Packers, Panthers. We both went with Packers.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
24-10, I feel like this is going to be one of those comeback games for Green Bay. Unfortunately.
Yeah. And as I said, 17-14, Green Bay wins by a field goal.
Mm-hmm. They need it to stay in the hunt.
Colts and the Falcons. Ooh. Well, the Colts are trying to make a last-ditch effort. They are 8-6.
The interesting thing about the Falcons is they've had like a bunch of games where they've had leads and then they blew those leads.
Yeah. Falcons are on a
Most
two-game losing
recently, the
streak.
last game against the Bucks.
Yeah. And they're on a two-game losing streak right now.
They
But,
don't have enough in the tank, man. I'm telling you. And the Colts.
and not only that, the Colts have a good record on the road. So I'm a go Colts.
Yeah, the Colts just came off of a win over the Steelers, 30-13. Yeah, I'm going
True.
Colts.
Yeah. All right. Seahawks and Titans. Well, I mean, Titans are out of playoff contention. So
I got Seattle.
yeah.
Seattle's fighting for a wild card spot.
Yeah. Good call. Lions and Vikings. The Vikings are still in it.
Lions.
Barely, but they're still in it. And they did recently lose to the Bengals. So
The Lions just absolutely destroyed the Broncos last game, 42-17. Yep, I got Lions. They're back.
yeah,
They're officially
Lions
back.
over the Vikings. Yeah, I got you on that. I agree. Battle of two terrible teams: the Commanders and the Jets.
Strong chance of the Lions going 12 wins, by the way.
Right.
They play the Vikings twice and the Cowboys
Yeah.
in Dallas.
All right. Commanders and Jets.
Let's see.
I mean, the Jets just got shut out by the Dolphins badly, 30-0. But the Commanders are on a 5-game losing streak.
Washington's been eliminated.
Yeah. So
I've got Jets. Because Zach Wilson has been playing pretty well recently.
yeah. Well, don't forget Trevor Siemian played in the Dolphins game.
Yeah,
he played the
and
Dolphins
Washington
game.
does have McLaurin too.
Yeah. I mean, Zach Wilson was 4 of 11, and then Trevor Siemian, he stunk it up too. So, I mean,
It's gonna come down to turnovers
yeah.
between these two teams, I think.
And even with see, the Commanders, they, like I said, 5-game losing streak. So, oof.
Yeah, the Jets came off that loss to the Dolphins last week, 30-0.
Yeah.
But they won against the Texans 30-6. So they've got the firepower. It's just they can't win the big games against teams like the Dolphins or the Falcons that are competitors, and trying to get in.
This is a really tough one, bro.
They got beat up by the Bills.
Because both have bad records on the road and at home. So
This could be a low-scoring game.
I'm gonna just take a gamble and
I'm going Jets.
you know what? Bump it. I'll go Commanders. What the heck? I'll go Commanders. Browns and Texans.
Browns and Texans. Browns.
Is Stroud still out? Well, he's listed as questionable. Ooh, still in concussion. Ooh.
And the Browns just absolutely... They just got done beating the Jaguars 31-27, and they beat the Bears 20-17. So this is going to be...
The Texans are without Tank Dell because he's out for the season. Ooh. Yeah. Browns are on a 2-game win streak as well.
This looks like a dub for the Browns.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll agree. Browns for the win. Uh, Jacksonville Jaguars at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Here's the interesting part. Trevor Lawrence actually is in concussion protocol.
Is he really?
Yep.
Ooh.
According to my fantasy app, he's actually had headaches in the first day, and he was extremely limited. He didn't show up in the practice yesterday, and he complained of the headaches. So that's the first step of the 5-step program for concussions. So, I'm really concerned about that. I'd like to see him be able to play again here soon, but we need him to pass those tests for sure.
Yeah, and not only
I feel like the Jaguars' offense just isn't the same without this man at the helm.
Well, not only that, they're on a 3-game losing streak. The Bucks are on a 3-game winning streak, especially with Baker Mayfield coming off that near perfect game recently against, I think it was Green Bay? Yeah, Green Bay. So,
ooh. Okay, so the 3-game losing streak the Jags are on is the Bengals, the Browns, and Ravens.
Yeah.
And they got absolutely destroyed by the Ravens, 23-7 last week. The Buccaneers got a surprise win last week against the Falcons that they were not supposed to get.
And Baker was in prime form in that Packers game.
So who would get the start for Jacksonville without Trevor in?
So his backup is either going to be E.J. Perry or C.J. Beathard, which it looks like it's C.J. Beathard.
It's C.J. Because that's what I've heard. And here's the interesting thing. You've got Travis Etienne, you've got Calvin Ridley, you've got Evan Ingram. Excellent players. I mean, excellent weaponry for what you're trying to do with the RPO.
Yeah. I mean,
if you can just get Trevor back and healthy from that concussion protocol.
Yeah.
This could be a really nasty offense.
Well, 3 days away, so.
I like that they have Agnew back there in the second string.
Right.
He's a great slot receiver for you, for that system. Mm-hmm. Like I said, all of these players make sense. Look at all of these players. They make sense with this scheme fit. That's what I'm talking about. That's what we need to start doing in our front office, is getting players that scheme fit. That little purple puzzle piece that you see in Madden.
Yeah.
You know, in the new Madden games. Those are there for a reason, guys.
This is true. I'm familiar. So, I guess, what are you thinking? I mean, do you feel that it just comes down to if Trevor Lawrence plays, then yeah, maybe
CJ, he's the last recorded game of his was against the Bengals. 9 for 10, 63 yards, 90% completion rating. Sacked 2 times. That's all he really did. He just handed the ball off, mostly, in that game. And that's why, you know, he just let the playmakers do what they do. And they still managed to get 31 points, you know, and go into overtime against the Bengals, but they just didn't come out with the win. You know, with Trevor running most of that show.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, once you got into overtime, it was CJ. And I don't know at what point Trevor got that concussion. But I remember getting that notification. I was like, shoot. You know?
Yeah. Yeah, I feel you on that.
I was like, that is not good.
Yeah, those
That's
concussions
gonna,
are no joke.
man.
So,
I've got oh boy. I have to go maybe Buccaneers here. They've been playing well and a little over their head.
yeah.
They beat the Panthers, Falcons, and Packers recently.
Right.
Our Panthers. So, I mean, they're fighting for first in the division, along with New Orleans. Atlanta doesn't have the fight in order to take it. They've proven that. New Orleans does, but, you know, whoever doesn't win this thing is going to wild card.
Yeah.
So I don't
I
know
can
who's
see
taking
that.
this
I can
thing.
definitely see that.
I'm gonna be real with you. Tampa has the Jags, the Saints, and our Panthers left. The Saints still have to go through the Buccaneers and Falcons to get it, which the Saints have an easier path, but they did lose to the Rams on Monday, which does
Right.
not look good for them. That's not a good look. But can the Saints take the Bucks? Can they take the Falcons? Yes, and yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
So, Buccaneers will be fighting for a wild card spot at that point. Can they get it? I don't know.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna play it safe as well and say Bucks, just because
Yeah.
just riding
Bucks
the hot
can take
hand.
the Jags. They can take us.
Yeah. Oh. Here's one for you. Cardinals at the Bears.
Bears.
Yeah, I got to go with Bears as well. I know Kyler Murray just came back, but yeah,
Yeah.
Cardinals are trash this year. So
Yep. Even as good, even as quote unquote good as Justin Fields is, he's still not going to be able to make it in the Cardinals defense. He'll do just enough, though.
yeah, and
As quote unquote good as he is, the Cardinals are worse.
yeah, and the Bears are also coming off a loss to the Browns. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Bears, definitely.
but yeah, I picked Bears as well.
Next
Let's see. Next one is this might be the game. This might be the game. Cowboys at Dolphins.
Ooh. All right. Now here's one. This is where the Dallas Cowboys defense is going to get exposed.
Yeah.
Philadelphia already exposed it. But here's the problem.
And
That defense closed up those gaps.
They're also coming off a loss to the Bills.
Yeah, Philadelphia just recently opened raw the holes of that secondary of the Cowboys. And the Bills took full advantage of it and put 31 up on them.
Yep.
So they're going to have to fix that defense if they want to be considered legit competitors. But once they do, I think, they could easily compete with the Eagles again and go to the next round.
By the way, Morstart is 34 yards away from 1,000 yards rushing.
Good for him.
Yep.
The Dolphins, on the other hand. Let's see what we got here. The Dolphins are a very interesting team here. A lot of these wins are legitimate ones, but there's also some non-legitimate ones as well.
Yeah, but they still have the number one offense.
Oh, yeah. By far, definitely. They just put up 30 to nothing against the Jets last week.
Yeah, Tua is playing his butt off.
They beat the Commanders 45 to 15. They beat the Jets again 34 to 13.
Mm-hmm.
They only lost by 7 to the Chiefs.
Right.
They lost big to the Eagles earlier on in the season.
I'm gonna say Dolphins win.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree.
Just because I'm not saying that the Cowboys' offense won't do anything, but I just think that Dolphins' offense will be just a little too much
For
the
that
Cowboys
secondary.
defense.
Yeah, I agree. And it's in Miami as well. If it was in Dallas, there would be more of a 50-50 chance.
Right, since Dallas is undefeated at home so far. But yeah, I gotta go with the Dolphins.
Dolphins for me as well.
This should be an easy one. Patriots at the Broncos. Gotta go Broncos.
I'm gonna agree with that. New England's been really struggling this year.
Yep.
And it's evidenced again with that game against the Chiefs there, 27 to 17 last week. Bill Belichick is frustrated. They're telling him he's going to be gone after the end of the year. That's definitely going to get in his head.
Yep.
And
I have to agree.
The Broncos are due for a good game. They just lost to the Lions.
Yeah, I think they'll probably
they
get
need
back
this
on
one.
Track. Yeah. So I'm going to say Broncos.
Yep.
This next one should be an easy one. Giants at Eagles.
Eagles.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely got to go Eagles.
Yep.
Raiders at Chiefs.
This is an interesting one. The Chiefs have been known to lose games like this lately that they should be winning.
Yeah.
They lost to the Packers. They lost to the Bills as of recently. Teams that they should not be losing to.
Yeah.
If they want to be considered serious contenders for the Super Bowl this year.
And the crazy
they also
thing
lost
is,
to the Eagles earlier on, which could be a potential Super Bowl matchup.
Yeah, and the Raiders are coming off a 63 to 21 win off of the Chargers. Oof.
That's rather unimpressive. And here's the thing with the Chiefs, that they've also already beaten the Dolphins 21 to 14.
This is true.
So that's notable.
I think the Raiders might do a little something, but I gotta go with the Chiefs. I think the Chiefs
agree. The Chiefs' defense
is
really running through teams like New England right now, and the Raiders that are struggling.
And who knows? Maybe the Raiders will strike first, but I don't see them winning.
Right.
And then this last one, this could possibly be a preview of this upcoming Super Bowl. Could be. Ravens at the Niners.
Niners.
Ooh, that easy? Really?
Yep. Niners.
Hmm.
And I'll tell you why. Look at the
Okay.
defense of the Niners. If you
Yeah.
look at the defense of the Niners, let's take a look at it. These guys are on a 6-game winning streak right now.
True.
They've beaten the Jaguars, they've beaten the Buccaneers, the Seahawks, the Eagles, the Seahawks again, and then a cruise win over the Cardinals.
Right.
So now they're going to get tested again by the Ravens. And
Ooh, the
this
Ravens,
time
bro.
it's in San Fran. It's not in Baltimore, it's in San Fran.
Yeah, but the Ravens are also on a 4-game winning streak currently.
So when you look at the Niners defense, all right, so as of recently, they've given up when you look at their win streak so far, they've given up 3 against the Jags, 14 against the Buccaneers, 13 against Seattle, 19 against the Eagles, 16 with the Seahawks again, and then 29 in that easy game against the Cards where they just kind of took their foot off the gas.
Right.
Defensively. But now they realize that they've got to put the foot back on the gas, so expect that to be under 20.
Yeah.
So, can the San Fran offense score more than 20 points? Yes, I do see them doing it.
Okay.
So, with that being the case, let's look at Baltimore. Baltimore, like you said, was on a 4-game winning streak, but these are cruise teams right now. It's the Bengals, the Chargers, the Rams, and the Jags. However, the Rams have been playing some good ball lately.
Right.
So, and you know, the Jags just lost Trevor Lawrence in that game as of recently. So, I assume that game was with Trevor playing the entire game. That's what I'm assuming. So, putting that into perspective, the last 2 were sort of impressive. I'm still going Niners. If this game was in Baltimore, and I've warned people before, if you go into Baltimore this time of year, you're not coming out of there with a victory. Not with the Ravens playing the way they are right now. There's no way. I don't care how good you think you are. They will surprise the heck out of you. I don't know what it is about Baltimore, what they put in the water system in Baltimore during this time of year, but whatever it is, keep drinking that Gatorade, boys. Because it's working for you.
Right on.
But yeah, Niners. All right,
Yeah.
so
I definitely think, and Brock Purdy, he's been playing MVP like football, and just, I think it's gonna be close, but I just feel like the Niners just have a little more on offense to really, that with the balance of how their defense has been playing. Just, I think it's going to be close, but I'm gonna play it safe and go with the Niners. But I won't be shocked if the Ravens happen to pull it off.
yeah,
I'll say that. I'll say that.
True.
But I'm really thinking
Possible potential upset incoming.
Yeah, because I'm really thinking that game, and then Cowboys Dolphins are like the 2 biggest games to look out for this week.
Mm-hmm.
And then just wanted to take a quick look at the standings. Um, AFC East,
Sure.
like I said, the Jets and Patriots, they're out. It's really down to the Bills and Dolphins, which the Bills are only 2 games behind, but I still believe the Dolphins will win the division. But I expect the Bills to still be in line for a wild card spot, possibly.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah. Now, AFC North, we know that Baltimore has clinched a berth, but not the division yet. But something tells me if they do happen to beat the Niners, I think they do clinch the division. I think. I
Mm-hmm.
think they do clinch the division.
Yeah.
So they
Even
got
with
a
the
chance.
Cleveland win, they still would.
Yeah. So they got a chance to go ahead and clinch that division if they can win and beat the Niners. It's going to be tough. But
Yeah.
and then even when you think about it, even the Steelers are still in the hunt. They're 7-7.
It's
But
interesting, they're in the bottom of that division and they're still 7-7 and still in the hunt.
yeah, but they're going to need a lot of help, and they really
Oh,
need to
yeah.
win out. So that's the only thing. But something tells me maybe, just maybe, Cleveland might end up taking one of those wild card spots. They just might do it.
It's possible.
But when it comes to the NFC, to the AFC North, you never know.
3.
Now, AFC South, we know the Titans, they're out. Dude, we got a 3-way tie at 8-6 between the Texans, Colts, and Jaguars.
There's only 6 teams in the AFC that are 500 or below ball.
Yeah.
Think about that for a second. That shows you how weak the NFC side is this year.
Yeah.
Yikes.
Now, Jaguars, Colts, Texans. You still believe the Jaguars will still win the division?
Not if they don't have Trevor Lawrence.
Fair point.
That'll be the death of their season right there.
I tell you what, though.
Colts will take it.
If the Texans can somehow bounce back, I would not be too shocked if C.J. Stroud sees his first playoff appearance in his rookie year.
Yeah, that could happen. If the
That
Colts bounce out and the Texans bounce back, let me see something here. The Texans have the Browns, the Titans, and Colts left. So it'll come down to that Week 18 game, I think.
Yeah.
It could. Now the Colts have the Falcons, Raiders, and Texans. I could see the Colts winning all 3 of these.
Yeah.
So again, it would come down to that last game.
Yeah. That's fair. Yeah, that's
as
fair.
far as the Texans are concerned, I could see them beating the Titans for sure. So it would come down to that Browns game.
Right.
Do they have enough firepower with or without Stroud?
Yeah, that's really going to be what it comes down to. Because, I mean,
Without
I know Case
Stroud, this
Yeah.
could be real interesting.
Yeah,
The Browns
and I know
will win that game, and the Texans will be out. Colts will win the division.
Yeah. And, I mean, I know Case Keenum, when they defeated the Titans, they won. But, of course, they only won by 3 points. So, yeah. Texans really, they need to help themselves and they need to win out for them to really have a shot. But, yeah, AFC South.
Which they won't be able to.
Like you said, with these last 3 games, it's going to be interesting to see who takes the AFC South. And then the AFC West, I don't know how the Chargers are still in it. I don't understand that. They're 5
I don't
and 9,
either.
but they don't
They'll
have
be
the
gone.
E next to them.
They're not
But
making it.
but I
Raiders
think
are
it's
not
coming.
making it either. They're not. They don't have enough to stay in the hunt.
Yeah, and the Broncos, I think the Broncos will come close, but I think they will just barely miss the boat.
Mm-hmm.
I hate
Same
to say
here.
it. Chiefs, definitely I can see the Chiefs taking the division.
Oh
Still.
yeah.
Yeah. They would have to have the biggest disaster ever these last 3 games for
Yeah.
like the anybody else to come back, but I don't see that happening.
So it'll come down to Cleveland, Cincinnati, and Buffalo for those wild card spots.
Yeah. Now, the interesting thing with the AFC, before we go to the NFC, the interesting thing here is if the playoffs were to start now, Indianapolis has that 7th seed.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, Indy, Cincinnati, Cleveland. Those are the wild cards.
Hmm.
So, and then there's Houston and Buffalo right behind Indianapolis.
Hmm. I think
So,
Buffalo takes the first one. And the question is Cleveland versus Cincinnati. Which one takes that other one?
yeah, good point.
I've got Cleveland at this point.
Right now, the Ravens are the number 1 seed in the AFC, but something tells me I don't think for long.
Hmm. So you think the Ravens will fall off?
I know this is going to be crazy, but I got this feeling that the Dolphins may finish number 1 seed.
Okay, so Baltimore plays the Niners, the Dolphins, and the Steelers. Alright, so I see them beating the Steelers.
Right.
It's the other two. Those are going to be the real challenges. One of those two is going to be a loss. If not both. I think.
But then again, out of those 3 teams, the Chiefs have the easier schedule with the Raiders, Bengals, Chargers. Well, so yeah.
Chiefs get number 1 seed, I think.
Chiefs could bounce back and finish strong to get that number 1 seed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, now that you mention it, yeah. Okay, NFC. So NFC East, we know the Commanders are out. We know Dallas and Philly have clinched. It's just a matter of who wins the division.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
Yeah.
I don't know how the heck the Giants are still in it, but
they'll be gone.
Yeah.
They're not hanging.
So I don't know. Who you think wins the division, Dallas or Philly?
Philly.
So the only thing that stands out to me is Dallas is undefeated at home. And
True.
if they can somehow maintain that, if they win the division and get a home game, that's got to be a big advantage for Dallas. So
Eagles play a cupcake schedule to finish up. They got 2 Giants games and a Cardinals game.
Oh shoot! Oh, they got the easiest.
Yep, Dallas. Dallas has the Dolphins, the Lions, and Commanders. Yep, Eagles are.
Oh heck no! Yeah.
Eagles are taking the division.
Yeah, good call.
Yep. But I'm gonna say this though. When those two faced off the last time, Dallas is not gonna forget that big loss that they took to the Eagles.
Oh yeah.
When they meet again in the playoffs, it's gonna get ugly.
Yeah.
I can see some players getting emotional.
Yeah,
in
and
particular
it's always
Dallas
been
players, because
it's always been
they
very
play with some anger and some fire.
well. It's
So,
always been very heated between Dallas and Philly for
oh
years.
yeah,
So
this is gonna be a UFC fight right here
you
between
got
these two.
you got like split
Woo!
families when it for in situations like
Yeah,
this. It's
yeah.
crazy.
It's gonna be a classic cage match between these two.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm ready for that. I'm ready for that.
Let's
Cowboys fans are gonna
see.
be pissed.
Yeah. No kidding. Okay. NFC North.
Let's see.
Honestly, as long as Detroit just finishes strong, they should win the division.
Yeah, Detroit's got the division.
Um, although the other three teams, Chicago, I mean, Chicago has the Cardinals, Falcons, and Packers. I mean, Bears might win two. Maybe
Mm, it's
they'll
not
win
enough.
two, but
Not even close to enough for a wild card.
yeah.
Because by the
Um,
time they get their two, the Vikings will have their two.
yeah,
So, or at
and
least
then
one. So it's not enough.
yeah, and then the Packers. Well, yeah,
Packers
because
are done too. They don't have enough.
so yeah, I feel like it's gonna be tough for them, but Detroit should still take the division.
Oh yeah.
Uh, NFC South, which I know we're out, but it got really interesting
Saints take the division. I'm
after we
saying it
beat
now. Saints take the division. They when you look at the three teams on Sunday, you could tell which one was actually fighting for the division lead.
well, they did just lose to the Rams, so
But they lost in a close one though. It was 30-22.
this is true.
So they're competing,
Yeah,
and that's my point. When you watched Atlanta versus us, Atlanta looked like garbage against us.
yep, that they did.
I mean, they made us look better than we actually are.
Yeah,
And that was a
which
9-7 victory for us. In the rain. Not impressive at all. Game by the Falcons. Um,
so do you believe Baker Mayfield's just gonna fall apart?
um, so when you look at the Buccaneers,
Because they're on a 3-game win streak right now.
the
And
Buccaneers have to play against the Jags, the Saints, and us.
Yeah,
And we're going to end up shutting down at least half of Baker Mayfield's offense with our defense. That's what we're doing right now on defense. But that's the last game of the season.
right.
The Saints have the easiest schedule between the two of them. It'll come down to that Week 17 matchup between the two of them, the Bucks and Saints. Who takes that division at that point?
Yeah, which they lost the first meeting to the Bucks.
If
Pretty
the Bucks
badly.
win this game against the Jags, which I believe they will, we both believe they will because Trevor's not going to be there.
Right.
Then you have to look at the Saints. The Saints just took that loss to the Rams. So the Bucks would have a 1-game advantage, as they do right now in the playoff standings. And even if the Saints were to take that game against the Buccaneers, they would still need to beat the Falcons in order to get the division,
Right.
which they will do. Now Tampa has to go up against us. This could end up being an 8-8 tie.
Yeah, could be.
It could end up being an 8-8 tie for first place. Then it would go to points for and points against.
Right.
And currently, Tampa's got the lead.
Yes, that's correct.
Because of the points against. But that could change within the next 3 weeks.
Right.
Very, very quickly and go towards the Saints. Which I believe it will.
Mm-hmm.
The Saints looked real competitive lately. I'm not even going to lie to you. They look good against the Giants, 24-6. They look good against us, 28-6.
Well,
And
they swept us.
If you are looking like a playoff team, like you should be, then you should be winning by scores like that against weaker teams like us.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and at least making it competitive against the Lions, 33-28, which they did. The Falcons game, we're not going to talk about that one. The Vikings game, they at least came close there, 27-19.
Right.
But, I mean, they're close in games that they should be. So this is a playoff contender. By scoreboard.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you watch them on the field, it doesn't exactly pass the eye test.
Mm-hmm.
So when you pit them against Philly or Dallas, they will lose in the first round of the playoffs.
Okay.
Same thing with Tampa Bay. Either one of them. You put them against Dallas or Philadelphia, they will lose. Now Detroit, that could be interesting. Because Detroit has been falling off. Ever so slightly, to the point where it's a concern if you're a Detroit fan. Yeah, they did get the 42-17 win over the Broncos, but you need that test against the Dallas Cowboys in Week 17 to make sure that you're on target.
Mm-hmm.
And as competitive as you think you are. That's going to be the true test to find out who the Lions really are. So, if they get blown out by the Cowboys, that could be a real interesting first matchup if the Lions get paired up with the Saints in the first round.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I think Detroit would still take it, but I don't know for 100% sure, though, until you kick off.
So you're going with Saints to win the division.
I am, yes.
Part of me is thinking Bucks, but it would not shock me if the Saints won. And then NFC West, which we know the Niners have won the NFC West. We know they win their division.
Yep. Rams get wild card. I'm calling that one right now.
You believe Rams get wild card? Yeah, yep. I could see that.
They're playing
more than
really
the
well
Seahawks.
right now.
Yeah, I could see that.
Seattle's not playing well enough to compete.
Yeah, and they got
the Vikings are not playing well enough to compete.
Yeah, they got a crappy division record as well.
And whoever doesn't win the NFC South is not playing well enough to compete for that wild card spot. Not well enough to beat the Rams.
Yeah. So,
Rams have the Giants and Niners left.
So, here's the interesting thing. So, if the playoffs were to start now for the NFC, the Vikings, Rams, and Eagles are the wild cards.
Yeah.
Which, Vikings have the tiebreaker over the Seahawks. Even though they have the same record, they have the Vikings have the tiebreaker. So, that's something to note. And And
Rams could take that loss against the Niners to finish out the season. Could happen.
Yeah. And right now, the Niners are the number 1 seed. And honestly, they're probably going to finish the number 1 seed.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, like, players get subbed out in that last week if the team is already in the playoffs.
That's a good point too.
So it becomes chaotic.
I just think right now they're trying to seal the deal on number 1 seed, and I think as soon as they do, if it's early, then they'll bench folks and rest folks.
Yeah,
but
they're not. Yeah,
but I think it's still a tight race, especially between.
If they haven't clinched the number 1 seed, then they'll probably want to try to do that in the next 2 weeks.
Yeah.
If they haven't, then if they have, then they'll start resting folks. So
yeah, because it's still a tight.
Pay attention to who the starters are in the next few weeks. Everybody,
it's still a tight race between the Eagles, Lions, Cowboys, and Niners for that number 1 seed.
Yeah.
So
I personally would give it to the Niners, but
I think they're definitely the favorites.
Yeah.
To get it for sure. Like, they've been on a roll this season. They've been playing really well. I mean, they're on a 6-game winning streak. So
yeah, Niners would be the first one. Cowboys and Eagles would be tied for second seed for me. Detroit would be third.
So it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be really interesting. But we'll see how this week plays out as we are only a couple of days away from Christmas. So
just one quick thing is where we're at as far as the draft picks. So if you take a look at it, you got the Cardinals at 3 wins. We're at 2.
Yeah.
Cards will take that loss to the Bears. They'll take a loss to the Eagles, and they'll take a loss to the Seahawks. So that's 3 more losses.
So it's Carolina, which Chicago has ours. Then New England, then Arizona. That's the order.
New England, then Arizona. Okay.
Yeah, New England, then Arizona.
So Arizona's going to take 3 more losses. I can already tell you that. So New England's got the Broncos, the Bills, and the Jets. I could see them beating the Jets in the last week.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
All right, so that means we would still be competing with the Arizona Cardinals for that first spot. That takes New England out of the race. So that's our main concern right now is the Arizona Cardinals. So let's keep an eye on them. If they were to somehow beat the Bears, that would help us. We would secure that number 1 spot going forward in the second round and beyond. That's our goal here. We don't really care about the first round. The first round is whatever it is. We don't own a first round pick, so we don't care about that. It's the second round pick and beyond.
If anything, Chicago's going to be keeping a close eye on how we do as far as for their first round pick.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I don't see us winning another game. There's a chance we do somehow pull one out against the Buccaneers, but
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Maybe the Bucs, but
the way the Bucs are playing right now, they're better than us.
Yeah.
They're playing just below the Saints level, but they are playing well enough to beat us.
Yeah. So
by a good margin.
That's a fair point.
So we do want to keep an eye on that.
Mhm.
And like I said, we'll go through the draftable players in my stream on either Friday or Saturday and roll through those.
Cool
So,
deal.
again, anybody that wants to jump into that and offer their suggestions, go to the Facebook group page. Keep pounding in all caps for the pin post on that, and you'll type in your in the comment section of that pin post your
Mhm.
player name, the college that they come from, the position that they play, and why you like that player. And we'll address each one of these players. We'll look them up. We'll find out who they are, and we'll talk about them. So look out for a post on that page for when that's going to happen.
Gotcha.
Sometime in the evening tomorrow. I'll be putting that post out. Or Saturday evening. If you don't
Okay.
see it Friday, you'll see it Saturday.
But cool deal. But that will do it. I'm getting ready to pass out. But
And also, we're still doing Madden Mondays on Mondays, so on my channel.
yeah,
Keep
there you
pounding
go.
channel, Madden Mondays. Come check them
Yeah,
out. We started our first one this Monday, so
indeed,
excited to keep that
indeed.
going.
Um, you got any final words? Just before we end it, I'm about to pass out. So, yeah, you got any final words?
Yeah, let's stop doing stupid stuff.
Yeah,
Basically, stop doing stupid stuff. For instance, the Justin Houston thing. Why? For what reason are we just now making a move and not getting anything for him? Stop doing that. Get something for these players if you're going to waste their time and their money and their energy. Stop wasting these people's careers.
yeah,
And just Mr. Tepper, please learn something. Please, for the love of everything great on this earth, please learn something. Because you God, facial recognition software, for goodness sakes, come on, man. Think. Think. Use your brain. This franchise is not a hot rod in your garage, okay? That
show
you're
ain't.
you're working on as a side project. It's a $1 billion franchise. Treat it as such, please. It's a freaking Mercedes Benz. Treat it as a Mercedes Benz. Please. I'm asking you to do that. I know it's a lot. I know it's a lot for you to comprehend, Mr. Tapper. I know it's a lot for you to get through your thick skull, for you to get in your lane and stay in your lane, sir. But I'm asking you to do so. Please. And choose the right time to fire Scott. Okay? This year is not it. I am begging you. Choose the right time. I will continue beating that drum until I have to stop. Okay?
Mhm.
Because it is that critical. Nothing else matters except for that right now. Everything else can wait. So if I see the words, the Panthers have fired Scott Fitterer, I'm going to be very, very angry at you. And you will expect a very, very angry video and rant and stream explaining what you did wrong, why you did what you did wrong, and how screwed we are as a franchise because of what you did wrong. But don't just take my word for it. Watch the team sink like the Titanic itself. Because you don't seem to care. All you seem to care about is spending money for the wrong things. Let's see how that works out for you. Oh wait, it didn't. We're still losing. You egotistical idiot. So until you start fixing it, here we are. And here's where we're always going to stay. Until you fix it. You decide to get a wild hair up your butt and decide to fix it. It's your call, Mr. Tepper. Like, we're not in control of this team. You are. You're egotistical. Oh, I go to billions of dollars off of a hedge fund, but is in control of this team. You have the power to fix this. So fix it. Don't talk about it, be about it. I'm sick and tired of it. This franchise deserves better than you. Right now. It deserves somebody that cares about it as a president. So do the right thing. Hire Cam Newton as a president. Hire somebody as a president. I don't care. Hire the doggone janitor as a president. They'll do a better job than you running this franchise. Just hire somebody other than your wife. Because we're sick and tired of this crap. And on a positive note, congrats to the great GOAT Steve Smith on making the Hall of Fame. Hey, my man.
North Carolina Sports Hall of Fame. Very, very nice. Well deserved. Well earned.
Well earned, sir. You know, we're going to go through another week of, oh, Bryce is a bust. These players can't get open. These wide receivers suck. This, that, and the other. You're going to hear the same old rhetoric again this week. Just because we're not going to be able to win against Green Bay. Suck it up, Buttercup. And move on. Because it's the same rhetoric you've been hearing all year. What else is new? What's new, Scooby-Doo? Nothing behind this mask but the same old garbage. So, I mean, to me, it's just water off a duck's back. I'm more focused on the draft. We're already out of the playoffs, so why the heck bother yourselves with all that? Let's learn about what's coming in, not about what's going out.
There'll be a lot of work.
You know, and let's focus on retaining what we can retain. That's the key. Retain as much talent as we can retain that makes sense to retain.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, and if they're not good fits, toss them. But that's what we need to be focused on.
Yeah.
The future can be fixed with the right hirings and by doing the right things and being smart as an organization. But we don't know how to do that. So, we'll just sit here and just wait for you, Mr. Tepper, to get your head out of your butt and finally decide that you actually care about this franchise.
Yeah.
And miss me with this whole attitude. You keep throwing pitchy fits, you know, like a 10-year-old on Christmas that doesn't get his toy that he wants and instead gets a card. You know, come on. Miss me with that. I don't care how angry you are. We've been this angry since freaking 2016. Join the club. Drink some crappy punch with us.
Yeah.
Because for real, we've been here that long. And it annoys me that he still is not getting it. He thinks he's a fan. No, you're not a fan, Mr. Tepper. You own this franchise. You can fix this.
Yeah, needs to.
He's thinking with a fan mentality, and it makes me sick. Like, you're not a fan anymore. You're not sitting in the freaking fan box. Okay? This is... Good God Almighty. Think, man. You own $1 billion franchise, for goodness sakes.
Yep.
Stop treating it like a toy that you throw in your toy box after a month after you're done with it. Please, stop it.
Gotta get it right. Gotta get it right.
God.
Gotta get it right.
We are this close to spending 20 years in the Sahara Desert, guys, of no wins. Because of this one man.
Oh.
And you wonder why people are pissed at you, Mr. Tepper. Oh, gee, I wonder why.
Yeah.
There are no
Pretty
more
angry.
crutches for you to stand on. No more excuses. I'm done defending you. It's over. I'm done.
Fair
Step
point.
up and do what you're supposed to do to save this franchise. As for the players, none of this hate is directed at you. None of it. Okay?
Mhm.
Even though there are some YouTubers out there that still hate your guts anyway, they're going to anyway. Ignore that. Ignore the media fluff. Okay? Just get the job done. Consider this a resume builder for you. Whether you stay or go, consider it a resume builder. We're still evaluating you. Alright, so step up. Give your 100%. You know? Be who you are. You know? Show us who you are. Other teams will see it. And so will
Yeah.
our coaches, so.
I know for me, everybody just do their best, and we'll see what happens. I mean, like I said, I don't see a win happening, but hey, prove me wrong. That's all I can really say. And yeah, shout out to Steve Smith. Shout out to Cam Newton. Keep doing what y'all are doing. And
Experiment a little bit. We will get you help.
yeah. So just that's all I really got. It's been a great stream. You know, we had a nice roast fest this stream.
Loved
It was
it.
pretty entertaining. Shout out to Mr. Carolina as well.
Yes.
Um,
William Carolina Blue podcast.
yes, definitely check him out. He
Give him a like
also
and a
does
sub.
some reaction videos as well, like the Cheesecake Factory reaction video, which was really good. So be sure to check his channel
Fantastic.
out. But and also continue to check out Corey. Keep pounding on YouTube and on Facebook, the Facebook group. Can you elaborate on the details?
Yeah, look for us on YouTube at Keep Pounding 3869. Again, that's Keep Pounding 3869. So if you search that in the YouTube algorithm, you'll find us very quickly. And on Facebook, it's the Facebook group page. Keep Pounding. Again, that's the Facebook group page. Not the regular page, but the group page. I've had people confused about that, so when I was promoting my channel, so also if you'd like to come up with a name for our panel of me, Blitz, and Mr. Carolina, you know our channel names, you know our names, so get creative, come up with something. You know, we'll all vote on it and we'll decide if we want to use it, and we'll give you full credit on stream for it when we decide
Indeed.
on it.
I like the sound of that.
But yeah, doing a stream on draftable players either Friday or Saturday. Check out my channel for that. Look on the Facebook post for that. And name, player, school that they come from, position they play, and why you like them in the comment section of that pinned post. As well as Madden Mondays coming up on my channel, so be looking for that late evening
a lot to look forward to, a lot of content to check out,
Mm-hmm.
dive in.
Stay
And
happy,
of course,
healthy, and well, folks.
y'all definitely be on the lookout. We'll plan on doing content this Sunday. Of course, I know for my channel will be post game, which it is
Yep.
1 o'clock game
Yep.
on Christmas Eve. So definitely um, check us out. But hope everybody has a blessed weekend
Have a
and
Merry Christmas
Merry Christmas
or Happy
indeed.
Holidays, depending on which one you like.
Yep. And thank y'all so much for watching. Hope y'all enjoyed the video. Hope y'all love the content. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribe, follow, all of the above
Like and
on every last
sub.
one of these channels. YouTube, Facebook, all of the above.
Absolutely.
Thank y'all so much. This has been another Carolina Panthers Talk Live, brought to you by Blitzballchamp Gaming. Keep pounding the Bleeding Carolina Blue podcast. We love y'all. For Mr. Carolina, for myself, Blitzballchamp, and
Keep pounding.
we will see y'all in the next video and or live stream. Be safe. Catch y'all later. Peace.
Alright, so for those of you on my channel, thank you guys so much for watching. We appreciate you guys. David Screws, shout out to you. Lock Poppy, of course. Always the casuals that come in here. We're going to get this team right. We will.
Oh, yes. You better believe it.
But, I am here with my counterpart, Blitzballchamp. You can find him on Blitzballchamp Gaming as well. So, with that, have a great Christmas or happy holidays to you, whichever you prefer. Stay happy, healthy, and well.
Alrighty,
And
y'all.
we will see
y'all
you
be good
guys
now.
in the next live stream.
Indeed. We will see y'all there. Be safe.
And as always, keep pounding. Peace, guys.
Laters.
I know what it's like to perform through pain. If you're like
We good?
Alright.